Uno, dos, buenos días, good morning, probando audio.
Uno, dos, prueba.
Te escucho bien, Alberto. ¿Necesitas pruebas adicionales? Ok.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Continuation of the 189 Caribbean Fisheries Management Council being held at the St. Croix Buccaneer Hotel, April 22nd, 2026. We're gonna start with a roll call. I'm gonna start on my right with Mr. Sabater,
Roberto Sabater, Director.
John Walter, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Kate Zamboni, NOAA's Office of General Counsel.
Heather Blau, NOAA Fisheries.
Diana Martino, Council Staff.
Carlos Fischetti, Council Chair.
Vanessa Ramirez, Vice Chair.
Ricardo López, Puerto Rico DNR.
Tony Blanchard, Councilman.
Maria Lopez, NOAA Fisheries. Graciela Garcia Moliner, Council Staff.
Liaj Rivera Garcia, Council Staff. Cristina Olan, Council Staff.
Sí, okay, thank you. Vice President, good morning. SSC.
Janet Ramos Garcia, Ocean Educational Advisory Panel Chair.
Sinai Haptis, Ecosystems-Based Fisheries Management Panel Chair.
Good morning, all. Gerson Martinez, St. Croix Up Chair.
Good morning, Julia McGrath, DAP Chair, St. Thomas, St. John.
Good morning, everyone. Nelson Crepo, DAP Chair, Puerto Rico.
Good morning, Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Good morning, Ariane Rios, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Nicole Angela, USVI Division of Fish and Wildlife.
Miguel Ron, Council Staff.
Maria Irizarry, Council Staff.
Senator Taco and DAP Member, Puerto Rico, PESCAP.
Licenciado José Rivera, CEO, PESCAP.
Maite Rivera, Citizen. Good morning, Marta Prada, AIRA Coordinator.
Morning, Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico Fisheries Liaison.
Alberto Fort, Council Staff. Victor Lijols. We're good.
Okay, online.
Mr. Chair, sorry, we have to also read the thing. Alfredo Cefir, Jesús Rivera Hernández, John Walter, Kayla Ishii.
Thank you, Christina. Okay, first thing on the agenda this morning is the new app for fishers, dealers, and consumers. Okay, Miguel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What they are going to present today, by the way, the council not necessarily endorsed the application. That's the statement I have to make. Cedric Taquin, as you know, is a member of the District Advisory Panel of Puerto Rico. And his friend from a long, long time, attorney Jose Rivera, put together an application that it might help fishers, consumers, and dealers of fish in Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. So I asked them to give the presentation here today. The application is bigger than just the market. They can include anything related to the data that we collect in the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. But at this time, they are going to concentrate on the market side of the application. Jose, where are you?
Thank you.
Okay. Wait. Jose. Viste que el mismo se lleva el timer.
Hello. You hear me? Perfect. Right, so let me introduce myself. I'm really excited to be here. I think this is a very important moment for us and for the artisanal fishing industry in the U.S. Caribbean. Let me introduce myself. My name is Licenciado Jose Rivera. I am an attorney at law in Puerto Rico. I specialize right now in governmental relationships and social impact projects. I've been in a few industries from now, but I think it's important for you to know why I'm here. I'm not a fisherman. I do not own a restaurant. I am a consumer. But I am a friend of this character right here, Cedric Tankin, since 1996. We are high school buddies. We graduated from Atillo, Puerto Rico in 1999. And we have been friends for almost 30 years now. The reason I'm here, it's almost poetic. We catch up in a gastronomic event almost 6 months ago. And when we're catching up about what you're doing with your life, I know my favorite restaurant for having the best local fish in Puerto Rico, it's Menta in Atillo. You have to go there. It's in a beautiful spot in the north island, part of the island. And I was talking to him, catching up. What were you doing right now? Say, man, I'm doing a lot of things, but right now I'm invested. I'm in a black hole, trying to understand and learning this new revolutionary technology, the AI. So it was in a black hole trying to understand the capabilities of this new technology. And I was really deep into the education and research about what's the capabilities of this new technology. And I remember he said to me, it was a 30-minute conversation in the event. I had thinking about an idea for 2 decades, and I think you could be the one I'm looking for. So he started explaining his thoughts, his idea. And that was a 30-minute conversation. I get that night bed really late. And I remember I wake up at 6 a.m. in the morning, like with a jolt. I cannot stop thinking about what Cedric was talking to me about yesterday. I knew in that moment it was not only just a great idea. It was not something that Cedric was just throwing out. It was a clear understanding of the problems and the obstacles of the fishing industry, the way to solve them, a deeply and profound knowledge of regulations, a deeply love for the sea. And I knew at that moment that Cedric was talking to me about his legacy. What he's been doing for 2 decades in his restaurant, he want to try to create something to help the fishermen, to help the restaurants that are making the things right, that are supporting their local fishermen, that know their fishermen by their name. So I get up, I sit down at 6 a.m. in the morning, barely 2-3 hours of sleep. I start working on all these new technologies. And the rest of the story, I think it's for Shari to talk. But first, Shari, introduce yourself, and then finish the story.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Well, thank you. That's a very nice introduction you gave of me. My name is Cedric, as my friend said over here, and a lot of you guys know me as a DAP member for the past, I don't know how many years, quite a few years we've been here.
One interruption. This QR code, if you want to see the app right now, it's in a beta loop. It's not public. It's just for beta use. If you want to scan this, you can just go to the main page of the app just to see it. You got it?
So anyways, I'm going to pick up where a quick introduction of myself. I'm a chef. I'm a fisherman. I've been a commercial fisherman for quite some years. I've been a help on commercial fishing boats, recreational fisherman since I was born, from my parents, from my grandparents. So I have the ocean and the fish very close to heart. As a matter of fact, I wanted to be a marine biologist most of my youth, but I eventually made it into culinary arts, and I would figure out I'd be better with my hands and with my feet than as a biologist. So I went into culinary arts, and eventually I managed, a little bit indirectly, to combine my passion for marine biology and education with my culinary arts expertise. And this was a turning point I had at my restaurant when I opened 17 years ago, when I had some certain fish species on my menu, and I was obviously buying local because that was my philosophy for my restaurant. And after a couple of weeks with the menu, I stumbled across the first time where I couldn't get hold of certain species. I couldn't get some silk snapper, which is the chio, which is very famous. and I couldn't find, then after that, I couldn't find the Dorado. And I was like, wow, I have these items on my menu and I can't buy them. I had some last week, I had some the before, my restaurant just opened, the people want fresh fish and I couldn't buy any. And obviously I didn't want to go out to the supermarket or call a supplier. I was like, my restaurant is going to be serving local fish. But it was the first time I realized you can't always have local fish. You can't always have the species when you want them, when they are. So I realized I have to start working with what's available. I was fishing while I opened my restaurant and I was catching kingfish. I was catching blackfin snapper. Blackfin snapper. I was catching blackfin tuna. I was catching these lesser known species and I wasn't serving them at my restaurant. I figured people don't know what this fish is. It's not common. I wanted to stick with the common stuff, with the things that back in the day, you kind of knew that were easy to sell, the easy sellers. So one of these days, I remember I didn't have any fish for lunch, but I had a couple of kingfish in my car. And I was like on ice because I'd give them away, I'd sell them cheap, whatever. And that was the day that I realized, well, you know what? I'm gonna have to fillet one of these bad boys and I'm gonna serve it. I'm gonna put a little cream sauce on it. I'm gonna salt and pepper it. I'm gonna saute it really nicely. And I started serving kingfish. And people were just going crazy over this kingfish, which is something that normally people would eat in steaks with the bone, with the skin, maybe forced to eat it during for religious holidays, maybe something that was on the beach in a vitrina with something dry. We all know that kingfish isn't top fish, but I started treating it like a top fish, and that's when I started realizing there's a market for these lesser known species. And another thing is that I'm catching them, I'm saving money, I'm surviving over here because obviously opening a restaurant is quite an expensive hobby. And that's kind of where I had a click moment where I'm going to just work with whatever I can catch, whatever I can find, whatever the fisherman brings me, and I don't have to worry about what people want. I'm going to offer and I'm going to sell what I think is fresh and available at the moment. But obviously, I had to educate. So that's where I started feeling that I had all this knowledge of my fish, the species, the inner feeling that I wanted to be a marine biologist all my life, which never happened. But then here, I'm in front of a table, and I'm explaining to people what a kingfish is, what a mutton snapper is, what a lionfish is, all these other species that nobody had heard about, or maybe they had, but they didn't really, they weren't familiar with. And then I realized that they still didn't know what it was. So I started putting pictures up on the wall. It was a nice way to decorate my restaurants. I was putting my catches up on the walls on frames. And whenever I talked to somebody about a mutton snapper or about a blackfin snapper or about a black snapper or all these other species that weren't the popular redfish, they'd be like, oh, well, what is it? I was like, well, here it is. And there's, oh, that's a wahoo. I was like, no, that's a kingfish. And then I show a mutton snapper. They're like, oh, that's a chio. I was like, no, that's a mutton snapper. Look at the dot. And so I started realizing that if the person has the fillet in front of him, if he sees the fish and he hears me talking, they'll learn. Next thing you know, I had customers coming in and say, hey, do you have any mutton snapper? Do you have any of this? They weren't asking for chio. They weren't asking for dorado. They weren't asking for lobster. They were interested in these lesser known species. For me, that was a moneymaker because, it's obviously cheaper fish. It's available. And as the seasons were changing, I was changing my menu. My menu was just going, I immediately got rid of my menu, got rid of the ones that said dorado or chio or whatever, and I put catch of the day. And for the past 16, 17 years, I've had catch of the day on my menu, and everybody knows that you go to Menta, and you might not know what you're going to eat, but you know it's going to be local and you know it's going to be fresh. And maybe there's a time, and it has happened, where you come to Menta and I have no fish. Why? The sea's rough, the boat broke. So there's all these reasons that we know that finding local fish consistently is hard. It's very hard. And as a consumer, it's hard. You go to places, you think it's there, it's not there, they ran out. They're giving you one thing for the other. There's a lot of fraud. We all know about the seafood fraud. So for me, it was very special to feel that I was educating my customers. They were eating what I was serving. I was making money with it. And it was just kind of a win-win. And thank God, to this day, 17 years later, Menta's still open and I'm still serving whatever the fisherman brings. So anyways, coming back to the big idea over here, a couple of years ago with Dr. Wes Mertens from the Dolphin Research Program, he was working on a program to measure catch per effort, and I was giving him data for my catches, and we're kind of working together to get the fads going in Puerto Rico, and we started working together, and we figured out that we have these boats with GPS on them that are fishing. They're showing us their track. If I buy fish from them, we have a track, we have a fisherman, we have a restaurant that's serving it, we have traceability. So we managed to make a little project about traceability that was very cool. But the huge problem is that I'm asking fishermen to put a GPS on their boat, show me where they're fishing, and we're going to show that to everybody. Obviously, you said something about that. Yes, somebody's here said something about having a GPS on their boat and showing the numbers. Nobody wants that as a fisherman, and I knew that. I was like, I had one on my boat, but I wasn't too happy about that either. But anyways, hurricane came around, and that project just kind of finished. We never went anywhere with it, but it was there and it was cute. And I always wanted to have something that I wanted to have a traceability program going. The people that knew me, that follow me on my Instagram, on my Facebook, whatever, they know I'm fishing. They know what's happening with my fish. But there's all these other places that don't know all these other people that don't know who I am. And I wanted a marketing tool for restaurants like myself that were sacrificing time, money, energy in working solely local seafood or something local. Doesn't matter. It could be just a lobster or just one fish or whatever. But as long as you're buying seafood from a local certified licensed fisherman, I wanted some kind of seal of approval. I wanted something that people could say, hey, look at that sign over there, like on the bottles of wine from Europe or the mustards or whatever. I wanted a seal, something to give customers some guarantee that their product is fresh. Not that the restaurant's saying, hey, we have fresh fish, we have fresh lobster, we have this, we have that. That's easy. Anybody can say that. But how can we design a system where that information is out there and customers and consumers can know with at least a big percentage that there's some truth in that? And that's where PESCAP comes from.
Let me clear up a little bit. You have, I give you a QR code in a blank paper here. This is what happens when a fisherman delivers fresh local inventory to a restaurant. Every item that the restaurant receives from the fisherman creates a unique QR code. That QR code, it's the traceability for the consumer. They know the history behind the plate, behind the fish they are eating.
Let me just jump in one second. Because I have to say this because I want you guys to understand how we got here. So how did we get to this application? How do we give the consumer the best knowledge possible that this fish is local, was caught, and we give a personality and we give the customer can see that this is a person that got up in the morning, went fishing, caught it. So what we have come out with, one of my idea here was, how about we have a data-driven platform where the data that is offered to the consumer is one given by the fisherman. So we're going to have the fisherman telling the consumer where his fish is, where his fish is going to be sold, where you as a consumer can go and have his product. It's not the restaurant saying, I just bought fish. So I have a restaurant. I say it all the time. I bought this, I bought that. I put the picture up, whatever. Anybody can do that. But I wanted with this system, with this idea of having the fisherman, having this platform where the fisherman is the one that says, I just sold 100 pounds of Queen Snapper Menta. And as soon as he sends that text out, consumers receive a text. Oh, we have fish at Menta, and you can actually steer the customers to that direction. As this idea I gave Jose that night, I was like, he was telling me about, he's working with apps, he was doing this. I was like, hey man, I have an idea. And I told him the idea and I blew his mind. And this is crazy because it started as something small like this. And he just started figuring out different ways and we just started adding on to it. And it got very complicated. It's very complicated in the sense that there's a whole bunch of cool features to it. But in essence, this is an app where the fisherman is going to have an account. He's going to log the fish. The restaurant is going to receive a notification. The restaurant has barely anything to do with this app. The restaurant cannot advertise itself. The restaurant is present. He has his features, but he will only be advertised when the fisherman notifies that he has sold fish to that restaurant. And then we have a bunch of other features that happen. So here we go.
This is the complete and complex in terms of it's a multi-regulatory, multilingual marketplace, educational platform, traceability, compliance embedded application that serves as a marketplace and connects all the main actors of the artisanal fishing industry, from the restaurant, from the agriculture of the sea, from the fishermen to the consumer, passing through all the fishing markets, restaurants, and then eventually government could have access to all these data that's created as part of the transactions. I want you to, we have to respect the time, and this is I give you a lot of deliverables so you can know if you have later on, you have specific questions, we could answer any question maybe after this brief, but I think the moment it's important to respect. So I want you to talk a little bit about this, and then we can pass through directly to you can see the app working, so you can know and ask questions about the real app. Can you talk about this?
Yeah, so basically with this app, the fisherman has his marketplace. He has his little profile. He can expose as much as he wants and he can limit it as much as he wants. He has his profile, he has pictures, he can have connections to his website, to his social medias and whatever. And basically with one post, you could be doing two actions. We all know that fishermen, commercial fishermen need to report their catches and hand them in monthly. With this tool, we figured out that it would be also cool that when the fisherman makes his log, he's gonna have his dashboard with all his information. And in one step, you can advertise the restaurant, and then you can become also do your homework as a fisherman. So basically, we have structured data in real time. There's no cost for enforcement, and there's an automatic compliance and complete traceability. With just posting and advertising the restaurant. Obviously, as they advertise the restaurant gets visibility. He sells more fish, then he needs to buy more fish. So it's kind of you have to do your homework, but in the good sense, you're advertising at the same time. So we consider it a win-win situation here.
This is 100% free for the fishermen and for the consumers. So we are hopefully wishing to have the endorsement of the Departamento de Recursos Naturales and the equivalent Department of Planning and Natural Resources here in U.S. Virgin Islands, because with endorsement as a certified provider, we can have in one click in 10 seconds, the fisherman from his phone can do both things at the same time. And it's an optional, it's voluntary compliance. If we are certified, the fisherman could have in one action, market his inventory for the consumers, for the restaurants, for the fisheries, and at the same time, he can comply with his statutory responsibility. So I think we have 13 minutes left in the presentation. I think we should go directly to the app. Can you connect here as a fisherman, please?
I cook, I fish, I talk fish. I'm sorry if I'm nervous. I haven't stood up in front of a bunch of people like this that aren't customers of mine.
Since the culinary school, 25 years ago.
25 years ago, I had to do a presentation. I hated doing presentations in front of people. When I graduated culinary school, my
Please connect, Cedric.
What?
Connect.
Wait, we have to.
He'll be talking about this for 2 decades. So imagine if I let him, you know. Dale mirroring. Mirroring.
Help. I feel like the fish are under the boat and my line's not out. What do you need?
That's it. That's it.
Right,
So Cedric is going to represent a fisherman. So I just want you to know how easy and user-friendly is the application. It's geolocated, so if you have your location set up, it's going to identify if you are in St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, Puerto Rico. All right? Right now, Cedric, just enter. This is the main. Let's travel a little bit. Vamos un poquito más para abajo. Go para abajo, right there. This is the bottom. This is it. Log my catch. Everything you're gonna do is touching that button. But I need you to understand all other things you have. Go to the main panel.
Main panel.
Arriba. So you have active catches, what you have in your own inventory available for restaurants or consumers. Fishermen got the option to tell, I want to sell to the customers, I want to sell to restaurants. I don't want to sell. I have my own customers, but I just want people to see that I'm here. We want to make fishermen visible. We got to give them the value they deserve, the story. You have the active catches. Go here. Go un poquito arriba. Here. My alleys. What is important? Every restaurant, any restaurant that is in our platform, it's invisible unless he got affiliation with a fisherman. The fisherman is the one that approves the visibility of the restaurant. Every transaction has to be through a fisherman. So this is important. You have the allies, you have communication, type Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp. Delivery restaurant, the fisherman doesn't have to make a transaction directly. He just knows the restaurant. He already have a business relationship with the restaurant. He just hit this button. Once he posts his catch, he delivered to restaurant and he delivered directly. Restaurant receive a notification. You have this pending delivery. Is the restaurant accepted? 2 posts are generated in our Instagram, our community wall. One from the fisherman announcing he just delivered a restaurant X amount of pounds of fish. And another post for the restaurant saying, hey, I just received local catch from this fisherman. Life at sea. This is our lifestyle. We wanna promote the lifestyle, the history of the fisherman. This is where they post the pictures of the boat, the sunrise early in the morning, the deck, lifestyle, you know, so people can follow the fisherman. And when you post, like in Instagram, people that are following you are going to receive, oh, There's something happening with Tony right now. He's fishing at 5 in the morning, taking some local lobsters. So we're promoting the life. My catches, restaurant orders, direct orders. Let's go to make a catch, Cedric. Let's report the landing.
Okay.
Log my catch.
Log my catch.
Just arrived at the sea.
Just arrived. I have inventory ready to sell. Just arrived. Yes, sir. I was fishing at night.
Do you see
Fished last night.
the documentation? It's matched with the other requirements you need to have to report the landing.
We're fishing in Arecibo. We come out via Pesquera. We go next.
Next.
Sorry, that's my phone. My phone's gotten, it's not
iPhone 13.
All right, so what are the species? For example, let's say over here Cartucho, which is a queen snapper. Quantity, I caught, I went too good, but I did catch 67 pounds. Next.
You can upload a picture of the catch you just caught.
Yep, I have, I caught it obviously with linea anzuelo, hook and line. Price is optional, guys.
That's just
Fisherman
optional.
doesn't have to have his prices. His prices vary from restaurant to restaurant, whatever. But if you want to have your marketplace, if you want to have your prices available, well,
If you want consumers or restaurants to see your price in the marketplace, you put it. It's optional.
So
Restaurants only see restaurant prices. Customers only see customer prices.
this isn't the case that a fisherman doesn't have customers. He just likes to advertise, and whoever comes buys whatever. That's fine. Oh, okay. It just feels weirder like this. I get nervous more with this than. Okay, so anyway, so the prices are there. That's optional. We want to add that to the report. Then we go next. And
You have the option. You have the option here.
have the
If you want to only use the marketplace, you don't want to report because you report it by e-reporting or by manual logging, and you have only the compliance. If you don't want to market, will be in the marketplace, and we have the endorsement, of course. You can go directly and just register your landing.
so basically here I'm going to go marketplace only.
Put both
Both. Yeah, we'll do both.
and publish.
And we're going to publish. Boom.
That's it, 10 seconds. All the compliance is set. If you have fishermen companions doing with you, you can add it the boat. You can add it your
Separate the fish amongst fishermen. If there's 3 commercials on the boat and we
everything is considered from the perspective of a fisherman. So this is very important. This is not a Silicon Valley app. This is app made by a fisherman and a chef.
Puerto Rico Valley.
So I'm going to present it to you right there. The beautiful woman right there is my wife, Maite. Maite, I want you to connect. She used to have a restaurant in Fajardo a few years ago.
He
Another
studied
life.
at the Culinary Institute of America with me. We went to school together. We've been together for 1,000 years. Things of the world, these guys hooked up again, but she is a graduated chef from the Culinary Institute of America. She's a sommelier, and she went towards the wines department.
This is
She
Maite.
stayed out of the kitchen.
Look at the picture. Me and Maite, the time we met Cedric, 1996. This is Maite. Go to the main panel. This is the restaurant dashboard. This is where the restaurants are looking for. Where is the local fish? I want a local fish in my restaurant. So where is it? She can go directly. She has to be affiliated to a fisherman. It doesn't work if you're not visible. You don't have a fisherman that have to pass through. So Maite have 11 fishermen. She got el anzuelo, the hook in English. It's the name of the restaurant. She got 11 fishermen already affiliated to her.
You're a lucky girl.
She have the freshometer. Freshometer is something really, really cool. I'm gonna explain it to you a little bit sooner. She got the marketplace. She can go just directly to there and just write, Maite, just search for, what do you catch right now? Cartucho.
Yeah.
Cartucho.
Dorado.
What do you catch right now?
Cartucho. Yeah,
Cartucho. Can you find cartucho? Atún, for example. You can search for species. You can search for zone. You can search by fishermen. So you know what is available real-time catch. So Maite, close this. I just want they to know. Close this. Go back. Go back. Go to the bottom of slowly to the bottom of this. They can change like a Facebook, their wall, their menu, their pictures. The restaurant can change the picture of the catch the fisherman delivers to her, but only in their post, not in the post of the fisherman, but in the post of the restaurant. So go ahead. You can promote your restaurant. Go ahead. Go ahead. This is publication. Sorry, I want you to make a delivery to El Anzuelo right now in a moment. Deliver 10 pounds of cartucho you just catch. Real fresh. I want you to know this is really live. It's happening right now. Yeah, 10 pounds of cartucho you just catch. You catch 100 pounds? All right. You can have payment terms, COD cash. The transaction doesn't matter. You can do it through the app, but you can just have the transaction the way you used to have it. So this is absolutely optional. And then, please complete the delivery. 10 seconds. You already delivered the catch. So, Maite, I want you to refresh. Look that little beautiful.
Little alert is gonna tell me.
Instead of tracking, just register a delivery to the restaurant. Go to the main panel and just receive the, scroll down, right there. You have the confirmation. You could modify it. You can make some notes. You can tell something to the fisherman. Just confirm it, please. That's it. In this moment, right now, it's being generated real time, real life. It's going to be generated. The two posts is going to upload and update it, the interactive map where people know where is the catch right now. And at the same time, she's public. She's public. Let me connect myself. This is it. This is Pescap. Well, I am a consumer right now. So you have fisherman, restaurant, and a consumer. I want to know the freshometer. Sherry, can you explain a little bit what is this? This is an interactive mode that it's basically a proprietary algorithm. It doesn't exist. It's explain it, Cedric, please.
Yeah, so the freshometer is basically when a transaction is made, there's a QR code that's generated, and the restaurant can print it out or can have it on their menu, have it on their websites. And a regular customer can come to the restaurant and just kind of see the QR code and scan it. And as soon as he scans it, he's going to run into the freshometer. The freshometer, I don't know how this happened. I don't know how this works, but I know what it does. And
It's a secret.
yeah, he's not going to tell me. But I have recipes. I'm not going to tell him either. Anyways, we have the frequency here of arrivals, of purchases. It measures the consistency of purchases. So you have fishermen or you have restaurants that buy fish maybe once every 6 months. That doesn't go well with a freshometer, but maybe we can train restaurants to buy fish 6 times a month, perhaps, and then that divides more and gives you a little bit more action. So you have more frequency with the purchases. And it measures also the amount of inventory. Uh-oh.
Don't worry.
The amount of inventory and the variety of species that the person is buying. So a restaurant can actually make this look better by calling his fishermen more, buying fish maybe less quantities but more frequently, varying the species they're buying. Maybe some restaurants only buy lobster, only buy this, and they're going to do well on the freshometer because it's going to say they have fresh fish, but the numbers aren't going to move a lot because there isn't the variety. So this is going to be kind of a little bit of an incentive for restaurateurs.
You can enter here without logging. This is like the way to let the people play with the app. So you know exactly the variety, the frequency. It's an algorithm, the frequency and the inventory available at the restaurant. If you are not a restaurant here, for example, my Mermaid, it's going to tell you that Mermaid is not in Fresh Cap. You're a restaurant owner. You buy local catch. Do you have a fisherman in your allies? You can enter here. But if not, it's going to show you who are the restaurants that really have the local catch guarantee seal not next to you, and we're going to traffic the public, the consumers, to your restaurant. So I want to show you directly what is going to happen when you are a customer. This is what you see when you're a customer. You have directly the local catch. Every available species that are in the marketplace, they have the AI intelligence embedded to give you recipes. If you want to know, for example, how to cook it, you have cartucho fresh catch. What I do with the cartucho, it just generate a immediate recipe for you to cook it. It's one of the good features. What else do you see? You can see the post. Look at the picture. That was yesterday right here on the beach. Beautiful sunset, one of the most beautiful sunsets I ever seen. Social catch, cartucho available for el anzuelo. You have everything. You can filter this for fishermen, for restaurants, for fish markets. What else do you have? Do you have the interactive map that you can see live inventory? Where are the restaurants that have inventory? Where are the fishermen? Where are the fish markets? What they have available. You can order directly to the fisherman. You can order directly to reserve those 2 pounds of chillo for next Friday. Because maybe he received the chillo today, but you can go to the restaurant until maybe it's Sunday. So you can reserve it right here. You can filter with species, by zone, by users.
Jose, let me interrupt really fast. So one of the things that I really wanted and I really enjoyed about this, as for the fishermen, is, for example, my fisherman sells me, he catches bottom snappers, he catches a lot of the queen snappers, the silk snappers, and I tend to buy whatever's like a pound or a pound and a quarter up. So there's a lot of these smaller fish that I will buy sometimes, but not all the times, because they're not best sellers. With this app, the fisherman has the option. He is my fisherman. He only sells to me. Very rarely does he find other customers. He doesn't know people, whatever. But in this app, when you're in the circle of this app, the other restaurants that are in the app that are also buying from local fishermen are going to have access to see this excess fishing inventory that some fishermen, the bycatch, the whatever, the smaller fish, maybe even the larger fish. For me, I don't want it, for example, but maybe there's somebody else down the road that really wants it and that's really interested in that product. So the lovely part about this app is that eventually there's going to be the restaurants and the pescaderias and the consumers are going to be aware of all this other floating the fish that's out there, and it could incentive fishermen to go out there and fish because they know they're going to have a place where they can market it and they can sell it and not necessarily just rely on their few customers. So it's really a nice way to broaden and open up the market for these lesser known species, because the consumers are going to be able to go after certain species. I know very well that there are customers in Puerto Rico that only want to eat certain species. I know people that want to eat, for example, the cabrilla. They want to eat queen triggerfish. They want to eat all these species that are very hard to sell. And I know that in many cases, restaurants buy them, process them, and try to sell them as something else because, for example, the pez puerco, which is a triggerfish, is called a pez puerco in Spanish. It's tough as a restaurateur to try to sell people a filete de pez puerco. You know, it's something that's tough. So basically, you just make fish nuggets, whatever, you sell it something else.
We're almost out of
But
time,
here,
Cedric.
you're going to be able to let people that actually know what pez puerco is, that want to eat pez puerco, be like, oh my God, there's some pez puerco at that restaurant, which is the triggerfish, and go specifically to that triggerfish. So you open a market for these lesser species.
Talk
And I think
just
that's fascinating.
Really quick about the glossary, the educational platform, please.
Yeah, we're combining marine biology. I think that a huge part of selling better seafood in the future, better the market for fishermen, better the market for restaurants, and better the market for consumers is education. For me, if I had not educated my customers on these lesser known species, or even on the known species, on the seasonalities, on the veras, why can't we eat chillo during these months? I have people coming, oh, I want chillo. We don't have chillo. You can't. If you want chillo, you come back in January. Oh, what do you mean? I had some yesterday. Well, you either had some illegal fish or you had something that wasn't a real chillo because chillo's been in veda or the season's been closed for the past month. So over here, it's very important, I think, that we educate the consumers, and that'll be, at the long run, the best way to eventually sell seafood. There's no other way to save seafood and make correct decisions on the moment of eating seafood if the consumer isn't educated.
This is the last part. I'm sorry if I extended just 5 more minutes. This is one of my favorite features of this app. Is I'm a consumer right now. I just go directly. I'm seeing what have the anzuelo, for example, and I'm eating in the anzuelo. So I have a little tag here that says dish story. Do you see it right there? Dish story. If you're in the restaurant could have a QR code in the menu or in the table. And you go to the QR code. This is the QR code for the restaurant. If you scan this, it's almost the same thing you got in the QR code over there. The consumer is going to see each species that has been delivered by a local fisherman. Develops or create a specialized and individualized QR code. So when the consumer want to know the story behind the dish, then you have to go to the cartucho, if they're ordering cartucho, carrucho, or foncini, and they're going to scan the history of the fish. When was caught? Delivered where? When do you arrive to your plate? Who, the species, the amount, the fisherman, the license. You can go to see the fisherman profile.
Obviously, the fisherman always puts what he wants the public to see. The fisherman can simply have his face, no face, whatever. It's his job. This is his marketing tool. The tools are there, but the fisherman can do whatever he wants there.
You can thank Cedric directly. You can follow Cedric directly, and you can make the reservation for the restaurant.
A very cool thing about this app for a consumer, for example, I have a restaurant where I buy any species my fisherman brings me, and I can buy fish a Monday, a Tuesday, a Thursday, a Saturday. And I'll have customers walk in on a Friday and be like, oh, I saw on Instagram that you brought some lionfish on Tuesday or a couple of days ago. And I'll be like, oh, sorry, we sold out already. So with this application, the day that I receive the lionfish, for example, you're in your house, you get a notification, oh, there's lionfish at Menta. I can't go to Menta for another 3 or 4 days, for example, because you live an hour away or whatever the reason is. You can actually reserve directly with the restaurant that are obviously participating in this. You can reserve and you can separate whatever species you want, whatever quantity you want for the day you want. So this is a way to, and it happens to me a lot, where people come expecting there to always be tuna or to always be lionfish or whatever, and you have to explain to them that we're working with seasonalities, et cetera, et cetera. So this way they can always be on top of what they want to eat.
Let
Yes,
me-
sir,
let-
Miguel.
Hold on, Jeff.
Wait. You are over your time, but there are two important things that,
Yeah.
how do you think this application could help with the sustainability of the fisheries? And second, does this application can be used to certify that what I'm eating as a consumer is a local fresh fish?
All right. Sustainability is full because the fisherman is advertising whatever species he has, and he can advertise lesser known species. He can advertise underdogs. He can advertise whatever, because we're opening markets for all these different species, and we're giving the accessibility and the data to restaurants to buy these other species, to play with them. Let's play with some lionfish. Let's change this. I've been working with a grouper for years. Let me try some snapper. So in the sense of sustainability, the fishermen and the businesses are going to work together and advertise themselves. So that's a pretty cool part. Your other question, you asked the guarantee of how do you know as a consumer you're eating 100% fish? It's impossible. I'm not going to go into your fridges. I'm not going to be going into restaurants. There is still a very small level of trust that has to happen here. But the trust that this will give is that if that restaurant bought 10 pounds of lobster and you make it on time, you're eating 10 pounds of lobster that he bought from a commercial fisherman. If he bought 10 pounds of lobster from a commercial fisherman and on the other hand bought 100 pounds of imported, that is the hard part of traceability, is that it's going to be impossible to eventually be in everybody's fridges and every businesses. So there is a level of trust. And how does that trust happen? Well, as a consumer, you're going to go to a restaurant and maybe that lobster is going to be tough, or maybe something's going to happen. You're like, well, they're advertising over here. It says 10 pounds. I see there's 100 people in here. Red flags, perhaps. Red flags for consumers, like maybe one thing doesn't match with the other. Amongst fishermen, they'd be like, how come that restaurant always has silk snapper? We haven't been fishing in 2 weeks because it's been windy. So there's some red flags that happen. We do have some things in place over here that when reports might look shady or something, it's something that will eventually happen. But really, Miguel, there is no way to absolutely be 100% sure that a restaurant or or somebody is going to be giving genuinely what it is. This, in my opinion, is one of the ways you can at least track whatever's being sold at the moment.
How
If
about,
something happens behind that, it's tough.
how about certifying whether fish is local or imported?
Certifying whether
Okay.
the fish.
Is local or
Yep.
imported?
Then again, it's a commercial fisherman. He's got his responsibility. He fishes. As a restaurateur, you should know. I mean, there's some level. That's where the education comes. The restaurateur needs to know. He's got pictures over here. He's got videos. He's got contacts. He's got whatever. So you kind of train them a little bit, and it comes to trust with your fishermen. And we want. This is a trustworthy business. The data's there. The information is there. The tools are there. There's always going to be a little bit of. I mean, there could be some cheating involved or whatever, but over here it's going to be very difficult.
Let me wrap it up just a little bit, just if you have any other question. Everything that happened in the app goes right here. This is Space Cap Analytics. This is the platform where we make alliance with researchers, scientifics, agents, government agencies, regulators, policymakers. Everything that happened here, it's embedded in a secure platform where you would have access specifically with all the zones that you use to establish the regulations, the NOAA and CSM. You have captures, you have species, you have geographics, you have compliance, you have everything here. But the most important part is multilingual also. The most important part is this new technology. This is an AI called Marina. It's a bot that lives inside the data, and it have the knowledge of everything that happens in the app on identifying data. You cannot know specifically for fishermen, but you have every data conglomerate here. For example, if I go here and I just gonna put a prompt right here, give me a report for NOAA of the queen snapper and silk snapper for the last 3 months, and give me a projection of total catches for the next 6 months based on the previous data. I just go there to the marina and just put the prompt right here. She's gonna go directly. And he's gonna instantly have all the knowledge of what happened in the movement of the data. And that's gonna take you all the report directly, instantly. This is the cherry of the top. This is what I've been doing. I truly believe this is gonna change the model of sustainability and artisanal fisheries in not only US Caribbean, but this could be the gate to enter to all Caribbean, to start talking about compatibility in regulations, to start talking about conservation, to start talking education. This is the way to enter. I truly believe that Cedric has one of the greatest idea in the modern times of rechange and restructure the artisanal fishery economy. Yes, questions?
Do you think that this could also be part or can include continental US in the future?
Well,
artisanal coast, artisanal fishery.
this is based on the small model of my small restaurant working directly with fishermen. I do not know if you're inland in the United States somewhere, how they receive their fishing. I know that this is something that's going to work very well when there's that direct one-to-one with a pescaderia, with a small group of people, and with a fisherman. So on a larger scale on mainland, I can't get into that. I don't know what the flow is. I made this for us island people.
But definitely it's a model that you can implement it anywhere that you have a artisanal fishery economy. So anywhere that you have an artisanal, that with the relationship of the fishermen and the small fish markets are directly with the consumers and the restaurants, this is a model you can implement it all around the world.
This app gives the personality to the fishermen. So on a larger scale, I don't know how I don't know how many fishermen have bigger pescaderias, but this is something where there's a very direct relationship between consumer, restaurant, pescaderia, and fishermen.
So this is it. Any questions, please?
On a small scale, it's
I have a question. You're talking about the fisherman directly with the restaurant.
Yes.
Where do we put the local pescaderia or the co-op or anything like this?
Every fisher has their own dashboard. The way they flows is different from the fishermen's. It's when the fishermen are affiliated with a small fish market, with licensed fish market, the fishermen just log on, publish the report landing, but it's not gonna be public. The fish market has to receive it. They're gonna validate it, and once the fish market validated, the fish market is the ones that are gonna be promoted with all his fishermen as an ally
So the
to
fish
the
market,
marketplace.
the fish market works a little bit like a restaurant. He's going to receive the information of his 8, 10, 12, 15 fishermen. He receives that data, whatever. He checks it, looks good, and we send it. And he gets advertised like a restaurant. So the pescaderia acts as a similar role as a restaurant. As well as we're advertising the fishermen from the pescaderias at the pescaderia.
Tony Blanchard. Well, I gotta say one thing. I don't think I've ever been quite entertained like I was entertained this morning with this presentation here. Maybe you should get into the entertaining. But anyway, I do see a lot of potential with this whole thing here. I mean, I'm not saying it's a fix it all, but I do see a lot of potential with it. And Cedric, that's a good friend.
He's good.
He's the best one.
He's the better version of me. You know, he's taller, he's strong.
He's the best cook.
Okay, question, anybody else? Question over here. Yes, sir.
Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson Crespo for the record. I love it. I think it's a great tool, and for the communities, because I receive in my house many people that want to buy fish because I am a reseller. Then most of the time I don't have fish for the public. And with this application, people around, many tourists in my area can find where they can get fresh fish. That is excellent. Also, I think that maybe can be another tool to help the DNR to do the correction factors if they think it's appropriate. Also can help, to have another idea for the scientific friends, to evaluate their catch and have not only in papers, in reality, what's going on, around. I think how Blanchard says have a good potential. Going to be very helpful.
Appreciate your words.
Julian?
Hey, Julian McGrath for the record. So like my fisherman said, I think it has great opportunity. In my area, the difference is we deal directly with the public. We don't have fish houses.
Okay.
Myself, I buy from 5 fishermen and I resell to the entire public and to all the restaurants. So I'm trying to figure out, the app is excellent. How do we include it getting out to the public? Right now I use Facebook and that's it because I'm overwhelmed already with the quantity of orders. I'm advertised in a few of the hotels. So the guests that are coming, right now I'm being put in the Airbnbs in St. John. So it's a huge growing number similar to like what you guys got. I would just see how we can reach out more to the public. I understand that the fish markets buy a lot of the fish that the fishers catch. But in my area in the Virgin Islands, we deal directly with the public and we don't have a co-op or a fish market that directly like that. So, but this is excellent.
Yeah, you would be a pescaderia. You would have we have 4 ways, a fish market. We have 4 ways to get in here. And you basically, if you receive during the day 300 pounds of 5 or 6 different species, you're going to sit down for 10 minutes,
10 seconds.
60 seconds, because you got X amount of whatever. You're going to set that up, boom. And how do your customers know about this? Well, that's where the advertisement campaign comes in. This is part of our project. We have the tool. Now we need the people to know about this.
That's why we
advertise. We need to go into.
That's why we're here.
I mean, this is a little baby that needs to get the word spread out. We're going to go to restaurants. We're going to go to fishermen's. We're going to nautical clubs, and we're going to have. I'm putting stickers everywhere. So the idea is that you want the community to grow. It's going to grow. The more posts come in, the more people. It's a snowball. Right now, it's a snowball that has no snow. I mean, there's a little bit in there.
We have the project. We have the heart. We have the compromise. We are looking for guide. We need to have
Janet
that
from Sea Grant is already. She's already excited about the education process because this is an education process.
we need help, guys, to get the endorsement of the agency. We need help to find the funds, the grant to launch in the first phase. The first phase of this project has to be the onboarding educational process with the fishermen and the fish markets. That comes along with the restaurants also. But then the second phase is the integration of the agency. And the third phase is the full commercial launching for customers. So the people in the US Caribbean know if you wanna have certified guarantee where is the local fish, where you can eat local fish for local fishermen, it's PestCap. So
We had a question over here.
Kevin?
Yeah, thanks, Kevin McCarthy. So my question is, do you see this as an opportunity for fishermen to make more money? And here, let me explain. So there's several ways to do that, right? One is I just catch more, I sell more for the same price or whatever the price is. Another way to do it, another marketing idea is, okay, now I can demonstrate it's local, it's fresh, it's sustainable because the council has a stock assessment that says it's sustainable. Therefore, is that worth more money?
Absolutely.
Right?
Yep.
So I think it is,
Yep.
but I'm wondering, is this a mechanism?
Well,
to
one of
do
the-
that? So then the fisherman doesn't have to work harder to make more money. They're selling a product that has some kind of.
That's kind of the idea. I have a small restaurant and I have the choice. I can order food. I mean, I can order my seafood in a box, sometimes cheaper, frozen from God knows where, or I can work with local fishers. Local fishers, we all know that prices are more expensive for the local product than the imported product. Why? Because cost of production in the island is expensive. Look at the fuel prices right now. And I am paying a very high price for my fish. If it goes up a little bit more, it might become to a point where it's unsustainable in the sense that my customers aren't going to pay for it. So it's we're to lie we're to I don't know if it's always been like this, but right now we're at a point where to sell local seafood is a risky business, and I'm in a risky business right now. I'm stuck with it. I'm in for it. I'm in for the long run. But I realize how other restaurants could probably be like, you know, it's let me just order this stuff. Let me go safe. Let me order the same sizes. Let me have consistency in the product. Let me have it IQF, whatever. So this is going to be the factor that's going to give the added value and let people know he's got fresh fish. It might be a little bit more expensive, but look at all the process. Look at the fisherman. He got up early.
I'm especially
Yeah.
thinking about where you've got tourism, right?
Yeah.
Where you've got tourism, you know, maybe you've
This is
got
added
local
value.
customers that
Yep.
are this price.
Sure.
But maybe the tourists are a different price.
Are you referring to selling fresh, like fillets or restaurant food? I wish I could sell it to the tourists more expensive. I can't. I have the same price for everybody.
Well, sure, in a restaurant you do, right?
Yeah.
But when you've
The
got
market, yeah.
when you've got a business model where you're selling direct to like the guys here
Sure.
do, selling direct, but then you sell to a restaurant, maybe that's a different price.
Yeah,
I'm just thinking of other ways for these guys to make more money
Sure.
than to just have to always catch more.
Indirectly, they're going to be making more money because they're selling top dollar. We're marketing their product. I'm going to sell 15, 20, 30% more per week. So I'll be calling you with more frequency. As a fisherman, maybe you just have one, I'll be like, hey buddy, go back fishing. I need more fish. So it's just kind of, like a, you scratch my back, I scratch yours, and slowly but surely, but the whole idea is that I really wanted people to know, why is my fish expensive? Why is my fish not always available? Why does my fish vary a lot? And I think that with this, we can solve a lot of those problems. With this, people can see where it's coming from, where it went, how it got here, and the fisherman can just play with it. And he's got everything from just having his face on there or nothing, or he can just have the full, all his lists, all his species, all his prices, all his contacts, and just be as aggressive as he wants with this. And that's free for the fisherman. Yes, sir. Okay, yeah.
John Walter, Southeast Fishery Science Center, for the record. I would use this app last 2 nights that we ate here because we were looking for fresh seafood, local seafood. So I could say that it would have been valuable to us. I think this is a really good thing. You mentioned that you potentially might need to seek funding, and I would say that there is the potential for Salt and Stall Kennedy grants, which are the grants to support the seafood industry. So pay attention to if those grants post this year, because this would be probably a good project that would be applicable to that, and then garner the community support for it so that it's something that is likely to resonate, and which it seems like you've gotten support from a number of the fishing industry leaders here. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you see, it would have been cool if we had this as tourists on this island. I would have loved to go straight to where's my friend over here? Hairston's Lobsters are at. Where's Hairston's Lobsters over here? We don't know. Maybe he could tell us. Bombay, well, why didn't you tell us 2 nights ago? We would have gone over there. Or she did? Yeah, we didn't even advertise. So let us advertise for you. You just post. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm
Vanessa.
excited.
Yes, thank you for this presentation. I'm going to be the last comment. So as a commercial fishery industry, I have been in since 2011, and we have been looking for this too. We're always talking about that we need to put the technology on the hands of the fishermen. We need to help them to market better. And we know that the market right now, it's very hard for us. It's very hard for sales, but this is a great tool to not only use our regular social media, it's also to be connected. All the restaurant, all the fishermen, the fish markets, all together, and also with the education and better management of our fishers. So I think this is a great tool. You have all my support. Our Commercial Fishermen Association in Puerto Real, we have around 150 members in there. So we're open to be in this process and test this. I know it's going to be a great tool, and I really appreciate your time on this. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Go ahead.
Any questions or anything? Anybody else?
No, this is, wait, this is the, okay. So this is the end of it because otherwise we're gonna, but this is a great presentation, and what the council can do, what we did was to bring you here to talk to the people. Take home messages, you have the support. The council can help you, not with advertising, but we can publish, anything that is neutral, that will be towards sustainability of the fishery, using underutilized species and promoting local fish. This is great. The other thing is Sarton South Kennedy, they have, I told you that before, but they have a schedule. And that's probably one of the best avenues for securing funding for what you have. The other one is Sea Grant. The program Sea Grant, I told you to meet with Dr. Rene Esteves. They can help you with the outreach and education materials that you need. And Janet Ramos, she's the chair of the outreach and education panel. Anything that conversion to what we are supposed to do, our responsibility, which is promoting sustainability of the fishery, etc., we can help you with that. In the case of the liaison officers, we have two. Maybe in the near future, we have a third one in St. Thomas. That's a person that you can contact to help you with the distribution of information of what you need. So thank you enough for coming here.
Yeah, I want to thank you all for that. That was real good. Many times I have wanted to eat like a triggerfish or queen snapper. You find that on local restaurants on St. Croix. So if I can Google and see which one has it. Perfect. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next in the agenda.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks. So next on the agenda is the recreational angler partnership, Rapid. No opportunity.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
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 Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here today to discuss Rapid, known as the Recreational Angler Partnership Improvement Directive. My name is Tim Sartwell. I'm currently serving as a special advisor for recreational fisheries to the Deputy Undersecretary for Oceans and Atmosphere. That sounds like a fancy title, but I'm just working on Dr. Neil Jacobs and Laura Grimm's recreational fisheries priorities from NOAA. Prior to that, I did sit in fisheries and was the deputy policy advisor for recreational fisheries. So just expanding my portfolio for the current time. I want to thank Dr. Jacobs and Henyo particularly for their leadership on recreational fisheries issues and providing me the opportunity to work with them directly on RAPID and their other priorities. So what is RAPID? It is just not another NOAA acronym. It is our vision is that RAPID will lead the transition from the current MRIP system to a new recreational fishing data enterprise that improves trust and confidence in recreational fishing data and management. The resulting ecosystem will be built on a strong state-federal partnership and combine all available and approved recreational catch and effort data for use by assessment scientists and decision makers. The transition will require partnership throughout the process and will result in clearly articulated roles for NOAA, states, territories, and interstate fishery commissions. We seek to empower our partners and states to develop and use data systems that fit their needs and support them to ensure our fishery mandates under the Magnuson-Stevens Act can still be achieved. One thing I do want to be clear on is that the current MRIP data collection systems will continue. They'll continue to collect data as we go through this transition process, and some of the underlying surveys may exist into the future. Right now, we are in open process, and we are going to work with our partners to develop what the new recreational data enterprise looks like. I see the interstate commissions as playing a pivotal role in helping to collect, organize, and produce trusted recreational fisheries data. With that role, I have developed a small steering committee to help guide and support the rapid transition. The steering committee consists of Greg Bray, the assistant director for the the assistant director of the Gulf States Marine Fisheries Commission, and the Fishery Information Network program coordinator for the Gulf States. Also, Alex DeJohnson, he's the deputy director for recreational fisheries data at the Atlantic Coast Statistics Program under the Atlantic States Commission. I also have Dr. Louise Barbieri, the section leader for marine fisheries research at the Florida Fish and Wildlife Research Institute, Dr. John Hare, the science director for NOAA's Northeast Fisheries Science Center, and Dr. Evan Howe, the NOAA Fisheries Deputy Assistant Administrator for Scientific Programs. Those 5 individuals with myself will help navigate and coordinate commission state level activities and facilitate the regional workshops and truly help build the strengthened state federal partnership. I'm excited to work with this talented group and the expertise they provide. We've had 1 meeting so far, and their energy and optimism on improving recreational fishing data, it really is infectious. I'm very excited for where this goes. And as I just mentioned, we will be doing regional workshops across the country to help design the new partnership, including a workshop in the Caribbean, so we can work with you all there to understand your needs and how we would like to, design a data collection program for recreational fisheries into the future. As many of you heard, hopefully, Dr. Evan Howe say before, we envision a national standard, regional flexible approach to the partnership. NOAA can help provide the standards and support to ensure recreational data is statistically valid, while the states and territories can implement surveys that meet their needs as well as the national standards. The workshops will help us identify the capabilities and needs on a regional basis for how recreational data can be collected and recreational harvest estimates be produced. I'm working with the Atlantic States Commission to procure a neutral facilitator to help us navigate these discussions and bring everyone together around a shared partnership vision. These workshops will occur starting late summer, early fall, if everything moves quickly. I'm hoping that everything can move quickly. I've got the commissions excited to do this, so I think we're in a good spot. I'm also planning on having an angler industry workshop, most likely a hybrid, so as many people can participate as possible, to get more direct ideas on how anglers think the nuts and bolts of data collection systems should work. A lot of these regional workshop discussions will be in the weeds, program management, roles, responsibilities, resource needs, but I want to ensure that we are transparent with this process and that fishermen also have an input into how their data is collected and their fisheries managed. Finally, I do want to mention that the $3 million investment that Dr. Jacobs announced at the boat show in February is moving out the door to the commissions. There's about $2 million going to the Atlantic States Commission, about $650K to the Gulf states, and this is really to improve sampling and precision around some of the high-profile species in those regions. The remaining money is supporting an increase in the effort survey to improve precision for effort estimates, and then the funding for the rapid facilitator. And I've been asked many times before, what makes this process different? How is this MRIP re-envisioning different from what's happened before? My first answer is leadership. Dr. Jacobs, Deputy Undersecretary Laura Grimm, Henyo, Evan are all leading this process from the top of NOAA. They've brought me in to help implement their vision, but improving recreational fishing data has never had as much momentum behind it as it does right now. Second is the partnership focus. We can't do this without our partners and buy-in from everyone involved in recreational fisheries. I've already started conversations with the commissions, like I've mentioned before, and they're all excited to help support the process and the realignment. Finally, technology. That last presentation was very interesting. There was so much interesting technology deployed there, but technology makes change unavoidable. We cannot continue to operate as we always have as the technology screams ahead, as we just saw in that last presentation. We'll embrace the new technology and figure out the best way to utilize it to improve not just recreational, but all fisheries management. And this has been a cornerstone of Dr. Jacobs and Secretary Lutnick's vision for NOAA. So that is it for my opening remarks. Again, thank you again for having me here. I much would prefer to be in St. Croix with you all in person than the rainy day I have in Washington, D.C. right now. But I welcome the council's input and discussion on how to best champion the RAPID initiative within your respective networks, and we'll stay to answer any questions you may have about RAPID.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, thanks, Kevin McCarthy. Hi, Tim. We chatted briefly when you were down at the Science Center. I'm looking forward to the meeting in the Caribbean. As we discussed then, you know, we work very closely. The Science Center works very closely with our partners at DRNA and at DFW in the Virgin Islands. We do have ongoing efforts. I'm involved and several other folks in the region are involved in the regional implementation teams. So looking forward to continuing those conversations. Every region is a little unique, and certainly that's no exception here in the Caribbean. So yeah, it's great that you'll be holding a region-specific meeting to sort of sort out the challenges and the opportunities in the Caribbean. So looking forward to that.
Thanks, Kevin. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Every region is different. Every region has its challenges. So, you know, we're going to try to devise a system that can be regionally flexible to allow those nuances and those data collection systems to collect the data that's needed.
Any more, Marcela?
Hey, thank you, Tim. Graciela Garcia Moliner for the record, council staff. So as we spoke earlier, you know, we're in full support of the Science Center efforts towards providing us with the data collection for the U.S. Caribbean. We are different from the 3 islands that we have, and we have management plans that are different for each of those regions. So it gets a little bit more complicated than expected. But we're really much in need of that recreational data, and more than anything else, real-time data, because we're still dealing with annual catch limits here, and the recreational catch of many of the species that are also shared by the commercial fishers are lacking data since 2017. So to us, that's, you know, this sector is extremely important to gather that information and bring it up to speed as it is for the commercial sector. So we're looking forward to a rapid transition and gathering the data for the local fishers. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And heard loud and clear. And I know, you know, Kevin just mentioned Southeast is working on it. You guys have an amazing advocate in Henyo, and I know it's one of his priorities to get more data in the Caribbean as well. So I hear you, and I will do my best to bring a quick transition and support that.
Any more questions for Tim? Okay, Vanessa.
Thank you, Vanessa Ramirez, for the record. As a commercial fisherman, we know in Puerto Rico, we don't have, sadly, the data for recreational. So we're very interested in see this process move on, especially because we know that there's a lot of more recreational fishermen that are using all the area, especially at least at the west side that I live and I fish. Did you have any time from now on as when we could maybe see this start already, or how our fishermen in the recreational sector in Puerto Rico can be knowing about this? Because most of them, they don't even know about that this exists. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, this is, we are getting the feedback that there is confusion or not, maybe not even awareness that this process is working. So I'm working with our communications team right now on trying to get more information out. So I don't have a definitive timeline for you, but there is more information coming. And, you know, my desire is to be open and as open and transparent as we can as we move this forward. So we will lean on the council to help us disseminate this information, and we'll work with our networks through the Southeast Center, for the Southeast Regional Office, to help make sure everyone's aware of where we're going.
Kevin?
Yeah, Kevin McCarthy, just one last thought, and credit where credit is due. So Grizel Rodriguez, in particular, with DRNA in Puerto Rico, has been sampling recreational fishers for coming up on 2 years now. Now, the struggle there is having enough people in the field. So she's got two port samplers, and working with us and with our CMIS colleagues, we've been taking those data, those preliminary data, and designing a survey that allows her to maximize the use of those two port samplers. In the meantime, although she's got money to hire additional port samplers, there's some bureaucratic struggles there. So we're working with her to try and move the money in a different way. This is money that's coming from Interior. It's sport fish restoration money focused on the recreational fishery. So things are happening here, especially in Puerto Rico. So I think we've got a good base to build on, especially as this rapid transition moves forward. So I just wanted to make sure everybody's aware that things are happening, particularly with Grizel's group in Puerto Rico.
Graciela.
So Tim, also in the U.S. Virgin Islands, they do have the recreational fishing license online. So they are working on that aspect of the fisheries, also requesting voluntary data from the recreational fishers, which is a really big step, and it's all online. So those efforts really should be part of the if there is any funding available to continue those efforts and to actually be able to analyze the data that's coming in, that would also be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for flagging that. I was unaware of that voluntary data stream, but these are the types of things that this is what makes the regional workshop so important. So we know what are the data streams out there, how can we support them into the future, and how can we best use it. So thank you for flagging. I'll follow up and figure out what we can do, learn more about that program. And was that for all of the USVI or specific islands?
Nicole.
Yeah, thanks. Nicole Angeli, Virgin Islands Division of Fish and Wildlife. We've had a mandatory recreational fishing license mandated since October of 2022, and we're working with company Brandt to deploy that recreational fishing license. At this time, harvest and sport fish logs are voluntary, so the data collection is actually voluntary, but we get quite a bit of data. And any support for data collection efforts, for coordinating with the federal entities so that we can ensure that that data can be easily transferred to NOAA would be really supportive. We are the first territory with a mandatory recreational fishing license.
Great. Thank you so much. And you and I can have a direct conversation after this meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you all. I appreciate it. And please always reach out if you have questions. My email's there at the bottom of that slide. Happy to work with you all whenever needed.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, next on the agenda is the Caribbean IRA funded projects.
Good morning. I wanted to share with you the update of the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council progress on IRA projects. Maybe this presentation will not be as funny and entertaining with my antecessors, but we have a lot of interesting information to share with you today. Next. As you may be aware, the Council was awarded in the summer of 2024 with 6 technical projects under this IRA initiative. All of these projects are expected to be concluded by the first quarter of 2027. So I have been reporting progress at the council meetings since December 2024, how this initiative and entire set of projects are being advancing. So far, we have expended approximately 31% of the 2.6 million allocated under this initiative to the CMC. We are running a little bit behind schedule since we have less than 1 year to finalize all expenditures and complete all the technical outputs. So let's see how overall these projects are progressing. We have two that were presented to be completed in 2 years' time. Those are advancing very smoothly, and we have no expectations to have any problem with that. Other projects are making a steady progress. Some of them may be a little bit behind schedule, but not too far. Unfortunately, we have one project that has been not able to initiate its implementation. So I will go quickly over the 6 projects that we are implementing right now, starting with the one that is focusing on understanding how extreme events may be affecting the fishery ecosystem and the fishing community. In the last quarter of this project, the storybook has been completely redesigned. Text were also simplified following recommendations from the 4 workshops conducted in Puerto Rico. We also conducted 2 workshops in the U.S. Virgin Islands, one here and one in St. Thomas, and we received additional local ecological knowledge that right now we are in the process of again updating text on this storybook. So upcoming work on this project is to organize a final series of virtual workshops. Those virtual workshops were not initially included in the project. However, in order to maximize participation on the fishing community, we are now going into this strategy. At these virtual workshops, maybe following recommendations, participation will be expanded to other stakeholders. Until now, only fishers and teachers has been participating actively in this project. Our second project is to understanding how changing our environmental conditions and fishing pressure may be impacting dolphin fish distribution. This is a very interesting project. I don't want to read everything that is being conducted on this project, but it's a very active project. It's compiling existing databases on environmental factors as well as different data sets on fishing information, and is complemented with satellite tags and conventional tags. So far, from the 31 satellite tags that were initially proposed, 21 have been already deployed, and a total of 324 conventional tags have been also deployed. Information from species movements, species growth rate, the relationships with sea surface and the water temperature, currents, and so many other environmental parameters and fishing parameters are going on right now. These 2 slides, for instance, are illustrating that the analysis at the end will considering different sub-areas for the purposes of identify these distribution patterns. These areas more or less coincide with other sub-areas on their highly migratory species, but in addition is including the Gulf area. This graph, for instance, are illustrating more than 1.5 year of information, color coded by monthly on 7 of the species movements from satellite tags. So I cannot spend a lot of time on each of the projects, but if you are interested, we can exactly provide a specific time and set up encounters to share with you more on the details. Another interesting project is the one that evaluates vulnerability of 25 selected priority species on the how to react to changing environmental conditions. This perhaps is one of the most technical projects that the council is implemented, and already the team has structured a series of matrices per species. On each matrix, they are compiling all the life history information available that is all, associated with experts scoring on 13 quantitative exposure factors plus other 3 qualitative factors. And so they are evaluating sensibility, rigidity, and validation on these responses on the species upon probably future changes. Those, for instance, for each of the species and for each of the parameters, there are thematic maps, there are statistical analysis, and so on. For future work, the team is trying to understand better how the scoring made by experts that are variable in nature are illustrating some of the parents, and they are also preparing in-person workshops here in the U.S. Virgin Islands and in Puerto Rico to share the scores that experts have made, validated and updated in the cases necessary in order to generate the final analysis. At the end of this project, each species will have like a summary of all of the information and evaluation of their vulnerability to those environmental parameters. The other project is now evaluating on trying to better understand how the vulnerability and changes in the environment may be affecting two species on their recovery plan. Focus mostly on those life stages that are usually outside the fishery, which are the early life stages and the reproduction. Those two species are the Queen Kong and the Nassau grouper, and the study area is the southwest section of Puerto Rico. Illustrated in the maps are the 12 stations. On those 12 stations, at least once a month, a combined group of fishers and experts visit the area, conduct underwater visual services, surveys, and record field information on water quality and habitat quality. So at the end of this project, is expected to produce a very valuable information to complete the recovery plans for those two species. Their project already had its workshop in Puerto Rico and is planning to conduct another workshop here in St. Croix. So maybe by October or something on those lines, when the timing is approaching, the team will contact everybody here to planning and organize all the details. The next project is about identifying planning management scenarios on their 3 different potential climate change, minimum changes, medium changes, or maximum changes, and how the different island maybe adjust some kind of regulation depending on the current conditions. So far, the team is evaluating on three main dimensions: the environmental change, the governance structure, and socioeconomic aspects. Under each of these variations, several parameters and factors are being considered under the three potential climate change scenarios and being evaluated the responses. As a result of this, the project is right now completed is science analysis, but the process is an 8-step process. The science analysis is only the 3-step, and we have another 5 steps to go. This is an example of the current conditions and maybe how the currents and seawater temperature may be in the future change for spiny lobster and Brenheim, which are the two selected species that are being considered. And we have this project, the one that is not able to start implementation. We have been conducted a lot of conversations with the team, the local team here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. We understand there is several factors that situation is happening right now. Majority of these factors are outside of their control, but also the Caribbean Fisheries Management is being asked to report in 5 days from now to NOAA in writing what will be our strategy to use these funds. They give us a green light to reallocate the funds through the approved proposals. If that is the case, we need to face, but in 5 years, in 5 days from now, the council has to present this plan to NOAA. So most probably a scenario that I can share with you is that we may be forced to reallocate those funds through the executing proposals, projects. We don't know. We know 100% sure that that will be the case, but until today is the most probably a scenario that we are facing. And to conclude my presentation, I inviting you to look at the last 2 bulletins. In those bulletins, the CVI project, the vulnerability project, and the climate scenarios are presenting the updates with greater detail. So that is very nice. Those bulletins have been developed in combination with the project responsibles, my role as a coordinator, and the support of the council staff are available in English and Spanish. And right now, all of the projects has at least 1 bulletin available online. Thanks to the Michelle Walsh, Verena, and Lara, that are other IRA coordinators in the region, that we have a structure, a series of workshops, of talks, short talks to present IRA projects to the different teams at NOAA level. We have presenting one project, and all of other projects have been scheduled with this NOAA calendar. So I guess all of you have been invited to participate in those. Are very short presentations just to share directly with the PIs and make questions and understand how everything is connecting and in a way coordinated. Finally, because I recognize that some of this project contains a lot of technical information. Not necessarily everything is understood, but everybody within the council, I am now in the process of coordinating with DAPS and OP, asking them if there is a need for them or desire to learn more about a specific project. So we can accommodate in your regular calendar a presentation on a specific project so you can have the opportunity to better exchange information. This in addition to the workshops or in addition to the bulletins or whatever. So if you have more doubts or want to learn more about those projects, I will be in my following 2 months coordinate with you and find out a calendar if it's necessary to present a specific advancing on specific projects. That's all that I have to say now, and thank you for listening. Any question?
Thank you, Martha. Miguel?
Not a question, but you mentioned that one of the projects, uh, we are running against the clock in order to save that money. I just received an email from Dr. Angeli, and it seems that the way that they operate is similar to Puerto Rico. You have to have a number, you have to have the okay to use the fund and everything. Finally, they got it, and they got it April 21st. So do you think then that we can report back to Kelly? We don't need to unplug the money. We're going to continue, because that way we will have something to show to the federal government. These are the milestones of the things that we are going to do to work on this project. And we have a deadline of March 30, 2027. So you think that you can do the whole thing by that time? Because that way, when we receive your report, we can pass it to Kelly Dennett, who is in charge and waiting for that report. So we save that money and we don't have to redistribute the funding. The key part here is that we need to commit to the milestones or the deadlines and everything. Otherwise, they're going to unplug it. The thing about IRA is that whatever money you don't use, it goes back to the treasury. That's very difficult because that's a presidential order for those monies. So I'm glad to receive that, Dr. Angeli, and I believe that Martha and you will have a lot to talk in the next couple of days about it. Once we receive that, Martha, what will be the next step regarding the US Virgin Islands?
Well, we need to have in written new timeline and new outputs calendar, and we must follow that. And if we are not able to follow strictly that new proposal, it will be difficult for us to oversee and coordinate. So once we have that in written and we evaluate it and present it to NOAA, I'll need to be in close contact with you and coordination and providing support in any way possible to help you to move forward. The project was originally proposed for 1.5 years, was reduced by 1 year, and now will be reduced again for almost 7 months of implementation. That don't give us any time to lose. So as soon as possible, we need to really start seeing steps moving on the right direction.
Nicole?
Hi, yes, good day. It would be useful to have all of the requirements that you're requesting from us in 5 days in a written list, because you've said them to me a few times. But I think if we have a written list, then we can ensure that we have everything to you.
Okay, I can again share with you, and now that list will increase because that list that I shared with you was for the first 3 months, and now we need to add an additional couple of months to just to have in mind that the teams that you propose in your reaccommodated timetable can be effectively developed.
Yeah, well, what do you think? Dr. Angeli, I believe that Dr. Aptes also will be the person to coordinate with you and Marta, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that we could just continue having that same group that we met with, which would be Martha, Carlos, yourself, Dr. Habtis, and myself, and we can include Commissioner Oriole in there. And if we had a written chain of correspondence, it would be easier for us to respond appropriately.
Okay, thank you, Martha.
Any other question on any project?
Julian?
I'm a little lost with the whole presentation, but the comment that I have to make is the workshops that took place in St. Croix and that took place in St. Thomas. My comment is they were poorly organized, and I think the attendance to those meetings was not there from the Fishers because we found out a couple days before the meeting, and the key players were not involved. And in St. Thomas, there wasn't any Fishers. In St. Croix, I know Gerson was there, and I don't think there was any other Fishers but the team of the university and a couple other people. And I think when we are doing these workshops, that we need to have the key players involved in order to get the best outcome that we need. And you know, it was a very tense situation. It was last minute. It was on a Friday afternoon. So, you know, the timing was all done wrong. If the communication came through, even let's say the DAPs, it doesn't have to be the DAPs, but if it came through the right way, we could have had that room filled with fishers and farmers and other people from respective agencies at the proper day of the week and the proper time. So that's the only issue. But finding out a few days before the meeting when we receive the emails and then shows up and it's like no one is going. It became difficult. It became stressful for Martha and her team, and it was stressful for me and my team. So it ended up it wasn't a good productive meeting. That's the only concern that I have. And if we're going to be spending this kind of money, I think we need to ensure that we are using the money properly. So where you say, you know, they offer the Fishers $40 to come to the meeting. The Fishers started to laugh. They like, that's 3 bears. You know, we're going to leave the bar on a Friday afternoon to come to get $40. They didn't want to hear that. For me, I didn't need the $40, but I would have liked to have it organized where we could have had people there and people could have answered the question and be part. Because, you know, the DAP really spent a lot of time, all the DAPs, the SSC, the council spent a lot of time identifying the projects for the IRA. And a lot of hours went into that. And if we really want to get the true outcome for this project to present the final report, we need to have it organized properly. That's my only comment.
Yeah, we had a person from here that was responsible for recommending the team in Puerto Rico how to follow the logistics and everything. There were some lessons learned from both sides. Communications were done perhaps not 1 month in advance, but about 10 days a week, perhaps. And maybe we did receive the wrong recommendation. We were recommended to organize this workshop at least with Fishers on a Friday afternoon, considering that there were some markets going on in the mornings. And so it wasn't the best advice we received, but what we can do about once you are already on board and plan with ahead of time with this small project team. In St. Croix, we had like a participation from 11 fishers that was thanks to communication with and support from Gerson and Kai and other guys. Leandri also helped us a little bit. And with teachers, there were not so many in the end, but all of the ones that came were really active, participating, proposing things, and they evaluated the workshops really nice. That's why, following this situation, we are now thinking in organizing these virtual workshops, trying to maximize this communication. But the storybook that will be produced through this project will support the continuation of this conversation. This is an initial phase, and the exercise is expected to be continued. And thank you all for the support.
Heather?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of clarifying questions. So am I hearing correct? I think that I'm hearing that we do think that we can do the project, that one project here, the DPNR one that has not been initiated, because I also saw in the presentation that we were going to discuss strategies for reallocating the funds. So just trying to make sure I understand. We want to continue with the current plan.
But yeah, I think there's a misconception of not initiating this award as part of our timeline for year one, Q2, which was January to February to March of 2026. We said complete contract setup and initialization in DPNR budgeting systems. We're exactly on time for that. The second item, advertise and hire an FEP technical writer and researcher for January to March of 2026. We have done that. For plan and host the EBFM TAP FEP drafting meeting, that was the only item in Q1 that we have not done, and that's because we were waiting for this initiation of the contract setup in our financial systems, which has now happened because we couldn't get started on the award until the budget was available to us. So of the items that we sent in December, only one of the three we were waiting on, and we're ready to now go with that. So the project has been initiated, and we've been consistently working. And honestly, the amount of paperwork it takes to put these things into place and the amount of time I've already spent on it is large. And that's all in kind that DPNR has spent on it. I haven't charged anything to these awards. We're just working on this. So I would like to just address that misconception of what has happened or not, and we can certainly put that into our reports.
Maybe this
you.
is a communication.
Wait. They say with that we didn't receive a penny for this, but also we didn't receive a report. And that's what Washington is concerned.
Exactly.
You know, they do all that, but we didn't know anything about it. And they were supposed to report to us. But now we talked to Dr. Angeli, and she graciously put all this together. And I think that it would be a go for the USB in Ireland. So the concern is that, you know, Washington has is that we went through a struggle to get that money. Also, we went through a struggle to keep that money, especially when they changed the administration. And that's the only concern. But now on record, we have Dr. Angeli and Dr. Sena have to see it. And I believe personally that that the project could be done within the time allocated, and we don't have to redistribute. But as Marta said, we have to have the milestones. We have to report to Kelly, and we said this is what is going to happen, and these are the dates and times that is going to happen. This is election year. We don't know what is going to happen in 2027. But I was talking to Dr. Angeli, and as much as possible, they will do that they need to do to fulfill not only this, but all the, because Nicole has a lot of other things that I thought, and they're really trying to put all this together, make sure that the division fulfill all the mandates, and also to be on schedule with all the projects they have. The division is on soft money. It's different from Puerto Rico, where you have allocated money for a legislature. So, and that's why we are sympathetic with all the things that they go through. And sometimes when you have, in a state, you have 20 people to do one thing, they only have one or two. So we thank you for that, and Marta will follow this. Regarding the other project that we will have the virtual meetings, if we have a chance to have a meeting in person with the Fishers, Marta and I will work and see if that could happen. The other thing I want to mention is that this is not a council money necessarily. We are passing through them. And the leaders of the projects are the one in charge, and they're responsible for undertaking everything that they have in the proposal, as we all know. But luckily, we have our coordinator pursuing all this, making sure that we do not fail in any of the milestone that we put together for the IRA. Somebody asked me about the future of IRA, and since the get-go, they told us this is one-shot deal. Once the IRA fundings are finished, you cannot say, for example, we need to continue with A, B, and C. That's it. But some of the results of the project will be useful for a long time because we have a roadmap for outreach and education that we can use. We have other things that we can use. So I would like to thank Dr. Angeli, especially, and Dr. Haptes. He's there for their effort to put this together. And Marta, you have your orders to continue working with it. And I want to also take this time to recognize the work that Marta does. I always said I'm an SOB with luck, because whenever I have a problem, I find somebody that can solve it for me. And I was pulling my hairs trying to figure out how in the world I'm going to find an IRA coordinator. And I asked her, I said, yeah, I can do that. So we were lucky to have you there. And I take this opportunity to thank you for all the work that you have been doing beyond what you're supposed to do. And then we'll continue the communication, not only with Dr. Angeli, but all the other project leaders. So we make sure that we are on time for everything that we have here. And we can report then. At the end of this month, we have to report to Washington about the outcome of everything that we're doing and the update. For at every council meeting, you will hear a presentation. That's something that we agree on. And no officially told us this is the only way that we be able to, on the record, have an update of all the other projects that you have. So you will see this until March 27, 2027, which is the last day that they give us for all the projects that we have. The other thing that they asked me to say here, okay, you finish the project, what is going to happen? So all the projects have suggestions for continuation of some of the activities, especially outreach and education. That's something that the council can do. Other things that are coming out of the project, we are telling people you can, prepare proposal for Sarton Star Kennedy and other sources of funding. That's something that were told to us by Kelly Dennis' office. So I think that we are on time. And thank you a lot, Marta, for your work, and Dr. Angeli for helping us putting all this together.
And thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marta. Next on the agenda, we have the 2026 annual cash limit monitoring. That's coffee break. We're gonna take a 10-minute coffee break. Wait, hold on, we're gonna make a little adjustment on the agenda. Graciela. Con Janet, voy a poner a micrófono porque Janet hable. I'll tell him.
Coffee break, and we need to make some changes to the agenda. So we are going to have probably first the Executive Order 14276 for discussion with the council. Then we'll have the evaluation of managed stocks needs for conservation and management by Sarah. And then we can go into the mariculture report, and then the outreach, etc. The rest of the agenda will remain as is. Okay.
And also, during the presentation from, by Janet, our Regional Education, we are going to include presentation by Mr. Funk.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna take a quick 10-minute break. Okay, we're gonna continue with the agenda and the changes that were made. So next up is the update council priorities under EO 12-14-276. That'd be Graciela.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're going to review the comments the public comments that were received during the extended comment period. If I can have the next one, please. Okay. So just a short timeline for you. I mean, we had the request for the council input regarding, Executive Order 14276 that came in August 27th. The letter from the council was sent on September 23, 2025. And the letter, you have a copy of that, and you have a copy of the big table that was sent with the priorities that the council put forth. Then they put a notice out to extend public comment period until December 15th, 2025. April 22, today, we are reviewing those comments that came in. We have a deadline of April 30th for the CFMC revisions, if any, to the information that was sent to Mr. Pinheiro. And then out of all the public comments that came in, and they were, I think, over 158 individual or specific individual comments, 7 had to do with the Caribbean. If I can have the next slide, please. So this follows the order that you had seen before in the table. So what you are going to be seeing here is the priority ranking that the council provided. So priority number on the left-hand side of the table. The action or the changes that the council was suggesting were priorities for the work that we do. We put a column that says talks about the ongoing efforts to fulfill those actions. And then the additional input is the input that came in through the public comments between December 1st and December 15th of last year. So the first one is that we separated all of the islands, so because it's a separate process for each of the islands. So this is to review the species that are currently managed. That it's already ongoing, and you'll be listening to the next presentation by Sarah Stevenson on the evaluation of management stock needs for, the title is Evaluation of Management Stocks Needs for Conservation and Management. So you are already, I mean, the region and the Science Center and the council are already working on that. So the additional input that came in from those public comments was for Puerto Rico specifically and for St. Croix to actually remove spiny lobster from federal management. So that's one of the comments that you have, and the council, it's in its matrix, will be reviewing whether that's going to be a part of the changes. So one of the comments actually has to do, there are 2 comments with CDAR, with the CDAR process. And that has to do because CDAR just happened when all the public comment was open. So seeing what was happening with CDAR 91 spiny lobster, people were concerned and actually wanted to include the aspects of the social and economic sciences into the CDAR process. So that's part of what the comment was. So I wonder if it's I much rather go through each of the pieces of the table and have the discussion now. So if there is anything that you need to say regarding this ranking, I mean, that's a top priority for the council right now.
Vance.
Thank you, Graciela. With so much additional information that we have of the assessments of the lobster and the yellowtail snapper, etc., do you think it's time to reevaluate to what tier number should we address the stock assessment? For example, if there can be an upgrade, that means a lower in the tier number. I don't know, just a question.
Okay, so the control rule has 4 tiers. We are mostly in tier 4, which is just basically commercial data, landings data, catch-based data. we have improved in terms of the lobster, for example. We have improved in terms of some of the life history information that we've put forth. And we have improved because the CEDAR is looking at alternative methods to deal with the reference points for the species that we manage. So in that sense, we most likely would have to review if CEDAR 103 gives us a different way of approaching our management, then the control rule would have to be reviewed.
Thank you, Graciela.
Yes. Okay, so we'll move on. I don't hear anything else. So can I have the next one, please? Okay, so in this case, we've been talking a lot about compatible, incompatible regulations, about redundant regulations, about assessing the results of the MPAs that we have in place, etc. So these are grouped together because they are of interest to both the stakeholders and the council. And we have moved forward with some compatibility for some species and for some of the islands. So as you heard yesterday from Dr. Angeli, they are working on a plan for the Virgin Islands. They're working on the same for for Puerto Rico. So that's ongoing. Okay, so we do have this communication open. The other thing that is happening is that for the first time, we have had a coral reef conservation program working in Tourmaline with the fishers alongside the scientists. So right now they're in the process of planning the what we call the exit meeting. So they were part of the evaluation of Tourmaline, and now they're going to be part of the analysis and the conclusion and the presentation to the council in terms of what they have found in Tourmaline. So people are asking for these areas to be open again. They were originally set for the protection of the red hind spawning aggregations, but the council prohibited in Abril La Sierra and Tourmaline all fishing. So that means that the water column is closed, that the bottom tending gears are prohibited from those areas. So that we will have new information that was not available before, but that project doesn't end until September 2026. So we probably won't have it until the council meeting in December. So the comments that we received, some of them really are not the purview of the council, but they are here because they are people are requesting that parts of the monument, of the coral reef monument, are open to fishing. So they are included here. And that's, for example, the north and west portion of the Buck Island Reef National Monument. So that's something that, we have been talking about the addition of all these areas that are close to fishing and have been closed for so long. So that's part of the evaluation that needs to take place. Now, it's not the jurisdiction of the council, that's under the Department of Interior. So that means that at some point we have to sit at the same table and talk about it, because the Department of Interior has a no-take regulation for all species where they have the monuments and the parks. So that's, that percentage that Julian, I think, was talking about yesterday of the 30% that have been lost here and there from these areas that are closed. I mean, they add up to quite a bit of submerged lands that are not available for fishing. So the other issue that has to do with the MPAs is that they would like to see, or at least one comment said that they would be interested in implementing only seasonal closures and do away with the MPAs. So again, that's something that the council has to discuss, because right now you have the two things. You have seasonal closures for a number of species. You have an MPAs that are for the protection of the red hind specifically, but prohibit all other fishing. So these are the issues that the council needs to address. So we had ranked them at that time, the bottom two, as they need to be talked about now and looked at now. The compatibility, because it's ongoing and there is already much compatibility among the local governments and the and the federal government. So that got a rank of 2. Ranks are 1, 2, and 3. So 1 is very important. And finally, as I mentioned, the Turmalina and Abrila Sierra. So instead of protecting the spawning aggregations, there was a suggestion, protect the juvenile habitat. Now, most of the juvenile habitat for the species that we manage would be within the state or territorial waters. So that's really, I mean, and they are a part of the FMPs that we've had in place because they are mentioned as essential fish habitat as areas of particular concern, but we really cannot do anything about it. So the juvenile habitat, except for the deep water snappers, which would be, for example, Tourmaline Bank, has a report of juvenile blackfin snapper happening there. Other than that, most of the other juvenile habitat, it's in shallow water on the insular platform in the state waters. Okay, so those were the comments that you received regarding these kinds of regulations. If we can open the floor for discussion, that we can take notes and see where the council wants to change the ranking, give us more direction about how to address that situation, request from the local governments that we continue discussion of compatibility, etc. Mr. Chair?
Okay, any comments so far on this? Julian?
Joey McGrath for the record. So as it pertains to the MPAs for St. Thomas, St. John Shelf, we don't want the MCD, we don't want it reopened. The officials already agreed to that. We want to keep that closed. It's a 14 square mile closure, and we feel that it continues to stock our entire shelf with all the different species. It's not only for the red hind. As it pertains to the Gromanic Bank, I would like to see that kept closed also for bottom gear year round, and the seasonal closure during the spawning aggregation time. But what we would like to see is Grouper Unit 4 removed from the entire seasonal closure. Keep the Gromanic Bank, keep the Marine Reserve District, the MCD, keep that in place, but be allowed to fish outside of those closed areas instead of having an annual catch limit, having a seasonal closure, and having a complete closure. It's, you know, it's 3 different ways of protecting the same species, and I don't think we need to have that overkill. It's been closed. Those species have been protected for over 20 years, and I said so yesterday. I think it's time for us to be able to harvest. We're going to be looking at, of course, the ACLs. Of course, the landings are going to go up because we're now going to be able to catch during that period of time, but they're going to still be protected through the MCD and through the Gromanic Bank closure. That's what I would like to see for St. Thomas, St. John. So, Mr. Blanchard, if you want to help me out there.
I would have to agree with Mr. McGrath because I think we have given up enough. We had given up for a long time because this grouper bank was closed, and it was originally the grouper bank, which is now the Hind Bank. It was a very small area before where the groupers used to come up and spawn. Then it was extended and became the Hind Bank. Now we went to the Gromanic Bank. And I agree with him. I think we got overkill here. I don't see why, if you are keeping us out of the areas that these fish are spawning on, why we can't catch them outside, why we can't have a seasonal closure taken away, because they are there to breed for them 3 months or whatever. The area is closed. So, for me, I think we overkill. I think we are not asking for too much. Because really, if we got asked what a stack building, how long it takes to rebuild a stack, as far as I remember, it takes 10 years. We done gone double that time. So I mean, how much longer I could be a dead man before this ever get raised, if it ever get raised? Because it look like once we set on a target, once we got this in mind that this fish, about this fish, whatever the fascination is, right? We can't leave it go. It's like a dog with a bone. So I think we need to lift some of this, give us a break, and leave us make money. Because everybody else seems to be making money when they import it on an off season.
So some of the issues that specifically need to be considered when you open up seasonal closures or open up area closures is that there should be a monitoring type of program in place, because you are going to be overrunning your ACLs for those species that you're opening up to fishing, and that at some point will need to be accounted for. So all that, it's part of the information that we provided on the table. So if you're going to do X, you have to make sure that when you're doing X, you're doing a monitoring program of the sort so that your ACLs will not be overrun. You have to make sure that the seasonal closure covers for the recovery of that species. So that's part of what it's in there for this science center to look into, and that's where we're trying to put our priorities on the same level so that all that information can be collected on time if management changes, and people are not, fishers are not if the ACL is overrun, it's overrun because yes, your population has been increasing rather than for other reasons. So those things are considered in the plan of how to address these issues. But the first thing is an assessment of whether these MPAs and the seasonal closures have been working.
Julian.
Yeah, just to add to what Graciela just said also, you know, we would be even willing to have a size limit on these groupers. So, you know, it's something to consider also. Just like we did with the parrotfish in St. Croix. We left the parrotfish, but we gave a minimum size limit. And we can do the same thing. We can do the same thing, that the juvenile fish are protected so they can grow large also and continue to spawn in as the adults do. You know, we can look at stuff like that. You know, we're willing to work with the team and put something together. I don't think we're asking for a whole lot. And, you know, I know the science center has to do their job and evaluate and so forth. But, you know, it could be a working document that we get together as a team and we draft something up and see how it works.
I have Tony, Nelson, and then Vanessa.
You know, it's like they say, we want to give, but we don't want to give. That's my personal take on this. Because anytime you say but, everything else before that day, that done gone. What I see here is we putting obstacles in the way instead of saying, well, listen, we will give this to them. We will deal with what we need to deal with, the process, instead of trying to, let's say, shoot it down before it actually goes through. And my thing is this. I think we're reasonable about this. I think this is actually a reasonable thing. We're supposed to be here, according to the president, trying to open the fishery to make more money. But every time we try to open it, you want to shut it down. And I'm speaking from the point of a fisherman, because that's why he's sitting down here looking at this as. So you really want me to make money? You really want to follow the president's directive? You really want to stop imports, to shut them down to a certain degree, to slow that up? Or that's what you're telling us, but you don't really want us to do that? And that's my perspective sitting here. We could all make excuses for everything. I could make 100 excuses why something can't work. Give me one. Tell me one vision you have that this here will work. That's what I want to see. Instead of every time we ask for something, well, you know, this can't work because of that, or we have to do this. I don't want to hear excuses. And I'm coming back to it again. This is the fisherman sitting down here, not the councilman. Because the councilman would be saying, which I am saying, we need to stop this and use a different approach.
Graciela.
Part of in the review of effectiveness, I mean, that's the assessment that we're talking about. And anytime the council makes any changes to the management, there is an assessment of what that entails. So Maria talked yesterday about the biological and ecological effects, the social and economic factors, etc. So that's all part of what the normal business. The second part is that in the letter by the council and in that table that we have that we reference in terms of what needs to be done, there is a big increase in pushing for cooperative research with the commercial fishers. So in this case of Tourmaline, which was our first experience, they're getting paid the same as a scientist. They're being part of that same crew. So in this case, for example, in terms of removing Grouper Unit 4, in terms of opening up the seasonal closure, etc., one situation could be that there is that cooperative research that the fishers are, providing the exact data that it's needed to evaluate the impact of opening up that seasonal closure. That's just an example because cooperative research, it's one of the main points of EO 14276. So that's the council has that included in the table of priorities. Okay. Nelson.
I saw Blanchard that you want to follow up what you're talking.
We're talking about doing research. Every year, the college has gone in there and done a research on the Grumanek Bank as well as the Hind Bank. I mean, how much research we actually need. I brought it up to several council meetings where they are only sampling a part of a 14-mile stretch bank. Now, I ain't no scientist, but you can't tell me if you're looking at your hand what happening to your foot. You can't tell me that. I was saying from before that they are looking at, they are studying these bank wrong. The smaller Grumanek Bank, yes, that's a very small area. I could see that. Now, you're saying we will have to do more research. How much more research do we need? How many years have the college been going on this bank and studying this bank? Look at it. How many years have they, who making money off of this? The researchers, not us. You trust nickel and dime to come and show up on board, but to the end of the day, guess who getting the lion's share? It ain't us. It is not us getting the lion's share here. It is the scientist who is doing the research and everybody else who got a hand in it. And every time we try to put our hand in it, get slapped. So let me just lay it out how I see it. That's what's going on here. It's like every time I reach for the cookie, you slap me in my hand, I got to pull back my hand. You want us to have it or you don't want us to have it? You want this fishery to produce or you don't want it to produce? We overrun it, we get accountability measures. I say penalties because that's what it really is. So we are here talking and the president is promoting not buying fake seafood from everybody else. And when we got a real deal, all you want to shut us down. And I'm speaking from the fisherman's point of view because I think sometimes we got to hear the reality of it. Just like I was saying about Puerto Rico, we went from Puerto Rico being overrun and the lobsters to now they're okay. And then guess who suffers that penalty when that mistake is made again? It's us. To the end of the day, that's what it is. The only one who's suffering penalties here is us. Nobody else to this table that got any power outside of this room here is suffering any penalties. So let's be realistic as to who taking the blows here. We have always taken the blows because we are always on the receiving end. The government come in and tell us what to do, tell us what not to do. And believe me, don't get me wrong, I do believe in regulations. But I do believe sometimes we got the regulations so tight around our neck, we choking. When the fishermen, when they don't have no more fishermen to study, who are I going to study? That's my real question. Who are I going to study after we gone? Because we dwindling by the day. And are you helping us for that to happen? Because I'll be honest with you, if I had any children, I wouldn't encourage them to do this. Just having to deal with the pressure that is put on by the government and the type of job that we have to do. This is not a young man's job. This is not a forgiving job with age. And then we have to deal with the government trying to handcuff us every time.
Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson Crespo for the record. Recommendation for Turmarin and La Villa Sierra coming on for the frustration of the all fishing communities, commercial, recreational charters, that they cannot fish at hot areas for pelagics because you are protecting a reef fish. It's so frustrating because when the season comes, the close season comes, ironically is the hot season for pelagics in those areas. And even worse, we don't have any evidence through that moment that there's some aggregation of red hinds in Turmarin. That's why Fisher wants, to open both areas. And in my opinion, I would be more than happy if you open the water column and keep protecting the reef fish, because I recognize that it's needed. But también it's needed to allow the fishers, to fish for other species like the management plan in Bajo de Sico, that when it's closed, everyone can fish in the water column. Maybe sometimes you can catch a red hind or other species, but because it's closed, that fish have to be released. There's no problem. I don't see any problem, to open the water column and see maybe that's going to be, a fair move. Thank you.
Heather?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Graciela, for reviewing this with us. I have a couple of process questions and maybe a suggestion. We currently have 3 actions that we're working on. We've got USVI, spiny lobster. We also have other things in the rulemaking process, but currently that are still with the council. We have Puerto Rico spiny lobster that will be coming back to us at the next council meeting after we get more information from the SSC, and we've got the species matrix action. Species matrix, so I've seen 4, I think, different actions here on your list. Species matrix you had identified as a 1 on the previous slide, and then we have these 3. One of my questions is, could those 2 priority ones in the bottom 2 rows be potentially combined into one action? To me, I see a lot of overlap there, and then put into hear from the council about where they would fit into the priority list of the actions we have currently open. That number 2, priority number 2, we heard from Sarah yesterday that, I think to some extent, some of that's going to get addressed in the species matrix conversation and document. There might be actions that come out of that we need to develop a new amendment for, but I think we'll handle a lot of that in species 1. So to me, I guess I'm seeing that there might be one additional priority action that comes out of this, right? These comments and the results of this, that would be to review, right, the seasonal and area closures effectiveness. I heard you say, I think, Graciela, that we were expecting to get some additional data in September. I'm just wondering, A, where folks think this should fall into the list of actions that we currently have open, and then B, could we maybe while we're waiting for that, the results of that one study that's open, do like some scoping with the fishermen to just maybe as the first step, identify the list of all the seasonal closures and areas that we want to address in this evaluation, and like just begin gathering that data so we have a good starting point if we pick it up in August or December meeting.
Okay, so we have kind of been working on these seasonal area closures for various reasons. So the CCC, for example, had a group of area-based management. So all that information has been presented to the CCC because one of the things that the council had not prohibited was the use of trolls in the MPA. So now that's taken care of. In addition to what you see here, I mean, that regulatory amendment in terms of the other areas that are closed, that are other under the jurisdiction of the Department of Interior, for example, might have a little bit of a priority perhaps because it adds up to quite a large amount of fishing ground that has been lost to regulations. So that's part of the information that we had in the rationale for these, for keeping them separate, because those interjurisdictional issues end up impacting the same group of fishermen. So that was a concern that the council had. So that's part of the reason why they were kept separately, because one would have to deal with the other jurisdictions and bring them to the table. The other one had to do with the assessment that we can do for the data that are available.
Is the one you're talking about keeping separate priority number 2? Or you're saying there are those DOI closures or areas in the 2 bottom rows?
So I think I made a mistake. So you see the additional input on the Book Island Reserve, that should have been part of the bottom one, the last one of the MPAs, because they are MPAs under DOI. So my apologies for that. But that's also a problem of compatible and non-compatible regulations, because they promulgate regulations. The state and the territories promulgate regulations. So it should be all those players sitting at the table when we talk about this. But again, that's not the purview of the council. We understand that, but it adds up, and the economic impact, it's on the same stakeholders.
Vanessa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Of course, I support Nelson, Julian, and Tony comments and frustration that they just put in the record. But I have a question about this survey that is going on Tourmaline. Is there commercial fishermen from the area collaborating on this?
Yes, they in fact are 8 members of the fishing community from the West Coast, people who knew Tourmaline before it was closed, people who are still fishing, trap fishermen and divers that have been, that know the area. So all that was taken into consideration. There was a call for people to participate and come forth, and discuss the project, how it was going to be. So the exit meeting, it's taking place in the next month or so, and that's for the fishers that participated, so that the data analysis will be walked through with them to the end result of, what the recommendation coming out of that study is.
Okay.
So they're part of everything from the beginning to the end.
I'm just asking because, as you know, we are the biggest association and the high in divers, especially for these generations. And I don't know any one of them that it's working on this, just to let that in the record. And also, I have a second question. If this suddenly intention to open the Tourmaline have anything to be with the energy cable that is going to be passing from Dominican Republic to Mayagüez area?
I don't think that was part of the information that we received regarding the comments that were provided. I didn't see anything about the cables. That's another issue that, in terms of the habitat, has to be taken into consideration, because that was actually an HIPC habitat area of particular concern because of its function as a spawning ground. So if I've been asking about the cables RFPs and to see what's going to do, but I don't have the information with me.
Okay, just to let for the record, the company that is have this intention have been already 2 years around the Southwest Coast making the research, talking with fishermen also about the implications of that maybe this cable could be and how the fishermen feel about that. And also, for what I see in the original plans that they have, this cable passed through the Tourmaline area. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, in case of our job, we don't care about the table. We are supposed to respond because of MSA. And whether we open or keep Tourmaline closed depend of any issues related to the fishery of this area. The question for Graciela, what are the next steps? We have these comments, the schedule of events. I know that Genio is going to review this in the summer. He told us already. We are going to touch on it at the May meeting, the CCC. So in our terms, according to what you have read and everything, what would be the step of the Caribbean Council regarding any of this?
So our steps are whether the number one, whether the ranking that we have and the comments that you received and the comments that we provided to NIMS are all on the same page. So, for example, in terms of reviewing the MPAs and the seasonal closures, etc., the comments are telling you that that's what the public wants to see. Open up these areas, allow for the pelagic fishing of that area. So if you want to make it even finer grain, as Heather was proposing, please give us the information how you want it done, so that by April 30th, we can say, okay, so we reviewed our listing and we need to change. We're changing the last two to make it one, and then, change the ranking. So that's what I need from you.
Heather?
I do recommend that, like, the action type be more specific, and that we rank them sequentially, not like, so we don't have 3 number ones and a number 2, given capacity to move things forward, right? Like, I think it'd be helpful to know what is the highest priority for us to work on next after the 3 that we have in motion now.
So that's what you have to, the council has to let us know. Staff can then rework those as needed. So we don't have anything in terms of, what capacity is available, what funding is available. I mean, there is a lot of information here on what cooperative work could do. For example, contracting out, some of the assessments of these areas, etc. So given that, what would be the council's priority regarding MPAs and seasonal closures, which have been the hot topics this morning?
I want to make a comment to you. I want to make a comment regarding this list from the St. Croix Fisher's perspective. The U.S. Virgin Islands has 33 MPAs. So the fishermen feel like they're being pushed into one corner because St. Croix has a very limited fishing shelf available to them. Actually, Land Bank and a little elbow on the south shore of St. Croix, where the mutton snapper closure is, are the only 2 areas that fall in the EEZ. And most of the fishers feel like you're pushing them out, and they don't have any other grounds to go fishing in. And one of the things with those seasonal closures compared to a completely closed areas is that you have invasive species that settle into these areas, and there's no way of managing that because nothing's being done about the invasive species. Nobody can go fishing in there. Buck Island is probably the same thing. The fishermen feel that the column of water, like what Nelson was saying, you need to allow for pelagics. If, you're in 3,000 feet of water, there's no coral growing there. And that's one of the fishermen's complaints also. Ricardo. Oh, yeah.
I agree with Nelson. If you protecting a reef fish, ain't no reason why they shouldn't be able to drag line over that. Number one. Number two, I have in Maria write a motion for me to have this moving forward. And I like some support on it. So that's my statement.
Ricardo.
Ricardo Lopez for the record. Sorry if I miss anything, but talking about all this, I go back to the main principal question of Tony. If I got it right, I understood that you said, for how long? For how long are we going to have these regulations? Either closing the areas, the periods, for how long was his question? The principal question. Are we able to answer that question? What we have to do to answer that question?
The question is already answered in the regulation that we follow. There's a protocol for reviewing what we have. Actually, Tony mentioned the rebuilding of a stock for 10 years, but that's the minimum. If you take a fish like the Nassau grouper, the Nassau grouper matures 22 years old. So if you only take about 1.5 generation, we are talking about 33 years before the darn thing can be declared as open. So it all depends. So it's not set in stone. However, with the socioeconomy factor involved, the council have to look at the whole thing and see if our strategies, like the closures, are fulfilling the needs of the council, are helping the management of the fishery. So if at any time, and any time, by the way, once the plan is approved at the secretary level, it's no longer a council plan. It's a regulation approved by the secretary. So the action agency is the one who decides what to do in the future with anything. But any council can say, Mr. Secretary, we would like to review this part because we have new data, we have better ways of attacking the issue. We had issues, not issues, but we have new data for, hopefully that will happen in Puerto Rico in the next at the end of 3 years. We have finally recreational and fishery data that indicates that we need to review this. That's what we do. So in other words, we cannot tell the people we are going to open this by this year, but we can tell them this is the process to do it. And actually, now that I'm talking, in the case of Tumalin and Abril La Sierra, let's say that, and remember, when we started the whole thing, the idea was to open everything, monuments, et cetera, et cetera. And actually, Julian was contacted directly, and me and other people. And I talked to some of the key players, some of the fishers, and they said, Miguel, this can be open, but this one should remain closed because it works. Like, for example, Gramanic Band that we discussed it with Julian and other fishers. But there are immediate other areas that have been closed. And by the way, some of them are not closed by the local government, by the federal government. They are closed because of the local government. And we need to focus on what they told us to do, focus on those areas that are in the EEC, followed by the areas that I share. For example, Bajo the Seco is shared between Puerto Rico jurisdiction and the federal government, and the same with Tourmaline. So if at the end of the process we find that we need to revisit any of these areas, then we have to follow the process, prepare the documents and everything. So what Graciela is asking is, what is the pleasure of the council? What priorities are you going to give regarding this table?
So there is something called the management evaluation strategy that looks at the management that it's in place, and that's part of what we had in the rationale for some of these. So perhaps, I don't know if alongside at the same time that the CEDAR 103 and the Lobster 91 are taking place, this would be too much, but that would be a priority in this case from what we're hearing, revise what we have in place, see if it's working or not, but it has to be revised and assessed. So asking the Science Center if the capacity or the directive to perhaps among staff work on something like that, that would be the question that I have.
Actually, the question will be whether we want to review or not the MPAs and then what it will take to do it. And remember, 14276 recognizes that what they are asking is not going to happen immediately. So the question to the council, do you think that that we need to review, assess, take a look at the areas that we close and decide whether we should keep it closed, expand it, or do something with it? And then if the answer is yes, we need to ask also what it would take to do that. Do we need information from the center? Do we need information from the local governments? The priorities. Maria mentioned the priorities of the council because every time that you meet, you tell the staff to do this and that, but there's only 2 people here and maybe 1 there. We are not able to do everything. Yeah. In our case, the full technical staff is sitting right there. And Kevin told us that the stock assessment person is sitting next to him. So, Maria, do you think that this is something that can be addressed?
I think John wanted to say something, and I think Tony had and Ricardo, maybe they can propose motions that would deal directly with this. I think that what you have listed as number 1, the 2 number 1s, review possible redundancy regulations and seasonal closure areas, is pretty much the same as the other ways, because once you are reviewing the MPAs, which are the seasonal area closures, the redundancy of regulations will come up. So those 2 can be combined. These are the ones that are under, well, we will need to take care of the ones that are under our jurisdiction. The ones that are not under our jurisdiction, we could facilitate, a conversation about those. But what would be on our table is what we currently manage. Puerto Rico is talking about Tourmaline and Abril La Sierra. U.S. Virgin Island is talking about Gramanic, and the MCD with the seasonal closure, seasonal species closure for the groupers. So we could focus on those now that we're going to have some staff time because the CEDARs are not going anywhere for now. And then do those specific actions. And through that process, the information that is already available, the information that is needed, and all the questions that they have and possibilities. For example, they are mentioning that perhaps the size limit could be for the groupers. So all of those things could be included within that action. So we'll make it general enough so you can look into all of these things. But the staff would have to have a mandate to start looking into that through this process. So that's my take on this.
Thank you, Maria, because that's what we were discussing, but there maybe we need to have a motion to include all this. And then once we have the motion, we have to have the discussion and give the staff the mandate. This is what we want for what date you receive. So, Tony, you said that you were working on a motion is with Maria. Is that what you're asking for? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I have a motion that Maria is going to put on board here for me, on the board.
Okay.
So.
Yes.
Nicole, we are addressing the issue of marine areas to review it, and at this time, Tony will have a motion to address this issue and to see what are the next step, the instruction that the council would like to give to the staff. That's where we are at this time. So, Tony?
Okay, the motion is request staff to review the effectiveness and necessity of the seasonal closures for Grouper 4 in St. Thomas, St. John, considering other management measures that restrict harvest of the stocks and protect the habitat supporting those aggregations.
Within a second.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
Okay, so we have a motion to request staff to review the effectiveness and necessity of the seasonal closure for Grouper Unit 4 in the St. Thomas, St. John District, considering other management measures that restrict harvest of the stocks and protect the habitat supporting those aggregations. Moved by Blanchard, second by Vanessa. Ricardo, discussion?
Yes, one suggestion, just to put the word unit after number 4. Grouper Unit 4.
Yeah.
This address seasonal closures. Are you also considering the MPAs for the area closures? Or you could, so if you want to do that, you can say seasonal area closures. Do you want to do that in one sentence or you want to split it? Maria? Or Graciela?
One thing is what you're directing the staff to do. Another thing is the priority ranking that we have to send to NIMS to be aware. So these are very specific for what we're trying to do regarding the changes. And I was going to suggest if I can work with Maria for the refinement of what Heather had proposed regarding putting together those two and making it one, locking it in, so it would take care of the MPAs and the seasonal closures, and actually address this other issue that it's so important for stock assessment when you have so many other MPAs that we cannot do anything about it, but we can account for them and let everyone know that this is the sum of all those areas that are close to all fishing. So if it's okay with, I mean, you have to vote on this. I think this is a good directive for the staff to work on as an amendment to one of the, to the FMP for St. Thomas. So, but that's extremely specific for what we're trying to do regarding the priority listing for NIMS. So if I can just make a parenthesis and please vote on this so that it would give us direction on where we're heading. And then we'll refine those two priorities that we had, make it into one. And that would reduce again the number of ones that we have on the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Graciela. And this is Maria Lopez. And just to answer your question, Miguel, I think when the motion says considering other management measures that restrict harvest of stock and protect, we're talking about the marine protected areas that we were talking about. So if the council wants to add the names to the motion, that's fine, but this is gonna be the assessment. In relation also, like Marcela said, there's other marine protected areas that are not under our jurisdiction that we are pretty sure are contributing also to the protection of these populations. So I don't want to necessarily constrain it to what we are doing, but I think it's important to note, like she says, that, you know, maybe that connectivity of all those marine managed areas is giving protection for the species too. So that's why it's a little bit more general, although we do have, you know, several other measures like they mentioned in these areas that would also be acting to protect the populations of groupers other than in addition to the seasonal closures.
Thank you, Maria.
Area
That's what we wanted. As long as we have that very clear for the record, and especially the owner of the motion is clear of what is next. And then we are ready to vote because all this will be in the transcript.
Julian?
Yeah, Julian McGrath to the record. So like Maria just said, we don't have to list it out, but I think it's very important that what we can do in parentheses there is put example, Romantic Bank, Marine Reserve, the MCD, etc. We know it's more than those two areas that are protecting these species, but those are the two key areas that are protecting these species. And I think it would put a little weight to the motion. We put a little weight when looking into it. So that's just my suggestion. But you don't have to list them over. You put as example, and then you list those two, etc.
Okay, let me add this state. Exam. That's the same holes up there.
And we should include, if we're gonna mention that, we should include one from Puerto Rico, one from Virgin Islands, so we, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Etc.
People don't like etc. in motion, so you better put something there that will make sense besides etc.
So just take it off.
Yes, just mention, for example, yeah, so. Yeah.
Yeah, even among others requires exempla gracia, like e.g., like what? Really?
Yeah, I'm on other MCDs, not one of the ducks and geeses. So, Kate, do you think this is okay? Okay, she does. So, Vance, we're okay.
Okay, let me reread this. Request staff to review the effectiveness and necessity of the seasonal closure for Group of Unit 4 in St. Thomas, St. John. Considering other management measures that restrict harvest of the stock and protect the habitat supporting those aggregations such as the Hine Bank MCD and Germanic Bank, among others. I'm going to do a roll call vote. I'm going to start with Blanchard.
Blanchard, yes.
Nicole Angela, yes.
Ricardo Lopez, yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Heather Blau, yes.
Roberto Sabater, yes. Nicola Kelly, yes. All in favor, unanimous vote. No nays and no abstentions.
Okay, Maria, sorry to keep asking you things. Shall we do the same for Puerto Rico? Now, so, what is the pleasure of the council? You would like to also do the same thing for Puerto Rico?
So if I may interrupt.
Go ahead.
Before we go to the nitty gritty, we need guidance on whether you want what Heather had suggested of putting the language together for those two, combining the review of the MPAs, et cetera, and make it just one priority item, and that would be a 1. Is that the pleasure of the council?
I guess that's clear what we have been discussing, and it's in the record, but we're asking here is, do we want to do the same for Puerto Rico, or more or less would cover all the US Caribbean?
So two things. One, if we combine those two, that would cover all of the islands because it's, there are IMPAs in the west coast of Puerto Rico, in St. Thomas and in St. Croix. The staff could begin working on this one, and then the council can say, please review also Puerto Rico and St. Thomas. and St. Croix. But that's, again, if you want to do it by motion, that's a specific directive to the staff rather than at the higher level that we're trying to complete now.
Heather?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the difference I see, the question I have, so combining those two for the purposes of the deregulatory exercise and the response to headquarters about what are our priorities and in what order is one thing. But then it's like, teasing out specific actions that the council can take, right, to address some of those. And like when we combine, I do think those two should be combined because there's a lot of overlap. But I also don't think there's enough specificity in them to get to an actual council action, right? It seems like it'd be a really big amendment that could cover like so many different things versus there's a very specific thing that we can look at and move pretty efficiently. And so I guess I'm wondering, when you say, do we want to do the same for Puerto Rico and St. Croix, like, do we have other very specific things that we want to look at that's related to the, right, seasonal closure, area closure overlap that we would want to initiate new amendments on?
Okay, so if that's the specificity that you want in your priority list, then under a heading of reviewing the regulations that deal with MPAs and seasonal closures, the same motion that you have for St. Thomas, except for taking out the grouper unit 4, which is different for the islands, then that should suffice because that would be for Puerto Rico, for St. Thomas, St. John, and for St. Croix. Review other considering other management measures that restrict harvest of the stocks and protect the habitat supporting those aggregations, such as, then you can mention all of them. Is that then what you would like to see? So there will be a heading saying we're revising the regulations regarding MPAs and seasonal closures, and the specificity is for Puerto Rico areas on the West Coast, for St. Thomas areas, the two that are mentioned in this motion, and for St. Croix Land Bank and Mutton Snapper area.
I mean, I guess I'd like to hear from the other council members. Are there priority areas within those, right? It just seems like this is a lot to bite off. Are there specific areas that would be the highest priority? And then how do we prioritize those three relative to each other, St. Thomas, St. Croix, Puerto Rico?
So, Maria?
Okay, so I just want to clarify, see if we get this right. For what Graciela has, the priority rank, the presentation that she had, which is what the council needs to submit to NIMS. They want to see if they need to update what it is. So we talk about combining, and then NIMS is wanting a specific list, a specific actions, which is this, for example. So when the council need to tell us if there's any, like Heather said, if Puerto Rico and St. Croix, they would like to pursue actions that are related to this, correct? Okay, and then the council needs to rank how these are gonna go because it's gonna be 3 different actions. Okay, yep, just for the record, rephrasing, thank you.
And that's what I was like asking before, Mr. Chairman, do we need a motion for that, or it is clear in the record? You prefer to have the motion, isn't it? So I propose to allow Graciela and Maria help us with drafting that motion. And then the next step will be the motion. Do you need a motion for doing what you are talking about? Yes or no?
No, we do not need a motion for updating the priority list that will be submitted to NIMS. The motions that we're working on right now for specific projects would be, I think, will be the guidance that is given to the staff, and then that is specific information for those motions. We can put it in the updated priority.
That's what I'm saying. The priority is something else. But here, do we need to have something similar for St. Croix and Puerto Rico? That's what I'm asking the council to say yes or no. Do we need a motion, yes or no?
I believe we have this. I believe we should have something similar to this for Puerto Rico too.
Nessa and then Grossman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Before that motion, I need some assistance and some recommendations from the DAT, please, if I can give my turn to Nelson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gracias, Vanessa. I think it's necessary to move forward, this council move forward and make a motion for Puerto Rico.
And also for St. Croix. Gerson for the record.
So would a motion be something like request staff to draft?
Thank you, Miguel. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I will ask for put a motion for Puerto Rico and St. Croix. If Maria and Graciela can help with the language, please.
So for this motion to work, we will need to know specifically what you want to do. Okay, I'll help out a little bit. So in the priority list of actions that the council submitted, there are specific requests for Tourmaline and Abril La Sierra seasonal management areas to evaluate the pretty much the same thing, like effectiveness and necessity of this seasonal area closure in relation to other management measures in place. Now, the request from Puerto Rico may be a little different because while the one for St. Thomas and John's is focusing on the Grouper Unit 4, the objective for the seasonal area closures in Abril La Sierra and Tourmaline was for the red hind grouper. The red hind grouper has a seasonal species closure during the same time that these areas are close to fishing. So that would be the duplication of regulations that the council will want to evaluate as well. And then related to that, the modification of management measures, because the objective of these seasonal area closures will need to be evaluated to see if it's still is being fulfilled or not. So with that said, and then we'll deal with St. Croix if that's what the council will want to do. But we need guidance as to what specifically they want to do.
Thank you, Maria. In the case of the Tourmaline and Abril La Sierra area, we want to check if it could be open up to the bottom. Sorry, for the water column was still protecting the bottom. Yes, I need a clarification before of that. You're putting in there fishing for pelagic species because we asked for the water column, but in the case of tourmaline, it's specific for the red hind because of that is what is check on that.
Both areas, all three areas were originally closed for red hind.
Okay, so the motion is for request staff draft options paper for modifying the Tourmaline and Abril La Sierra seasonal management areas to consider fishing for pelagic species in the water column.
Allowing for fishing for pelagic.
I think that should be clear, allowing yes.
Second, Tony Blanchard.
Heather?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to offer Vanessa maybe a friendly amendment to tie this back to the objectives of the tourmaline, to the closure, like similar to what we had for the first amendment. So may I take a shot at that, and then you can help me refine?
Yes,
I'm
thank you.
gonna pull up like the original one. So maybe something like request staff draft options paper to review the effectiveness and necessity of the tourmaline and Abrir La Sierra seasonal management areas.
Can you say that slowly? Ya, ay, Cristina, una nada más se concentra, oye, uno nada más se concentra en seguir lo que ella está dictando. Go ahead, slowly. Let it go ahead.
She told me to wait.
No es que están buscando otra moción que ya te fuiste a decir. Ahora.
Request staff draft an options paper to review the effectiveness and necessity of the tourmaline and Abrir La Sierra seasonal management areas. Considering, so are all of these, is this all related to red hind?
Well, the original objective of these closures was to protect the spawning aggregations of the red hind during that time, December 1st to February 28th.
To allow, to also protect the functionality of the habitat and for the multi-species that spawn during that period of time in that area.
What about if we said effectiveness and necessity of the water column fishing prohibition in the Tourmaline and Abrir La Sierra seasonal management areas? Water column fishing prohibition? There's probably a better way to say this, but oh, that's a better way. A necessity of prohibiting all fishing in the Tourmaline. Let's do that. That's perfect. And then we could just put the period there. Yep. Okay. Do you like that, Vanessa?
Thank you, Heather, for the help on this. So the motion will be request staff draft an option paper to review the effectiveness and necessity of the prohibiting all fishing in the Turmarina and Abril La Sierra seasonal management areas. Yes, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's good.
Any further discussion on this move? Sabater?
So the way it's written now is gonna not only talk about the water column, it's gonna talk about the red hind too. So they're gonna be both checked.
Graciela, Graciela Maria, we are okay with that one? Okay.
Just a suggestion or oh, sorry.
Sorry, just wondered if we should add after areas relative to the management objectives, because that will get at to protect red hind, relative to the management objectives to protect red hind. That will get at what I think Roberto is bringing up.
Yes, Vanessa Ramirez for the record, I'm agree.
Yes, Tony Blanchard for the record.
Julian?
Okay, so we're revisiting the rules and regulations that are in place presently. This is what this is saying. And Nelson is saying, should we add in? And the reason for doing this is in order to see if the water column can be open. Okay, and I'm just asking that he asked me to ask because we're trying to understand.
No, I
Yeah.
got it, but yeah. Yeah. But I believe that it's clear for the record. Maria, the intending here, or do you need to add something else? So it's okay. Mr. Chairman, maybe we have to call the question and vote. It's you, I cannot do that.
Okay, so we're gonna take it to a vote. I'm gonna do a roll call. Sabater?
Yes, Roberto Sabater.
Heather Blau, yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Ricardo Lopez, agree.
Nicole Angela, yes.
Tony Blanchard, yes.
Carla Pachetti, yes. So the vote is unanimous. Maria?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so now that we have St. Thomas and St. John and Puerto Rico submitted their own motions, we would like to hear if the council members want to propose something for St. Croix, and what would that be?
Gerson Martinez for the record. We have, using the executive order 1427-6, I would like to ask the council to consider a spatial closure for the snapper ground to continue, but for us to have the ability to catch snapper outside of that targeted closure area that is in the southwest corner of St. Croix. Snapper is the only species in St. Croix that is close from shoreline to 200 miles out. And we would like for you guys to consider reopening the outer areas from shoreline. It's a need for not just the fishermen, but it's a cultural thing for person to go in the shoreline with their family and throw a line and catch a snapper to carry home and have for dinner. And the first half of the close season, they permit us to catch the snappers outside the spatial closure area. But when the last 3 months come into play, we cannot catch a snapper nowhere in the island. So we'd like to ask the council to do a seasonal, a spatial closure only for the mountain snapper for the 4 months, and permit us to catch the snapper outside of the closed area. And that's the closed area in the southwest corner of St. Croix.
So pretty much what you.
I would like to request a clarification. So are we talking about the Mouton Snapper aggregation area? So isn't that, are you referring to the little part of the, that it's in federal waters, right?
The whole, the state and federal waters can remain closed.
Okay.
What we want is the ability to catch them from the shoreline and in other areas. Because the law was passed years ago by Robert Mathis, that he made a law that you cannot possess or sell a snapper during the closed season, and they were closed from shoreline to 200 miles. So that affected our market and it affected our ability to catch fish in other areas. And they are all over right now.
There's
We've been seeing them in numbers in La Bank.
Gerson, we're going with what Maria is saying. Remember, we only can address the EEC. The rest is the local government jurisdiction. So what is exactly that you would like to ask the council to do within the EEC with that species?
Yes, Mr. McGrath would like to help me here, please.
Joey McGrath, all right. So I think what he's asking is similar to like what we asked for the Gromanic Bank and for the MCD, to leave that closed, but only during the seasonal closure, keep the mutton snapper bank, keep that permanently closed, but allow the fishing on the outside of the. So he wants the seasonal closure lifted. That's what he's trying to say. So like right now, they're in the mutton snapper season. It's closed right now, but it's closed from the shoreline to 200 fathoms. So what he's asking, 200 miles, what he's asking is during the seasonal closure, just have it for the bank of the spawn and aggregation itself, but leave outside of the bank open up. So lift the seasonal closure, but keep the snapper bank closure in place. Am I right?
Nicole.
Yeah, so I think I would like to make a motion that we request staff draft an options paper to review the effectiveness of snapper, and let's just go with both spatial and seasonal management in areas related to. Do you want all snapper species? Just mutton, related to mutton snapper. You don't want to add lane? It's okay.
Gerson, for the record, we don't have a fishery for lane snapper. They are
Okay.
here, but they're really tiny.
Tiny,
I've
okay.
never seen them
So
in
just for mutton.
marketable size.
So let's give the staff a few minutes so they can draft. No, mira, vamos a hacer lo de almuerzo ahora. Mira, porque ya tienen que, sí, vamos a hacer eso.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna break for lunch and finish this up.
You ready?
Mhm.
Wait, wait. No, pero es que
Okay.
Yeah, we would request staff to review the effectiveness and necessity of the spatial and seasonal closures for mutton snapper in St. Croix relative to the management objectives to protect mutton snapper.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
Any more discussion?
Any discussion or amendments that I would?
Uh,
Thank you. I guess I just have a question. The management objective to protect mutton snapper, should we tie that to like to manage it for optimum yield or relative to annual catch limits? You know what I mean? Do we want to tie it to?
Maybe sustainable yield?
Yeah.
Yeah, so then that would.
John?
Question, because I heard this is general and across all of the management, but the mutton snapper seasonal or this mutton snapper spawning aggregation closure seems to be something that's specific that is that something that people want evaluated out of this, like whether to lift that?
No.
Okay, then that's good clarity because that limits the scope. So that people are feeling as a useful management tool. Okay. No, I think it's just getting on the record what, so that we are clear to that that's not in scope for changing.
In that case, I wonder if we should remove spatial from the review the effective necessity of seasonal closure relative to the management. But not if you, Dr. Angeli, want to include that.
Go ahead, Seth.
Tonight?
I think it's necessary to review the effectiveness of both. The issue is that the reason they're both there is these are organisms that are all going to a directed place during a directed time for the purpose of spawn. So understanding the effectiveness of the regulations, which these are for limiting harvest during a biologically sensitive period for these organisms, you need to understand by looking at both of them to see which would be the most effective to limit the impact to the fishers. So I think it's important to have both of them in there for looking at that effectiveness and understanding whatever direction we go in for the next iteration of management, how it would have impacts to both of those things.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay, can I make one more suggestion to my edit? Maybe instead of adding that sustainable yield at then, I'm just thinking because of the spatial closure, I'm sure has different objectives. So maybe we could just say relative to their management objectives. Review the effectiveness and necessity spatial and seasonal closures for mutton snapper in St. Croix relative to their management objectives, period. And that would cover whatever objectives.
That's fine. I think that was the original intent.
Okay.
So, yeah, and I thought that maybe your suggestion had to been to limit the scope of all the management objectives.
No, that wasn't the intention. It was just the protect mutton snapper part. I wasn't sure what that meant. Okay.
I shouldn't say before lunch, but anyway, when we have this kind of discussion, this motion, people think, okay, they're going to eliminate that. They're going to eliminate this. On the contrary, probably at the time that you had the review, you need to have more restrictions rather than less restrictions. So let's get that clear, because we need this motion, what it says, we need to look at it, review it, and then come back to the council. Okay, this is what we found, and this is what you should do. So we have to make that very clear, because in the past, some people think, and they call me after the meetings, oh, they're going to do this. No, what we are saying is that we're going to review it and see it. So I believe that it's the owner of the motion and the seconder are in agreement.
Sabater?
Following what you're saying, shouldn't we say here what is the objective of what? Well, we haven't voted on it.
I know. So, we are at the stage of discussion. So what is your question?
Look, that the objective here is to open it up, not to close it all up. You cannot
do
say that?
No. The law says that you have to review and convince the secretary, this is the best option for this particular fishery. So what we're saying here, we're telling the scientists and staff, look and review this and come back to us and tell us whether any A, B, or C can be done. That's what we're doing.
Okay, I'm gonna, take it to vote, a roll call vote. I'm gonna start with Blanchard.
Blanchard, yes.
Angela, yes.
Ricardo Lopez, yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Heather Blau, yes.
Roberto Sabater, yes.
Carl Pachetti, yes. So unanimous vote, all in favor. Okay. So before we break, Heather?
Before we break, I'm hoping we can actually prioritize these, because now we have 3 new actions in addition to the 3 that we have open.
And that's what I was saying before. And ask Maria, if you were the side of priorities, what will you do? No, just tell us with your best opinion what we could do.
I cannot do that because they're all equally important, right? So I think that's maybe what we could do is look into the rest of the actions that we need to discuss today and see at the end of the day, like we normally do, come back to the list. And then by that time, the council has had some time to think about how this may go and then prioritize. How about that? Okay, let's go to lunch.
Okay. Before we break, I want to recognize our past chairman of the council, Mr. Vernon Brown. He's also a past senator for the U.S. Virgin Islands and a past commissioner for DPNR. Well, oh, you have to leave? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, we're gonna get started again. We have some changes again to the agenda and we're running out of time, so we're gonna try and knock these agenda items off real fast. So next on the agenda is Caribbean Marine Aquaculture Workshop by Jose Rivera.
Hi, good afternoon. It's not Jose Rivera. He cannot make it this afternoon, but I'm presenting on behalf of the organizing team. This is a short presentation that will summarize the results of the workshop that was held in Puerto Rico approximately a month ago. The initiative of this workshop actually started several months ago with the dream and expectation of exploring possibilities to increase production in the U.S. Caribbean. So mariculture is being lately seen as a viable alternative, and the workshop was specifically aimed to identify those potential collaborations and topics, important topics. It was held in a hybrid format, very participative, highly interactive, and approximately 60 persons attended in San Juan, and there were another 30 more or less online that were all the time continuously interacted through Zoom. Representation from 5 countries, as you can see in this table, were hosted there. It included mariculture initiatives that focus on restoration initiatives in Puerto Rico, most of them with several species, as well as commercial mariculture taking place throughout the region, and that were from Panama, Dominican Republic, Guadeloupe, and online we have Jamaica, even though they didn't present at this time. There were representatives from the state governments and the federal authorities, as well as one donor that are actually working on providing funding for sustainable aquaculture. As I mentioned before, the main objective was to extract and learn from experiences existing or in the past that can support the development of new collaborations for planning and evaluating possibilities for developing mariculture in the U.S. Caribbean. The workshop report is expected to be completed in August this year, and a potential follow-up meeting is also being considered. The mariculture workshop learned from the experiences of those actors that I described before, but the most important, perhaps, outcome of the encounter was the development of planning sessions through 2 different techniques, the PESTEL and the SWOT. And that was divided in 2 subgroups too. One that was the commercial industrial mariculture, and then was the restorative mariculture. So the following slides will briefly present the main topics that those 2 subgroups discusses on different perspectives. So our start with the PESTEL. PESTEL is a planning tool that includes and evaluate in macro scale the several of the factors. And this is the first, the political factors, strong policy interest, permitting complexity, limited resources, and regulatory fragmentation were discussed in these groups. On their economic factors, this list was discussed and pros and cons on this initiative were on their different perspective recommended or evaluated. On social factors, mariculture was recognized as a good potential for security in food and communities, but also discusses how it might create some conflicts with different users and different use of the maritime space. And so those different complexities were analyzing and view on how they complement and not be conflictive. Technological factors, that was a company that and other experiences that were received from this workshop and recommended to develop specific tools and methodologies to accommodate to threats and challenges that activities when you are working at sea are experiencing nowadays, particularly through the US Caribbean. As environmental factors, these four were also highlighted: favorable ocean conditions, hurricane exposure, water quality risk, and climate impacts, in particularly those from sargassum. On the legal and regulatory aspects, these other four were also discussed in deeper context. Improving permitting process, the Jones Act constraints that maybe make transportations a little bit and supply chain a little bit expensive, some restrictions on labor laws, and a lack of multi-agency coordination among agencies were highlighted on many different perspectives. Now going through the SWOT, which is the strengths, these four were considered. Pristine waters, specifically where you work outside in the more oceanic environments, the access to the US markets, the potential for receiving federal support. I mean, not only technical, but also economical or funding support, and the availability of having research institutions to collaborate with the research that is needed to overcome some challenges. Weaknesses were identified as infrastructure gaps, high costs, limited workforce, and investment challenges. While opportunities highlighted again the aquaculture that can be successful most involve the community, the local communities. So that they need to be involved since the beginning, and they can participate through different stages of the business, but it's also to learn and include their local ecological knowledge in the development of these initiatives. Species diversification were highlighted frequently, so they are not competing with local markets from the fishing industry. And then the value chain development that is important for the mariculture to go through the entire process of the value chain. Threats in that context were highlighted as these four: important competition, political uncertainty, climate risk, and poaching. So the last slides that I'm going to present to you refers to overall recommendations from both analyses. So secure long-term policy is definitely a key issue if you like to establish activities, industry that is for a stay for a long time and longer term. So there is a need to invest in hatcheries, and those hatcheries can support the development of community participation and other local enterprises in the industry and the mariculture activity in general. So there is a need to adopt resilient technology given the fact that the natural events are becoming extreme. And so there's a need for adaptation to those changes in the environment. And then, as I mentioned before, what highlighted the most needed participation of local involvement. These other recommendations were by consensus from everyone. So create a technical mariculture team within CIRO, the regional office at NOAA, and NOAA. The invest in hatchery is very important for initiating the industry, but that will need to take into consideration not to compete with the fishing markets. Recommendation for the utilizing of some species that are predominantly filter feeders could be relatively easy to pursue and was recommended. And again, the participation of local community was enhanced. So with that, I conclude this presentation. If you have any question, I will try to answer. I was there. Many of you were there too. But we have online a couple of the team organizing. And if at last point we didn't come up with a response, so we have Miguel here too. Thank you. And if you have any questions, we will happy to address those at this time. Vance?
Yes, Martha, thank you. You pretty much covered all the topics that were discussed in that meeting. And I want to thank Miguel and the council for inviting me to participate also. But there were two things that caught my attention that I think were given the most amount of time in the discussion period. And one was the permitting process. That's one thing that really scared the potential aquaculture investors. That was one. And the other thing that they made public was the situation of hurricanes, because we're within the hurricane belt, and that's why many of these companies moved elsewhere, like Belize or further south to Panama, away from the hurricane belt. There was a lot of time on discussion on that, but you covered all the important topics. Thank you, Marta, and thanks, Joe Rivera.
Appreciate it, Vance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson Crespo for the record. I'm going to read some concerns that are coming on from the fishing community that participate, especially in the Sea Grande meeting that we celebrate in the west coast of Puerto Rico after the mariculture meeting. Mariculture could be an alternative to contribute to the supply of fresh fish on the island, but we must be very careful. Attempting to farm fish similar to those that we catch in the Caribbean would create a direct competition with local fishing, potentially leading to the displacement of the local fishermen. Following the mariculture workshop held a few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to participate in a meeting at the Sea Grande office where leaders in the fishing industry were present. Their main concern was about the species to be cultivated that could bring direct competition affecting the local fishermen and species, eventually leading to their displacement from the market. There is also a concern that access to fishing will be prohibited in areas where these activities take place. This is a great concern about the pollution of surrounding habitats and ecosystem due to the large amount of sediment and waste that would be generated. They expressed concern about the possibility of an increase in predators in those areas. Should an accident occur, whether due to atmospheric event or other cause, this species could escape and become invasive, impacting local species. They also inquire who would be responsible for removing the infrastructure, as it would pose a significant danger to navigation and surrounding habitats and the ecosystem. That is if an accident occurs. On the other hand, it was also mentioned that mariculture, if it doesn't compete with local fishing, could help supply fresh fish to the island. It would be a great opportunity to train fishing communities so they could integrate into the process and generate additional income. There's a significant concern, and it is necessary to develop an educational campaign in Spanish that is simple and easy to understand. Consideration should be given to taking leaders in the fishing industry to sites where the mariculture is being developed so they can see the process from the first hand. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Nelson. I would like to ask Kylie or Jose if they can respond anything to the letter. Huh? It's open if you are there. In the meantime, I find out if they are present and can able to talk. I just wanted to remind that actually those two topics were continuously discussed in the session, and they are aware. However, the educational part in Spanish maybe is something new that the organizers need to be considered. Kylie, would you like to say anything more?
Hi, Marta. Thank you, and thank you for that feedback. So yes, definitely those concerns, the majority of those concerns were also discussed during the workshop as well, concerns regarding potential displacement, but also potential opportunities to provide fresh seafood as long as it's not duplicative or competitive with the species that are locally wild harvested. And there was a mention and a need to enhance the education opportunities and programs to provide those opportunities and be collaborative with the local communities as well. So those are certainly points that were resonating in the workshop as well. So thank you for bringing those to our attention today.
Is there anything else that you would like to comment? Yes, Julian?
Yeah, Julian McGrath for the record. I thought the meeting overall was a very educational meeting and a lot came across the board. And I think it was very important that the stakeholders were involved in the process of the discussion because it opened up a lot of dialogue and what would really affect the fishing communities, both USVI and Puerto Rico. I know at one point there was a discussion with Miguel on the meeting that we were considering forming a committee where can continue the process of discussing the mariculture here in the Caribbean, and I don't know if that's still on the table where we could I think if a plan is created the correct way, I know the Virgin Islands, Nicole and her team is working on a lot of stuff. I think if we bring the managers to the table and all the user groups at the table which can create a plan that would work. Investor, somebody's coming in, all right, we hand them this plan. It could be a working document that over the next 3 to 5 years, you work this document until it's tweaked to the right where you want it. That someone coming, or we want to do agriculture, aquaculture, or mariculture, we hand them that folder. This is what is expected, and this is how we need to move forward. All of this is laid out for them, and they know right off the bat, well, am I going to invest $5 million to get involved in this? This is all what I need to do. Exactly what Van said. The permitting process seems to be the most lengthy part of the whole process, which can take you anywhere from 3 to 5 years. And I think with creating a plan, that timeline can be decreased. But when you start, oh yeah, I get this, and then all of a sudden you're in a minute of a application process and your administration changes and your administration decides, well, we want to change the requirements around. Then you got to start all back over, and we are already invested all of this money. So I just want to throw that out there. But overall, I'm very happy that we were engaged in that meeting. I thought it was a good meeting.
I just wanted to conclude my presentation saying that as we learned in the meeting, the working on mariculture is not an easy task. It requires a lot of dedication, not just funding, but it needs to overcome several different challenges at the same time and perseverance. As fishing industry is perseverant through their history, mariculture is expected to be the same way. So production together, mariculture and fishing are call an invitation for go on the same path collaboratively. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Any more questions for Martha? Okay. So next, update on NIMS risk value prioritization framework for managed stocks.
Chair, I'll take this very quickly. NIMS has sent a letter through the CCC announcing that there's going to be a pause on the June 30th deadline for responding to the risk value matrix, and that NIMS is looking forward to working closely with the councils on further developing out some of the ideas and quantitative information that was used in that. And just to refresh people's memory, that was presented in 2025 to the councils at the CCC as a way of helping to prioritize which species may need to get full federal management and which might be able to be taken out of the management units. It then expanded a bit to include economic analyses and then risk analyses based on environmental risks to some of the stocks. And then one of the concerns that was raised among many by the CCC as well as some of the individual councils, one was that they needed more time. Now there's a lot more time to work on that together. Two, that there were questions about how the economics were calculated. Those we've worked with each of the councils to better flesh out how the economics are worked out. And then three, that it didn't include a very good understanding of the social and cultural importance of species. And this was raised particularly by the Pacific Islands Fishery Management Council, and we think it also is quite applicable to this council in terms of many of the species may not have as high of economic value as they have a social and cultural value. So to address that, our staff have put together a pilot survey to determine and to try to poll opinion on the social and cultural value of different species. This right now is working its way through an initial expert group to at least evaluate the efficacy of that survey and whether we're asking the right questions. And what I guess we want to get from the council here is that can be done in three really three steps of increasing time and complexity. Noting that if the goal is to be able to inform the matrix of stocks that you might choose to take out of the fishery management unit, do you want that information, number one, on the social and cultural value of species, or is that already inherent in your minds? And so if that's the case, that you want that information from us, if you don't and it's good, then we'll stop here. If you do want that information, we can either use an expert group, of which the council members could be included in that, because I think that that number falls underneath the Paperwork Reduction Act in terms of the number of people that could poll, and that could be just council members. Then if the goal is for full stakeholder inclusivity, then that's going to have to go through the Paperwork Reduction Act in terms of, and that would take longer to get that kind of a survey fully approved through that process. That could take 6 to 8 months, in which case it may not be available in time for the inform the matrix. So really the decision is, do you want that information from us? So how much investment in time and energy? Thanks.
Sinai?
This wouldn't be in a comment to John's question, but just another thing that I wanted to point out or ask about the aquaculture workshop. And was there any discussion towards changing the structures that exist in the U.S. Caribbean for research and extension? Because beyond just permitting, I find that that structure right now is prohibitive towards the development of more research and extension towards aquaculture, which in my opinion is one of the more limiting factors to developing it as a true economic industry in the US Caribbean. And so I didn't see that listed on the outcomes from the workshop, and I was wondering if that was discussed specifically, you know, how we've structured funding for aquaculture in the Caribbean and the necessity for partnerships between things like Sea Grant, which doesn't exist in all areas, or for things like NRCS, you know, for funding extension work towards that kind of things that actually other jurisdictions use to fund aquaculture for restoration. So I didn't know if any of those had come up at the workshop. And I think those would be important things to include beyond simply just identifying which species, because developing those kind of programs, which, you know, Puerto Rico has done for a lot of the freshwater aquaculture that they've done already, would be important for moving towards the mariculture space, which we can do that process through extension and research if it's adequately developed and funded.
Miguel?
Yeah, we discussed it actually, and there are internal conversations in all fisheries. One idea came out to have a unit in the Southeast region, and they have some of the components of that unit from the center and the regional office that will look at the possibility for mariculture from the standpoint of the point of view of science. They are not going to be involved in many money given program, but they can look at the science related to mariculture, species composition, socioeconomy of the mariculture. Also, the local governments are going to be, in the case of Puerto Rico, it was in the newspaper the other day, the governor is trying to streamline the process of permitting. And Dr. Angeli also presented to us what you already did in the Virgin Islands with the initiative that started in 2026. The other thing is that Sea Grant, they already have a program or a project with money for the development of mariculture in the U.S. Caribbean. They are looking at the outreach and education component of that. And also they need to focus on what type of mariculture we're talking about. Mariculture to produce marketable size fish, agriculture for replenishing some of the areas like the Queen Cone in Aguabo, others that are just at the earlier stage, like some in Culebra, for example, they have TNC money to work with the local fishers and develop the oyster farm that they have. So all that was discussed. It's just that in the summer it's very difficult to put that together. The other thing that they mentioned is that the mariculture is mostly the local government venture, and the federal government can supply, as we say, information, etc., that they might need. But the conclusion of the mariculture society, mariculture workshop, keep calling society, is that the local governments are the ones who have to initiate with the collaboration of the federal government as much as possible. That's what we did. I don't know if that answers your question, but those were the points that were considered by the workshop participants. Genio, Mr. Piñero, who was the one who started the whole thing, he believed that these components that I just mentioned are important for him then to, let's say, plan ahead for the thing that NOAA Fishery has. We already have, as you all know, aquaculture opportunity areas. But the problem with the $1 million, the first part started in the Gulf of America, and the other half is in the south of California. So we expect to be included sometime in the future, but at this time, those are the two main areas. So the regional office, Andrews and Kylie, they were involved in this. So what the NOAA Fisheries want to do just to go ahead and see, side by side with the aquaculture opportunity areas, look at what we can do here. Of course, we are not fooling ourselves. There's a lot to do for some of these projects. The fishers made a point, I remember, I guess it was Julian, do all the aquaculture you want here, but sell the fish in some other place because they don't want the competition. And the other thing that they mentioned is that if you have a hurricane event and the Campechanos is losing the water, what will happen to the local population? So those are the kind of things that SIGRAN is working now. And they will have a pilot project where they have, it seems that they are ready to deploy some large cages on the west coast of Puerto Rico, and they will produce information for that. They also have seed money, something that you mentioned. They have seed money, not specific for aquaculture, but they have seed money that can be used for starters, for projects that can start working on mariculture here. Somebody asked you about the investment. Well, the investment is time and money. And right now, Jose Rivera is in Panama looking at some companies. Investments go from anywhere from $1 million to $7 million for the mariculture venture on cages. So all that was included. In the case of the Caribbean, the group mentioned that we should look at the using cages that sink whenever you have a hurricane venture. But those are very expensive. The technology is there, but it's expensive. So all that you mentioned was discussed at that time. We will have the transcription. So for anybody who wants to have the transcription, Christina put it together in the webpage so anybody can look at it.
Any more comments? No, we need.
It's not a comment. It's a question to John because I'm not 100% sure that I understand what he was just talking about. The species, what you were talking about, what does that pertain to? The presentation, what you just gave.
So we're in the process of identifying the species that might be taken out of the fishery management. That's the matrix conversation that's going on. The risk value matrix was something that NIMS was putting together for each of the councils, which quantified the economic value and the risk of species that could have helped inform that, but it's not going to really be ready. And NIMS has put a pause on that. So the question is, and one of the concerns that what came up was that that matrix did not adequately take into account the social and cultural value of species, which is, I think, a fair criticism. So we in our science center put together an initial survey to try to gather that information about which species are valuable beyond just economics. It's right now internal. We would like, in a perfect world, to make that external so everyone can participate in that. But the timing of that may not inform the matrix. So the question is 2 stages. Do we just go to council members? Because that's less than the 10 that we would have to get high level approval. Or do we take our time and make it so that it can go to everyone? Thank you.
Thank you. So I did understand it right. So I would like, because of the timeline, if the council can take a look at it, at least you guys communicate with all of the fishers already. So, and we could answer some of your questions if you have. I think that it should be overlooked with you guys at the council level. It's a recommendation from us DAP members. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding it wasn't tied to the mariculture, because when he asked the question, it threw us off from the question on the table if anybody had any questions for you. So thank you for the clarification.
Miguel?
Yeah. Just following what he just mentioned, this is a rapid way of looking at the questions that we have. So let's say that we have the council participation. The people who can participate are here, right here in this meeting. So we can have a committee of council members, the 3 DAPs, and then we will have to have the questions there. So anyway, that's the idea that we were thinking of the lunch break. And that's what John wants to hear from the council. What is the pleasure of the council? How you like to proceed?
Vanessa?
Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Thank you, John, for the clarification, and Julian for make the question. Yes, I think that we are going to take that recommendation, and as Miguel says, be part as councils, and including the DAP members is the best way to proceed as fast as possible on this. Thank you.
Any more? I think we already did our listing, right? The DAP submitted their listing. Oh, okay.
That's what John is saying. You have several different rationale for keeping the species or put them in the other category that he mentioned. What he's asking now is look at the sociocultural component, because maybe the species doesn't have, let's say, the abundance, et cetera, that you think is important for keeping them in the management unit. But there are some other species. For example, you have the parrotfish. Parrotfish, socioculturally speaking, is very important for St. Croix, and we are in St. Croix today. So if we tell the people, well, we're going to drop all the management for parrotfish because of the 14276, the question is, what will happen to the fishery? What will happen to the fisheries that depend on that particular fishery? So there we have a couple of species, not all of them, but we may identify species of parrotfish that, socioculturally speaking, are important for St. Croix. And therefore, we should keep it in the management unit. That's just an example. We did this in July with all the members of the groups, and we came up with a listing. But at that time, we were not talking about sociocultural. And also, when we have the sociocultural, we have to identify the right information. We need to, in some cases, like Brent said, anecdotal information is as good as paper that have been written some time ago. So I believe that the next step, John, my question is, what will be the next step, practically speaking? When do you expect the council to meet, et cetera, to comply with your answer question?
Chair, well, right now, in this case, given if we stay under the 10, then it can go right to council members, immediately, and we can submit it to council members. And it's a very, very easy survey to take. I took it to test it, and I think it could maybe get polished in a bit, but it's useful because it makes you think about species that might have a high cultural value and social value, and then you have to write down what that is so that we know that information. So I think it could happen right away because we wouldn't have to worry about PRA.
So in that case, we have 10 members. One of them is a RA representative, and that means that we have 6. And we can include the 3 chairs that we have here, plus 6 members of the council for that survey. And with that, we can, you can send the survey to these people if they want to help. Do you need anything else at this time, John?
No.
Okay. So next we have the evaluation of managed stock needs for conservation and management. Sarah?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to, yes, be running through the evaluation of managed stocks. And these are the stocks that we manage under the 3 fishery management plans. I know we've been calling it matrix, and I apologize if there's any confusion in terminology. So I'll try to be as clear as I can as we walk through this. Next slide. So again, this process will eventually result, if we go forward with it, in either one amendment that modifies each of the 3 plans, or maybe 3 separate amendments. It's just going to depend in the road, but it's going to require an amendment. It's not just something that we can just do. And so, as I showed yesterday with those purpose and needs statements, we always want to kind of talk about upfront, what are we doing and why are we doing it? So for this review of our managed stocks, what are we proposing to do? We're proposing to maybe change, refine, update the list of stocks that we manage under those fishery management plans to only include those that are in need of federal conservation and management at this time. We did that process when we developed the fishery management plans. And so now it's been a few years, we're just kind of taking a pulse point and going through that process again. We also want, from the species that maybe no longer require federal conservation and management, to reclassify any of those that maybe should be retained as an ecosystem component species because of their importance to the ecosystem, the Caribbean ecosystem. And then if there's any left over, maybe remove those completely from the fishery management plan. During development of the fishery management plans, they talked about ecosystem component species, but none were ever classified as such. So now, again, we're coming back and we're just kind of looking at how we manage and seeing, does anything need a facelift? And so why are we doing that? As was described in the fishery management plan, some of these stocks that we're managing are not actually targeted by either the commercial or the recreational fishers, but they were included in the plans due to their importance to the ecosystem. So those stocks may be better suited as ecosystem component species. So they would still be listed under the management plans, but as an ecosystem component species, they wouldn't require some of the management measures that the managed stocks do, like annual catch limits and accountability measures. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. And then finally, a secondary reason to why are we doing this now is we do want to improve efficiency and effectiveness of federal fisheries management for the stocks that we manage. Next. So how are we proposing to revise this list? We definitely want to make sure we comply with all the mandates under the Magnuson-Stevens Acts and the national standard guidelines, which I showed those in the previous presentations at the December meeting and the August meeting. I'm not going to show them here, but I have them listed in front of me. So for instance, is the stock a target of the fishery? Can the fishery management plan actually improve or maintain the condition of a stock? That one might come into play with, for instance, dolphin. So we have these factors to consider. We definitely want to kind of make sure we have those. And in today's presentation, we've talked a lot about the matrix previously, but in reviewing and preparing for this meeting, we kind of realized we also need the process. So we don't want to just know, like, how are we going to use the matrix to maybe select or not select species. We want to know, what steps are we going to take? How are we going to do that? Because we want to do it in a effective manner, that stepwise. So today I'm introducing a new term, the decision tree. It's basically just a flow chart that helps visualize the process. I took an example here from one that the Science Center has shown you previously. And again, it's just like step one, and you do the step, and the next step is yes or no. And then you move to the next step and yes or no. So it's a similar kind of process. That's just showing what a decision tree helps you do. And so we're going to kind of walk through our yes or no questions, our steps, and then kind of some thoughts for each of those steps, things that we want to think about that might help us make those yes or no questions. Obviously, all of the information that we've gathered for the matrix, landings, history of management, what criteria was it originally included under, what's the productivity and susceptibility score assigned by the SSC, all of that information is already in the matrix. And so we want to think about how can we use the matrix as a tool, but also are there other things that currently aren't in the matrix that are maybe more qualitative that we want to consider. And so those are in this slide going to be called maybe criteria under each step. Next slide, please. So here's a high level overview. Right now we have 4 steps of our decision tree. And then so we're going to only start with a list of species under each FMP. So we're not, at this time, we're not proposing to add new species. So step 1 is going to be to retain species that are determined to be high value or high risk. And then the following slides, I'll go through kind of like how we might do that. Step 2 would then be to retain species that are targeted by this fisheries. And then step 3, the next thing is we might want to retain species that are benefiting or could benefit from the current management structure. And then lastly, from you're going step by step, kind of take a look at what's left and maybe reclassify any that we've retained or not retained as ecosystem component species. And then we really want to kind of tie that to the role that they play in the ecosystem. So you could have different roles in the ecosystem, but we really just want to be very descriptive on, for instance, corals are the base. They are the habitat that forms the ecosystem. Parrotfish are ecosystem engineers, if you will. I think that's what the original FMP called them. So they all have their different roles, and maybe they don't. And if they don't, then we just note that, and that'll help us just kind of describe everything again at this point in time, our understanding of our stocks, and that'll help us revise the list. Next slide, please. So taking a closer look at step 1, which was to retain species that are determined to be high value or high risk. Again, we're only starting with what we currently have. One thing that we could think about are which species are currently determined to be overfished. Maybe they need to be retained. Also, which species are currently listed under the Endangered Species Act. Maybe those need to be retained. And then species groups that are high value or considered to be high risk. And from that, we could use the productivity and susceptibility scores, or the information from the July 2025 ad hoc committee. All of that data, as I mentioned, is already included in the matrix. So if we have kind of a metric to use, we can go say, okay, we want the one that the group, the committee, which other committee you're looking at, SSC or the ad hoc, determined were high value, high risk, and those get put in a pile. So that's kind of how we're doing it. These are just things to consider. It doesn't mean it's an absolute at this point. It's just things we want to consider. So as we walk through each of these steps, I'm going to just ask the council if there's anything that you think should automatically be something we should consider, like a criteria, like that kind of information, and it's not here, please let us know. Next slide. Step 2 was to retain species that are targeted by the fisheries. And so for this one makes the most kind of logical sense. We have data, let's use the data. So you set some sort of threshold based on your commercial landings, based on the recreational landings. And granted, that was only for a certain period and it was mostly for Puerto Rico, but we're not limited to those things. We can go outside based on other information that we have. For instance, the catch validation report project. So that's kind of what David was reporting on yesterday, the MER consultants. Like, as I mentioned, the recreational landings, we could get together with both the Puerto Rico DNR and the USVI DPNR and say, even if you don't have anything that's finalized, do you have preliminary information that might help us answer these questions, or whether or not the species is targeted by either the commercial fishery, the recreational fishery, some combination of that. We really want to kind of get everything that we can and not just be limited to commercial landings. And then also, as we're thinking about what's targeted by the fishery, we do want to, if it makes sense, kind of come up with a level of landings that kind of correlates to, they really don't target this species. This is either bycatch or it's just non-targeted. And so that's what the de minimis threshold is. Again, it was something that the council kind of deliberated upon when putting together the FMPs, but it just never got put in stone. There was so much to lift and that getting those FMPs in place. So, but we can do it now. So for instance, it does not make sense to maybe have an ACL of 77 pounds. That's just, especially if it's a larger size fish, you catch 5 and now you're over. So we want to kind of take a look at not just what they might be targeting, but at what levels, and kind of really kind of include those in whatever future options or alternatives you guys might see and review and vote on. And again, with these, as I mentioned, we want to use all information we have. So any information that was provided by either that July ad hoc committee or previous district advisory panels, we want to include all of that information. We definitely want to build upon everything that's been discussed since these FMPs have been in place. Next. Step 3, retain species that are benefiting or could benefit from the current management structure. And our first question that we thought of was, is the management structure that's in place now, either just federal or the combination of federal and territorial, is that supporting the sustainability of the species? And we thought that maybe we could look at, for instance, are there fishing prohibitions for the vulnerable species? Of course, we would have to define what we mean by vulnerable. Are there size limits in place to protect juvenile individuals? Are there seasonal closures to protect fish during their critical periods when they're getting together to spawn? Are there management measures in place that limit how many you can remove? So that's either going to be a recreational bag limit or potentially a commercial trip limit. Are there gear restrictions for a specific species to try to protect it? And the best example we could think of there was, we don't allow spear gear to harvest spiny lobster. So these are ones that we thought of in yesterday's discussion with the dolphin and wahoo. Maybe we want to add a criteria about, whether it's managed at an even higher level, at that state level is what I believe what we were calling it yesterday, like WCAFC, ICAT, some of those broader things to maybe try to help with the question of those few pelagic species that we have that are here for a short period of time and then in someone else's jurisdiction. So that's something we could think of maybe that we would want to look at under this step. It could also go in a new step if we thought there was a better step to add. But for right now, this is kind of where we flagged that we might want to add something to try to address that based on yesterday's discussion of dolphin and wahoo. Next slide, please. Last step that we put together, step 4, is to reclassify any of the kind of remaining species, the ones that we didn't say, yeah, this one probably needs to be kept retained in the FMP. So the ones that we either don't know about or maybe we do know about that aren't targeted but are important, we want to go ahead and reclassify them. So again, we need to identify what their role is in the ecosystem because we really want to protect that. So is it habitat? Is it a grazer who might provide settlement, substrate for more coral? The habitat engineers, that's what I was trying to think of earlier too, who regenerate nutrients that are stored in sediments. Is it bait for other species that we do want to manage? Like I think, I forget, you use maybe little tuni for bait to catch some of the other fish. So again, like we really want to know which of these species that maybe you don't target in your top catch, but they're important to you, to the ecosystem. We want to do that. And we do have some of that already identified if it was captured in the FMP. So the FMP kind of went through and described each species that we're managing and where those discussions came out in either SSC meetings, council meetings, DAP meetings. We tried to include that information. So we do have some of it, but again, that's the type of information we want to collect during this process. And then, of course, is there any other essential value that maybe is not listed here that you know of a fish does that maybe that's why we don't want to remove it completely. We want to classify it as an ecosystem component species. And so we just kind of keep an eye on it over time. And so I did have a note that the selection criteria that was used, so there was A, B was removed, so I'm not going to count B. A, C, D, and E, you had 4 criteria that were used to assign and include species. That's all in the matrix, and so we can look at that too right off the top if that makes the most sense. Next slide. Next steps is just, again, input on anything that was said here today, that was said yesterday, that you don't see here, that you want us to consider as we're taking all of this information back home and getting a group together to look at options to bring back to you. And then the criteria is just those things that we need to think about. So the order of operations, and then what questions do we need to be asking? We did get a lot of that information yesterday for the pelagic, so we will update and bring that back. And then, yeah, so NIMP staff and council staff will work together and develop that options paper for the August meeting. And so, of course, during that time, we do want to get input from DNER and DPNR, again, to either ask for things we're missing, to get their input, to make sure that if they think a species is mandatory, for instance, they just did compatible yellowtail snapper size limits in the USVI. So they would probably want us to keep that to just be compatible. So those types of conversations we'd like to have. And then if any results are available in the meantime from that, the Science Center's risk value matrix, the one that John was just talking about, we will include those. So yeah, that's the apologies for there's 2 matrices. But I think that's the last slide. I think the next one is just the questions. Yeah, so you can leave it, go back to the previous slide and leave it on here and see what people think and what they would like to say, make sure that we incorporate.
Miguel.
Thank you for the presentation, Sarah. Just to ask you, where are we plan to include the sociocultural criteria for decision making regarding the species?
Do you mean what John was just saying, that the council is theoretically going to be providing, like that, or do you mean something else?
No, that one.
Okay, so if they put together a summary that says, for instance, the Caribbean constituents acknowledge that Queen Conch is vital to, and there's lots of different, like, I don't know what they call them, but like the social cultural, I know that's too high of a term. I've taken it, so I should theoretically be able to respond better. But if they can provide all of that information to us, then as we're going through step by step and maybe using the matrix tool, and let's say Queen Conch falls out because it's prohibited, so there is no harvest that we would consider, but wait, the social cultural says it's very important, that would just mean that those two pieces of information get put side by side and brought to you as a council, and you get to decide, oh, well, the data says this, but the people say this. What do we want to do with this stock? Do we want to include it and, I don't know, have the potential to do protective measures? Or do we want to just kick it out completely because it's caught mostly in territorial waters and that's that? So that's how I envision this would happen. It's just all data. It's just a different type of data. And it would be brought back to you kind of the same way we talk about the biological, ecological effects, and then we stack on top of that the social econ effects. It's just more data for you guys to make the best informed decision that you can, if that helps.
Thank you.
Any Vance?
Thank you, Sarah. Very good presentation. You cover a lot of aspects here, but one in particular that I am concerned about are the species, the ecosystem species, which will be any remaining species that have an important ecosystem role, such as or whatever, what concerns me, I mean, we have tried to list a priority of species based on both their vulnerability to environmental change, their vulnerability to climate change, and normally this consists of a group of scientists, many of which are part of the SSC. But what really has overwhelmed me, I've been trying to keep in partially, up with the scientific literature on this species, on these ecosystem species, and how to determine their major functional role in the ecosystem. And it's just amazing the amount of information, the amount and at the rate of new information is being produced on this aspect. I, I, I am concerned because this will take a lot of effort and time on literature review, more than meetings. And anyhow, that's just a concern that I have regarding the ecosystem species that will be listed as such. Thank you, Sarah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Any more questions for Sarah? Heather?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sarah, I'm just wondering, would it be helpful to just pause on each of your steps, step 1, step 2, step 3, and see if, just to make sure folks don't have other criteria that they would like us to use when we apply this? And I think for step 2, maybe, do you want input on potential thresholds at this point?
Can you, driver of the presentation, Christina, can you go to that step 2? I think if the council had really good idea of what they wanted, then yes. But if it's like we're not quite sure, I would probably let the IPT or work group, whichever we're going to have for this, kind of look at the information and then provide a couple different options. But I can tell you, when I presented this in December, I think I picked a proposed threshold of like 90%. So if it's in the top 90%, then maybe it would be caught. But again, that was just preliminary messing around. So if the council has a strong feeling, then sure. But otherwise, I would let the planning team, their drafting team, come up with those options.
Tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Sarah, for this decision tree is the, I guess, using for this. Okay. It's not a framework, just a decision tree. Okay.
You can call it a framework if you'd like.
Oh, thank you.
You have
Anywho,
to say it.
question is, and this is more a comment to the council, that is, I'm going to make the same point that I made when we first went through going through this list of species, which is we are continually developing methodologies for determining management at the council level, despite already having existing advisory panels and groups that are going through these processes and existing management frameworks for doing some of these things. I think what we're doing is spreading ourselves too thin, doing double work on things that will eventually have those if we give those groups and that management, you know, advisory panels, the time and ability to come up with things that can answer a lot of these questions. But continually going through it, developing another panel to answer just one question and then expanding it to every species that we have under management is monopolizing our resources and time. And not that I am thankful for all the work that Sarah and Maria puts into this. I think we really have to address what is it that we want to do as a council, the management that we are trying to make happen, and really put together a pathway to doing that, as opposed to making a split-second decision to create management frameworks that aren't fully thought out or fleshed out through the processes that we've already established for management. And I really think one of the good examples for this is that we're talking about putting species into ecosystem management. We have an ecosystems-based technical advisory panel that is trying to develop a fisheries ecosystem plan that also gives you management tools and frameworks to make those decisions, while at the same time, we're coming up with another framework and decision to do that exact same thing through another process that we are developing yet another group to write and develop that. I don't think that makes sense. I think we really have to identify the necessary things that we need to do, focus on the main priorities, and identify, you know, those management needs that we really do have. Are there species that we can move off of management? Yes, let's identify those prioritized ones and do just that. And then work on these other things through the existing structures that we have. I'm a broken record, but I feel like it's necessary to say it over and over again. Thank you.
Heather?
I guess I just want to make sure I better understand, Sanai, what you say. So I do feel like the goal of this is to do just that, focus our efforts on those species that we can actually affect, right, with the limited resources that we have. I did understand what you said about having the ecosystem advisory panel, and I guess I don't think, I think it could be an option when we get to the what is it, step 4 or whatever, once we've decided that things don't meet the first 3 criteria and we're trying to decide whether to move them into the EC species, that we could consult the ecosystem advisory panel on that. But I might be missing more of what you're saying. I'm just not following completely, like what other process you would want us to use.
To clarify, I think my larger question is who is going to be on this panel that is developing this and drafting it? You know, like if is it going to be the same people that are already setting in our SSC and our FEPs, trying to make these other decisions and taking time away from doing that to do yet this other thing? Go ahead.
So this is Maria, and Sarah, you can, so when Sarah's referring to the team, she's talking about their interdisciplinary planning team, which is the framework that we already have established under our regulations, that are the team that is composed from people from the different, like, for example, you have people from Zero, Science Center, the council, enforcement. So this is your regular team of people, of experts that only varies depending on the action, that are that are the ones that will develop an amendment, because this will be the product of this is an amendment to each one of the FMPs, and that amendment will have the actions that say remove this species or move this species to ECS, like very simple. What she's explaining in here is just the process that will give us those alternatives at the end that will be included in an amendment, and all of those analyses are going to be done by the people that are included in the IPT. So this is not an external group of people. So what Heather is recommending about the EBFM tab, it could be added as a step, because again, you guys are the experts on the ecosystem component species, and you are developing the tools to make that decision, to help the council make that decision through your recommendations. So the framework is already there. We're using exactly the same framework for all of that we're doing on all of these actions. This is like the scoping part, right? And the product from this is going to be what is going to end up in those amendments. And I believe that at this time, the guidance that we are trying to get from the council is, are you okay with this criteria that we have over here, which are very similar what we had before in the FNP? And if you can see, I don't know if can you go to the slide before? It says in here, the productivity and susceptibility score assigned to species by the SSC during development of the FNP are included in the matrix. So that means that information that the council already evaluated to make the decision as to what species were going to be included in the FNPs, that's there and that's valid. And we will continue to use that because that was your experts' advice. I hope that clarifies a little bit what the plan is to do with this. I don't know, Sarah, if you have anything else that you would like to add.
No, thank you.
Okay, any more?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to apply the decision tree that Sarah has presented to us to the development of an options paper to bring back to the council at the August meeting. Yeah, maybe just 4 should be 2. Apply the decision tree presented to the council to the development of an options paper. Maria, Sarah, do you have any suggested edits there?
maybe August 2026 council meeting, maybe. Just add the date or the year. Yeah.
So yes, I made some edits in our working document that I believe Leah High is going to show you right now. So it starts off with that same request to staff to develop the options paper, to apply the decision tree as presented at this meeting, the April 2026 meeting, and bring back to the council at the August 2026 meeting.
Can I get a second from someone?
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
Okay. So the motion is to request staff to develop an option paper to apply the decision making tree. We seem to want to have that word in there. I'm not sure. As presented at the April 26th meeting and bring it back to the council on the August 26th meeting. How about that?
You need to say by whom it was presented and there is evaluation of managed stocks to clarify a little bit better because many things have been presented here.
That's a good suggestion, Roberto. The decision tree presented by staff, let's not put Sarah's name, presented by staff at the April 26th meeting. And maybe we could say the decision tree for evaluating, what's the title? For evaluating managed stocks.
Okay. So now it's request staff to develop an option paper to apply the decision tree for evaluating managed stocks presented by the staff at the April 2026 meeting and bring it back to the council at the August 2026 meeting. Moved by Heather, seconded by Vanessa. Any more discussion? Hearing none, I'm gonna start a roll call vote with Blanchard.
Blanchard, yes.
Angela, yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Ricardo Lopez, yes.
Heather Blau, yes.
Roberto Sabater, yes.
Carlos Rochetti, yes. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. I would just add, if you think of anything in the meantime or you weren't comfortable speaking up today, just reach out to either Maria or I, and we'll make sure your concerns get added in. And otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. Maria.
Thank you, Sarah. I think that concludes that presentation with for the matrix. I do want to bring to your attention that when we were discussing the priority ranking of the Caribbean actions, and that we got a little bit sidetracked with very important motions for specific activities, there were still 2 slides that were listing priorities that were listed as number 1. So that's one of the things that we will have to go back, because the council needs to submit this back to NIMS. And one of the requests from a council member was to decide they cannot be that many number 1s because, because of obviously for staff limitations, et cetera, and workload. So that will need to be brought back to this table. And I understand that we already have several presentations going, so I don't know when you would like to do that, or if you want to move on, and then at the end we can come back to this. So just wanted to bring that to your attention.
So in that agenda, when it says competitiveness summary, that's what you're talking about?
Okay, so this was scheduled for today at 11:30, which I think that's when it happened. It was when Graciela was talking. And then we started talking about, we stop at that priority about the seasonal closures and marine managed areas, and we're gonna combine that, et cetera. And then we went to specifics, which is great, but we still have a couple of things that we have to go through. And maybe, I think it may be easy to go through them. We can do it right now if you want. Okay, let's do that. And I will take over from Graciela then, if you want to show it. So it will be, I believe we need to do slide number 2 and 3. No, slide number 3 and 4.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this is where we stop, right? And we make decisions over here, the specific motions for each one of the islands. And then let's go to the next slide. Okay, so the list in here says, as a priority, rank number 3, collect recreational data in the U.S. Caribbean. There's several projects that are ongoing with the Science Center, with the territories to collect this information. That information is not put in there. It doesn't say, well, it says ongoing, right? So there were additional comments received. That's what's on the left, on the right corner. Implement recreational fishing license was a comment that somebody from the public submitted to NIMS, and that's why it's listed in there. But it's falling under the collection of recreational data in the Caribbean. Not sure if the comment was related to a federal recreational license or if it was referring to Puerto Rico or the U.S. Virgin Islands, which already has it. So we may need a little bit more clarification on that one. And then the other one says, regulatory amendment, revise the AMs for the Caribbean spiny lobster in Puerto Rico, science data collection survey that samples individuals larger than those being caught in the fisheries to confirm there are large individual in the population. Those are SSC and Fisher's recommendations. That's one of the priorities from the council. There were not really any comments received on that, but that is set as number 1. So with that, the revision of the accountability measures, this is something that was included in the priorities for the year. And I think I talked a little bit about that the first day. It's listed as priority number 1. Based on the discussions that you had yesterday regarding the CDAR 91 and all of that, then the decision will need to be made if this is still a priority number 1, given all of the other things that you have in here, or if you want to move it to a different number. Let's go to the next slide, please. So that one, priority number 1, revise AM for pelagic stocks. These are the comments received. Allowing fishing for pelagics during the seasonal closure for red hine and the EEC of Land Bank of St. Croix. That was one of the comments that were received. The other one was fast track the national permit process for the U.S. Virgin Islands to install 6 fish aggregating devices in the EEC of St. Croix and 6 in the EEC of St. Thomas. Again, comments received from the publics. So the revision of the accountability measures is something that we discussed yesterday, and the council decided to table that for now. So I'm assuming that will change the priority number for this one. Consider alternative approaches for ACLs. This is the CDAR 103. It's listed as a priority number 1. This is something that it's ongoing. And that comment that it's in there said there's 2 comments that says carry over unused annual catch limits except conch. And another comment said include and pay elite fishermen for their expert knowledge and include this in stock assessments and avoid use of single species model meant for temperate ecosystems. Instead, use models for multi-species tropical fisheries and include an estimate of effort. And based on my understanding, I think part of this comment should be addressed through the CEDAR 103 process because they're looking at alternative methods for assessing species. Is there another slide? Okay, one more. Oh God, okay. Okay, no, another, so you see what I'm saying? There's like 1, 2, 3, 4 more priorities. Number one, I thought this was gonna be fast, but it's not. So let's see. Conduct Queen Kong population assessment in the US Caribbean. It says their regulatory amendment. A comment received that could be related to that, remove Queen Kong from the ESA listing. Another one, assess commercial and recreational fishing data to determine fishing effort in the US Caribbean. Develop methodology to determine fishing effort by gear type as needed. Another priority one, enforce import regulations for spiny lobster and Queen Kong. A comment received that could be related to that, address lack of enforcement of fisheries regulations. Prioritize socioeconomic data needs for decision-making in the US Caribbean fisheries. Reevaluate CEDAR, especially social economic elements, was the comment. Policy and funding, implement policies that will help domestic spiny lobster and Queen Kong products compete against imports. Additional comment for seafood imported to the US, implementing a tariff could fund upgrades for US fishermen, for example, gear, boats, facilities, and create a more competitive industry. Is that the last one of the? Okay, let's go back then to the other ones. So the question is, what do you want to do? My understanding is that at least this one could be easy. Revision of accountability measures is not going to be a priority number one anymore because the council decided to table that. So that could be either removed from the list or rank lower. So I think that's an easy one. Consider alternative approaches. I mean, it depends how we are prioritizing this. If it's something that is already done and it's very important to us and there is an activity that is associated to this, I am assuming that it could stay for priority number one. This is the CEDAR 103.
As a point of, yeah, sorry, as a point of clarity, I'm just, so you're asking us if we want to keep, you're asking us right now, we're going to go through each of these actions and we're going to give you an updated priority number.
I believe that that was the intent this morning to update the priority numbers, right? And I guess the question is, with so many number one, is it okay to have more than one number one or no? Kevin, I think Mr. Chair, Kevin has a comment.
Thank you, Kevin McCarthy. I mean, for some things that are actually already happening, could you not just take them off this list? 103 is happening. Is further comment needed? I'm just trying to simplify for the sake of the meeting.
I think we need further comment. I think this is more about there's too many number ones, right? But then again, maybe some guidance, Heather, maybe you know a little bit more how this could be phrased or redone so that we comply with what they're asking for.
So unfortunately, Graciella's gone. I'm not sure exactly what the objective was. I don't think we should remove things we're working on. I think we should show them that we have prioritized certain things and maybe we bin them by things that are underway. So the matrix document that we just talked about, that's underway. That was on the list. The HCL alternative approaches, CEDAR 103, that's underway, ongoing, that's on the list. I saw the Queen Kong population assessment. I was going to report under the RA report later on that we have initiated another review of a status review of Queen Kong. So presumably that would address the conduct Queen Kong population assessment one. We could say that is ongoing, underway. Maybe we want to bin these by what's ongoing underway and then rank the rest of them in priority order. I see several things on here that the council, it does not appear that the council has any jurisdiction or the ability to, you know, do on its own. And so I don't know if we would want to bin them by things that are under the council's control and then other things that we might be able to facilitate, right? Or help with, but that we can actually impact on our own and only focus on prioritizing those things where we can work. Go ahead, Nicole.
Yeah, no, thank you. I like, so I guess two things. I have the same comments as you, and I'm not going to repeat those on, if you're already working on them, they're likely a priority. And so after Kevin's comment, I was going to ask, like, are we like removing those as a priority, or do those actually become priority one because we're already working on them? Second, we do have a strategic plan. It would be nice to see where within the CFMC strategic plan these align. I think many of them do align with objectives and strategies in the 2022 to 2026 strategic plan. And if they don't align with the strategic plan, they should immediately go to the end of the list. And so I don't know if someone has already crosswalked the strategic. It was done, but it's just not presented.
So yeah, this is Maria. So the first time that this was presented, I believe it was not in the past meeting. I think it was in the August meeting. There should have been a table that says priority, and we can look it up and maybe we can bring it back. It would say next to each one of those priorities, it has to say the number of the and under the strategic plan and the where it falls. So that should be in the council's briefing book for 2 meetings before.
Okay, two things. We need to supply the headquarters with a list of the species that, as you all know, will be retained in the management unit, those that will be put in the ecosystem, and those species that we are not going to manage in the federal government jurisdiction. And then, and then the list that we put together here, we want, for example, in the case of the Queen Kong, there's a possibility that the Queen Kong will be delisted. So will that affect the priorities that we have here and the Spiny lobster? So when we discuss this at this meeting, that number one should be a number one, the Spiny lobster and the Queen Kong. And what Maria is saying, okay, because we have all these number ones here, do we have number one, A, B, C, D? So the staff can continue working on each one as the priorities that you said here. We are supposed to bring that to the attention of the group at the DCC meeting in May. All the executive directors were asked to bring to the attention of the group, although I receive an email now that we're going to pass on that one too. So what we need to say at this time is, okay, given that all the things that we discussed, what priorities are we going to give the staff to work on? That's where we are at this time.
So I feel like we've already talked about, we have 6 at this time. We have the 3 we started with, 2 spiny lobster amendments, the species matrix, sorry, I keep calling it that Sarah just went over, and then we came up with 3 additional amendments right before lunch, right? So we have those 6. Which I can't imagine taking, and we're not even going to be able to do all those 6 at the same time. So what about if we, and I like enforce import regulations for spiny lobster, we can't do that. We could somehow maybe facilitate, write a letter about it or but that's not the council's job. So what's the thinking, I guess, on maybe somebody going through what's here, binning them under what the council can do and not do, right? Like what's under our control. And then Kate had a good suggestion of maybe for the things that we're working on, we could sequentially number in order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What's the order we're going to work on them? For these other things that are under the council's control, maybe we could, as a council, notate them like high, medium, low priority just not try to, like which group would we like to get to next? Maybe there's some things on here that we don't intend to ever get to. I don't know. I don't know if we want to.
But that's the point. If we say something like that, we have to have the rationale. Why not?
That's why I think I'd like to see where they align with strategies. Like if one of these actions aligns with like 6 strategies, then that would be higher than
But
one
we
that
already did
aligns with
that.
just one.
We already
Yeah,
did that
I'm
last
looking
year.
through the briefing books. I would like that information before I have to give feedback right now. So if you can tell me which presentation, I'm looking through everything in August.
Okay, yes, thank you. Thank you for that. And I think that's a good idea. So that means that at this point right now, I don't think we're ready to move forward with this particular ask, which is what Graciela was working. Everything that's in here has already been deemed by the council as a priority. That's what it was included in here. I believe there was a discussion, a couple of meetings. I don't know if it ended up in a presentation, but I know that there's something done because I saw it. So it will be nice if we can get that available. I'll work with Liahai and Christina to see if we can make that available to the council members. And then because this was already submitted to NIMS, right? They already have that. The difference is that the comment periods was open again and there were other comments, right? But nothing that was included in there, from my understanding, was so different as to add something that the council could do into this list. So it looks like the list will stay like that, and that will be submitted to NIMS because that's something that you already decided, right? Now, the question that we were doing, I think we can work with what the things that we are doing, okay, 1, 2, 3, etc. And then, like you suggested, the rest of the stuff, then rank it in priorities. But if we don't have specific actions at this time to accomplish them, then that means, to me, that means that they will be lower, right? So I think the things that we already have motions and projects already ongoing, they're already ranked number 1, and then we just have to 1A, 1B, 1C or something like that. So maybe just pause it for now and maybe see if council members can look at the list and see if there's anything else that to ensure that this is part of it.
Yep. And one point that Maria brought, anything that we send to Washington is already there. And we are not supposed to change it unless we have a significant rationale for changing it, because they collected that data from every council and they are going to discuss it. Actually, we were supposed to submit this by April 30. They moved it to June. The matrix is paused at this time. So we have to be careful that what we submitted already is there. We cannot change it unless we have a very significant rationale for it. At this time also, we wanted to know what is the priority for this list for the staff to work. For example, we were talking about closed season special, the site of the fish that the site that we prohibit fishing, like tourmaline, for example. Do we want to address that as a top priority? Do we need to review the priorities that we have sent already to Washington for the review, or do we want to wait until we get a feedback from them? Eugenio sent an email to all the executive directors, and we were supposed to, number one, wait until they have the reaction, and all the councils, have to react to whatever they are going to send to us. They move a little bit further into summer, so that we will have time to discuss it as much as possible at the CCC in May. That would be the week of May 20, 21, 22, 22nd. And at this time, Maria, do you need anything else for the decision tree besides what we already have? I know, not decision tree, for the priority list. Besides what we already have.
Okay, so let's see so this is the priority ranking council actions that were submitted to NIMS. Within this is the motions that we passed today and what we have been working on. So my recommendation now to the council, if they want, is just let's put this aside, this list that it's in here, let's put it aside. We already know what we're working on. We can submit the documents that Nicole, it's requesting. And then maybe that will be a conversation that can be have maybe by email or something when this list is refined through the council members. I don't know. But now, setting this aside, we can go back to the updates and actions and updates that I was talking about yesterday, where we had the list of all the things that we were discussing. And then we need to look at that, see what fell off from our, our priorities, like for working this year for staff. And we have motions that were passed today that the council needs to decide what staff is going to start working on. So we can put the slide again. Can you put the presentation that for the actions and updates, the ones for yesterday morning? Yeah, gracias.
Blanchard.
I got a suggestion. I think we should go with the motions that was made earlier because this is tied in today. The executive order that I believe we have a timeline on that. Then what should come second into play is what we are already working on. And then third into play is the rest of them that we decide the order in which they fall into play. That's my suggestion.
But that's exactly what Maria said.
Oh, okay.
So what you're gonna see now is based on what we already have discussed. And then Maria needs for you as a council to tell her, okay, this is what I want the staff to prioritize for the August meeting and the rest.
Okay, this is Maria. So this is what you guys saw today. I haven't had a chance to update it yet, but modification on AMs, we reviewed the option papers. We're tabling that for now. So that's not going to be for the rest of the year. That's not going to be something that the council staff is going to be working on directly. Cedar 91, Spiny Lobster, St. Croix, St. Thomas. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, with so much stuff, that we're moving forward with an amendment with that. Okay, so that's something. Rulemaking. Okay, so that is outside of the council's of the council's plate right now. It's on NIM's plate. So that's staff time.
Yeah, it will still need to be finalized and, yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so can you make changes to that one? Can you make sense? No. Okay. All right. So Cedar 91, Spiny Lobsters, and Croix St. Thomas, that is something that we're gonna be working on during the rest of this year. Cedar 91, Spiny Lobster, Puerto Rico. That's not something that it's going to be moving forward right now. Neither is Cedar 84 for the yellowtail and for the stoplight. Okay, so from this slide, only one thing, and we can update it and show it to you. It's just that it's a
Maria,
PDF. Yes.
Cedar 91, we would pick up in August after we get the SSC
Correct.
response.
Okay, so that action is alive.
Okay.
Yes, sorry for that. Go to the next slide, please. We continue to work on the matrix. So that's project number 3 for staff. This is the revision of AMs where the council is not working on that right now. Can you go to the next slide? Okay, and in here, which also falls on the prioritized list of actions on the incompatible regulation and duplicative regulations, etc., we have the 3 motions that you did today. Okay, so there has to be a decision as to what would be any of the projects that staff can be working on. Based on that, there are 3 other projects that staff have to be working on. I would say that, to be fair, only one of those motions perhaps would be reasonable to start working on at this time until at least the rulemaking for the spiny lobster it's moved forward.
Maria?
Yes.
Do you want to do that? Just put the slide so they can.
The what?
Do you want the council to pick one of the 3? at this.
Yes, yes. And then from here, and the other thing that's happening in the CDAC 1 and 3, that's a different process. So yes, so I would think that, and Heather, like Heather was mentioning before, from those 3 motions that were made today for each one of the islands, if that's something that the council can be tasked to work with. So you need to decide what do you want to do. Thank you.
Cristina, ¿podemos ponerle esas 3? Un momentito. Okay, so we have from the presentation, we have what Heather is recommending. That's one. And then from the 3 motions, we have to pick which one you want to address immediately or now.
Yeah, I would suggest that we keep all 3 on the list, but maybe just order them in order of priority, because there might be downtime on one that we could start working on the others, but we would know which one is the highest, most time sensitive, right?
I agree.
Okay.
So the suggestion was just to start working on, during this period, because right now we're just looking at 2026. So trying to figure out what will be most doable will be good. Thank you.
So we leave that at discretion of the staff to start working on the ones that out of the 3, then they will start working on one of them with the understanding that they will keep working.
Yeah, but we need council input to help prioritize between
Those
St.
3?
Thomas, St. Croix, and Puerto Rico. Which ones, in order of importance, time-wise, should we begin first?
That's what I asked them to put it on the screen. Espérate, Tony. Pues nada, las 3 mociones que hicimos hoy de la vaina de...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I will suggest to start with motion 8 for San Thomas first, and then do the same on next Puerto Rico and next San Croix, in the same way that we present the motions.
Pero deja que la pongan en el screen primero, entonces lo que tú acabas de decir se hace oficial. So motion A, Vanessa, motion A is number 1.
Yes.
Motion 9 will be number 2, and motion 10 will be
Yes, correct.
number 3. So Maria, is that enough for you to work with? Do we need a motion for that, or?
We need to make a motion to accept this order, the order in which you file.
Actually, it will be better if you do that. And
Okay.
have a motion to accept the order using the language that Vanessa just mentioned.
Okay.
It will be clearer for everybody.
Okay, I'm making a motion to accept the
Tony, it's not to accept, but a motion to prioritize.
Okay, a motion to prioritize St. Thomas, St. John. The motion that was made this morning, which is not up on the board that I can't really see. Okay. Motion to make number 8, number 1, number 9, number 2, and number 10, number 3. And I
Y le puede quitar San Tomás, San John.
We need a second.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
But we need to tell, prioritize motions made today, or motion made at the CFMC meeting today.
So the motion is to prioritize motion 8 as 1, Motion 9 is number 2, and motion 10 is number 3.
From the
As-
motion, from the meeting of the SSC.
From
of
the motion discussed today.
CFMC.
Heather?
I just have a clarifying question. My understanding of this is these are behind the actions that we have open. These would be behind Puerto Rico spiny lobster that will pick up in August. It doesn't mean they can't be happening at the same time, but that's also first priority and completing the species matrix. So would there be those and then these three in this order?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for the discussion. Just want to clarify too that we're not, staff probably won't be bringing anything to the August meeting on this one because we have the other one. So just wanted to make that clear.
Okay. I mean,
Oh, yeah. Any further discussion?
all in favor, say aye. You want to-
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nay?
Any nays?
Abstention?
Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries.
Unanimously. Sí, vamos a hacer un break ahora.
Sí.
Ya, sí, porque van al baño.
Okay, so we're gonna take a quick 2-minute break. Every time we take a break, it's so hard to get them back.
All right.
Every time we take a break, it's so hard to get them back.
I'll see. Como herding cats. ¿Para salir de aquí? Tú la traes 21, 4 horas más, como a las 7:30. Mira.
Ya estamos en el break.
Sí. Okay, next on the agenda is the Outreach and Education Advisory Panel, Janet Ramos. And then we have Michael Funk, who's gonna do a presentation with Janet, right after Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today presenting the Outreach and Education Advisory Panel report to the Council. Next, Christina. Oh, sorry. Next. Thank you. We carry out a range of activities, including community events, school presentations, development of educational materials, and collaboration with partner agencies. Next one, Christina. The first one was one of the outreach highlights, an educational talk at an elementary school in Puerto Real in Cabo Rojo, my hometown. The presentation focused on invasive species, their impact on marine ecosystems, and the importance of fisheries awareness. Working with students at this level was especially valuable because it helps build understanding early and encourages long-term stewardships. I'm sorry for the word. And I have to say, students always bring a level of curiosity that makes these conversations very engaging. Next one. Also, in another meeting, the liaison asked for some educational material. So during this period, educational materials were reproduced to support the work of the CFMC liaisons. These materials are being used in workshops and community outreach activities across the regions and also at schools. Next one. Well, remember the 2026 calendar? Well, this content is recognizing multi-generational fishing families is going to be used in the 2027 calendar. It was announced, but it couldn't be done for the 2026. Now all the material is done for the 2027 calendar. Next one. On February 2026, Diana Gerson and me were participating in the AgriFest in San Croix. He says that the most handsome fisherman is San Croix. This event provided an opportunity to engage with a broad audience, including farmers, fishers, and families. We distributed educational materials and promoted the CFMC initiatives, reaching people who may not typically attend fisheries-focused activities. Events like this allow us to expand our reach and connect with communities in a more accessible way. Next one. And then we participate in Fishers Day organized by the Puerto Rico Department of Agriculture. In Puerto Rico, the Department of Agriculture is in charge of the fishing villages. So we were there, and this event gave us the opportunity to connect directly with another fishers, share information with the public, and even with the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, who doesn't have a notion of what the CFMC does. These interactions are important because they create a space for conversation, questions, and feedback that help strengthen our outreach efforts. Next one. And at last, the fish species catalog requested by fishers and district advisory panel members has been completed and submitted for revision. This catalog is designed to improve species identification, support understanding of regulations, and assist both fishers and consumers. It's a practical tool that responds directly to the needs expressed by stakeholders, which make it especially valuable. Next one. And now we have a new outreach tool, and it's a sticker. This outreach was also developed in a form of a sticker featuring 10 species managed under the CFMC. I'm gonna send this one I'm gonna send for you to see in person the sticker, and it's still in review. Go ahead and please send it there. Even though it's a simple, seems simple, this tool like this can be very effective because it's very visual, easy to distribute, and help reinforce key messages in every setting. So you're seeing this, what are you seeing is with the sticker, is an interactive tool. You put, Christina, please touch the orange one, the orange one. Not the orange one. Yeah, yeah. So you see, I put the bubbles just to make fun of the presentation, but when you touch the fish, there is the information, the name in Spanish, the name, scientific name, the name in English, and some information for the fish. I'm gonna do that with all the fishes in the sticker. So if you're at school and you don't have the information, you just go in your phone or your tablet or your PC or your Mac and touch the fishes and learn the information that it also be included in the catalog. And touch ahora, Cristina, the triggerfish. Another form of showing it. So that is going to be part of this new tool. And also, we are going to create a QR code. If I don't have the stickers or the poster, the interactive poster, you go to the QR code with your phone, and then you are allowed to see all those things. It's a very simple, but no, this one is not, is not working still. Well, and today I'm so happy today, I received approval to offer the course again for the chefs. And once again, and it will be delivered with the support of Chef Cedric Takin, reaffirming our commitment to education, responsible use of marine species, and strengthening the opportunities for the gastronomic and fishing sectors. Thank you. That will be all. Thank you for your attention and support.
Just a quick anecdote. One of the love for working lesser known species was working with Janet many years ago on promoting the lionfish consumption. And her and Chelsea, they contacted me and they're like, "We're going to make a lionfish cooking contest in La Parguera. We really want you there, this and that." And I was a little nervous, go out there, compete with other chefs. But I got ready, I got my knife sharp, and I went down there, and I was the only chef. So I'm up on stage, and I'm the only chef that prepared several dishes of lionfish. I filleted, and it was a great show. But that's pretty funny, and that's really something that affected me, and it made me want to just keep going and working these lesser species and educate consumers about the importance of eating all these other species. So good job, Janet. And you can always use Menta as a platform for education for all these things.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Well, I will be happy to take any questions.
Vanessa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vanessa, for the record. Thank you, Janet and Christina and Wilson, that I'm always around you asking for materials, especially for our young fishermen and the schools around the Puerto Real Fishermen Village. I'm very happy to participate in a couple of the activities that you mentioned in here. And also, I just want to let you know that we're going to have some activities during the month of May. So you're going to be receiving some invitations. Always your table is welcome in our association, and it's going to be a community on May 9. It's going to be a community activity, and we wish that you can participate also. And I have a question about the sticker. The sticker also is going to be like labeled like Caribbean Fishery Management, all the logo of the Caribbean.
Yeah, if you saw it in the slide, it had the logos.
Oh, okay. It was the one that I see first.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I also want to thank the Outreach and Education Panel for participating in the Agri Fest on St. Croix. That 3-day weekend, about 10,000 people passed through that Agri Fest property. So that was a lot of outreach.
Thank you.
So I have Michael Funk, talk about lionfish. Michael Funk is gonna do a presentation next.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Does this come working? Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a presentation. It's about 45 minutes. But in the interest of brevity, I'll make it 30 seconds. My name's Michael Funk. I'm with the Core Foundation, and I'm working on a science, a lionfish project in St. Croix. There's a lot of discussion in meetings like this about the harvest of sustainable harvest for managed species. Lionfish is one of the few species in which the more we take, the better. So one of the things that we're trying to do is I've been speaking with my colleagues here from Puerto Rico. One of the ideas that keeps coming up with harvesting lionfish is fishers are afraid of getting stuck by lionfish. They're a little more difficult to deal with. So one of the things we do on St. Croix is we train fishers and in the safe removal of lionfish. Let's see. We've been training recreational fishers for over a decade. Last year, in 2025, we removed 2,500 lionfish from one area on the west end of St. Croix. So on May 16th, we have a lionfish derby, and that's going to be a real world opportunity for us to bring fishers, restaurants, and the public together to try and make a bridge this gap between the fishers bringing them in and people wanting to consume them. And I'm very interested in any advice or help anybody has to offer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Funk. I wanted you to let them know how much you all gave as a prize to the smallest lionfish in the last derby.
So it's always a funny story. So this was the first line. The one coming up is our fourth annual lionfish. The first derby that we had in 2023. We offer prizes for the most lionfish, the biggest lionfish, and the smallest lionfish. So in that derby, we had one guy. He was a snorkeler. He's not a scuba diver. He tells me he went out at 8 o'clock in the morning. He was snorkeling all over St. Croix. He came into the weigh station at 3 o'clock with this cooler. He had a big old cooler, and he set it down. It's full of ice. I opened it up, and there was one lionfish like this. And he won the prize. That one lionfish, he got the prize for the smallest lionfish with $1,500 he won.
If you all don't know Michael Funk, he's also a member of our DAP. He's also a member of the St. Croix Fishermen Advisory Panel. Julian?
Yeah, Jerry McGrath for the record. I just wanted to make a comment as it pertains to the lionfish. I just was watching a documentary here the other day, and now they have found that the lionfish has started to eat lionfish. So they gutted some lionfish in a study that they were doing, and they found lionfish inside of their guts. So that's positive that they're eating their own right now also. So not only the other small fish, but they're actually eating lionfish.
If I could comment about that. So that was a study done out of University of Florida, and a lady did DNA gut content analysis, DNA analysis of lionfish gut content, because oftentimes if you open up their gut, you can see fish, but they're partially digested and you can't identify. What she found was 26% of lionfish gut content is lionfish. I could show you a couple of pictures. We landed a lionfish the other day, a pretty big lionfish, and sticking out of its mouth was part of a baby lionfish. Yes.
Cannibals.
Yeah, so they are eating them. So, they do have more than one predator. We're the only other predator, but
Michael, when is
Yes,
the
sir.
Derby? What dates are the Derby?
the St. Croix Derby is May 16th, and there's a St. Thomas Derby in June 11th.
Do you need anything from us to help you with that? Advertising it or anything, or because
Anything you can do to help would be great.
okay, I have the queen of lionfish, Janet. She has been working with lionfish forever, and she can help you. She's the chair, so if you need anything that we could put in our pages
Okay,
to
good.
announce it, and then Christina can load that up.
Okay,
And we can
fantastic.
help you with that. And also, if you need any material, we have some videos that Diana told me about anything that you need that we can help you, please call us.
All right, fantastic. I'll get it with Carlos. We can.
Yeah, and Janet.
Thank you so much. Greatly.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate your patience. All righty. So next we have this Christina on the social network.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you as always for letting me present what we have been doing on social media. As Carlos mentioned, my name is Cristina Olan. I work for the Caribbean Fishery Management Council. So I have a couple of updates to share with you today. I will be as quick as possible because I know that we have been here for 2 days, and there are people that also have to other responsibilities. As always, I mentioned where we are in social media. We are in Facebook, Instagram, Threads, LinkedIn, X, and Blue Sky. But the one that has the most engagement right now is Instagram. We have almost now like 2,500 followers. It's the ones that has the highest engagement in terms of views, reposts, and shares. Excuse me. And all the content that we publish is in English and Spanish. So people in the US Caribbean are able to understand what we are communicating. Other platforms that we have presence in YouTube and ISO. The ISO, you use that for the documents, especially for the meetings. And in the case of YouTube, we are live right now. So hi to the people that are following us in YouTube for the meetings, and also to watch the videos that we include in the YouTube channel. You can visit our Linktree. There is a QR code, and there you can find all the links to our social media platforms and also some updates. Like, for example, we have an area that is dedicated to the salvapeje, the descending device. Also, every time that we have a meeting, like right now, there is an area dedicated to the meeting as well. And also new products, example, Bajo la Luna, the book. If you go there, you can just do a click and you can go to the new book. We also produce content to share to WhatsApp. And I have to say thank you, as always, I do to Gerson in St. Croix and Wilson in Puerto Rico. They are the sexiest fishermen in St. Croix. And Wilson there, that was a picture that I took of him in La Parguera. And I'm very thankful because they, with their help, we can reach almost like 2,000 fishers that are subscribed to the broadcast leads and the chats. The content that we share is mostly focused on seasonal closures, regulations, meetings and workshops, outreach and education activities, marine species shared content, also content that we share from other agencies and other partners, collaborative content that we do with agencies, influencers, and among others, followers requests, funding opportunities, bulletins, big fish initiatives, salvapeje, or assist the fish in the VIs, and we also have the inbox and the direct messaging, so people write to us and we answer their questions through the inbox and direct message. And again, all is in English and Spanish. We have the email contact list. that we are adding contacts every time that somebody writes to us through social media, but also in the workshops. For example, when Wilson goes to a fishing village or association or a nautical club and he gives a workshop, there is a registration form. So from the registration form, we add that information to the contact list, and people are able to receive information through the council and to their emails. We have been updated the general archive. Right now, we have all the documents from past regular meetings from 2020 to 2025, also the Scientific and Statistical Committee, the Outreach and Educational Advisory Panel also, and we are working on the Ecosystem-Based Fishery Management Technical Advisory Panel meeting documents too. So I think that for the next month, we will have the EBF and TAP documents there also included. We have been producing, as Marta mentioned in her presentation, the CFMC Takes Action, or El Consejo Toma Acción. This bulletin is dedicated, focused on mostly on the projects that are funded by IRA. We have been also producing the CFMC updates and noticias del CFMC. It's a bulletin, a monthly bulletin, in which we share some updates regarding species, closures, scientific information management, among other topics. And the example that I am presenting there is one that we published with the support, help. I'm very thankful for what Maria and Sarah have done for their support to produce these bulletins. And in this one specifically, we produce an overview, a summary of fishing regulations. That one is from April 2025. The other one is May 2025. And also that summary is accompanied by one pager that could be reproduced, and you can take that with you in the boat, or if we need to distribute that information, it is already done. The only thing that we had to do is to print it. So again, thank you to the staff, but also Maria and Sarah that did a lot of work there and always are giving support to me on producing the bulletins. Salva Peje, the sending device, we have been producing a lot of material, pictures, announcement of the workshops, bulletins, the video that is there already. So it's kind of a messy slide because I put a lot of pictures, but what I wanted to convey there was how the collaboration and people get together to do the work done, have the work done. So there is, for example, the promo of the workshop, but if you go to this picture of David is a fisher from Mayagüez. He is a fisher that after taking the workshop, he went for a second time to the workshop, and he showed us his own salvapeje, and we recorded the video. The video had a lot of views in social media. So this is an example of the impact that we have been doing in the community. There is Nelson in some of the pictures, and also Nelson, and some of the posts that we have been publishing in social media, and also the faces of the fishers that have been involved in the workshop. The Salvapeje video that was a project coordinated by Dr. Michelle Shire, with Marcos Hanke, Eliso, Pichon, Raúl Ortiz, and myself. And also we have an updated version of the bulletin that was published this year in February 2026. We already have copies to distribute on the workshops. And again, I have a lot of examples, but I took the one related to the dolphin fish, the mahi, the dorado, of what happens when people collaborate. We use the bulletin. As always, what we do with the bulletin is that we take the pages and we put it in image format. We do posts on Instagram and the other social media platforms. So there you have 100 people that share that on their stories. Among these people are agencies, influencers, fishers, etc. 14 reshares. In the case of the Spanish version, also we have enough in the English version. Also, what I was showing, I wanted to show there in ISU is the impact that we had sharing this publication through WhatsApp and through the social media, because the one that is related to Dorado is one of the most viewed by people in ISU. And also, as you see in the picture, Wilson is using the bulletin in the workshop. So again, it's a combined effort of many people there that are moving the information so people can get informed on what is happening. And especially because people are very interested in this topic. We continue with this initiative. They have been creating beautiful content in English and Spanish videos, mostly focused on fish aggregations in the wider Caribbean. We have been producing the 50th anniversary video, celebrating the 50th anniversary of the regional management councils, and I included the pictures of what we have been doing. Some of the interviews were recorded in St. Thomas, other in St. Croix, and other in Puerto Rico. And I'm very thankful for all the people that have been participating in the interviews. We are in the process of editing and producing the video. I have some pictures of the thank you cards that we sent to the persons that were involved in the interviews. I'm very sorry that in St. Thomas, because I was in and out from the meeting, I couldn't take a lot of pictures of the process. But in the case of St. Croix, I was able to do that. So thank you to everybody that have been included, of course, it was Harrison, also Marcos Hanke, Vanessa is there. Viste, Vanessa está ahí. Robando cámara. And again, muchas gracias. Thank you. Thanks to all the staff members, panel members, community fishers, liaison, farmers, scientists, managers, local agencies, collaborators, friends, and many other persons for the support, information, and ideas. Thanks. Oof.
Questions for Christina?
Okay, Tony.
I just got a quick question. Do you think the social media is that popular because of Mr. Gaussen Martinez?
Okay, next we have Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico liaison.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is my report. My name is Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico Fishery Liaison for around the island, began Culebra too. So this is my report for since the last meeting in December. This one. So we have been working around the original education participation. We have been working around 7 workshops of the descendant device, continue delivering materials of the council and DNER materials too, to the features around the island, including Culebra and Vieques too. We're participating in the MREP steering committee. MREP workshop is coming this next June. So we have been by hand with them. Yesterday and today, I think I recruited 2 USBI features. So we needed them. So we continue working with them. The weekly posts for the WhatsApp broadcast list, and this, like always, want to thank Cristina Olan. She, whatever I ask her, she starts scratching her hair first, and then okay, she sent it to me. So with the WhatsApp broadcast list, I have an update with all this descending device and the visit in the fishing village. It has gone up. It's like almost 1,400 contacts that I have in the WhatsApp broadcast list. Those are from both sector, recreational, commercial, for hire, and stakeholder, restaurant owners. I have fishing shops owners too. So it's been growing up. In educational table for the council, me and Nelson were invited to the Torneo de Pesca Recreativa of the DNR. That was last December after the December meeting. Continue attending calls and questions from fishers regarding Puerto Rico state and federal waters. That's my day. You see me in the back getting the phone is fishers calling me. So with questions or something that I send in the WhatsApp broadcast list, they don't understand. They prefer to call me so I can explain to them in arroz habichuela, how we said, rice and beans. So that's all my days. So federal and state water regulation workshops like mini PEPCO, we are not giving the educational program for commercial fisher all the workshop that was 3 hours. They have been soliciting me like mini workshops. Okay, so when it's a descending device workshop, they just ask me, oh, can you explain us something about the statistic reports, something about Puerto Rico regulations. So I just go up with the PEPCO presentation and give that part of the state regulations. Okay, next, Cristina. So for the descending device workshop, like I said, since December last meeting, we've been in 7 workshops, engaging fishers in the community. 64 recreational fishers attended, 101 commercial fishers, and since the 1st of April that the regulation has been implemented, more recreational has been more interested in the workshop. So those are the workshops given: Culebra and Cabo Rojo, Macao, Fajardo, Luquillo, Arecibo, and Mayagüez again, because they got me like more than 20 fishers. We gave them again in the same place. So future location, La Villa Pesquera La Joa, the Club Náutico San Juan. I have contact them, and I am waiting for them to give me dates for the workshop. Vieques Island is coordinated already. Villa Pesquera Canova, I'm waiting for Diana's friend, so we can contact. I have not contact him, so we can coordinate that workshop over there. Everybody must be thinking from Puerto Rico. There's a fishing village in Canóvanas, but yes, there is. It's a recreational, but they call a fishing village. It's near the river, right? Because there is a very beautiful place near the river. So it's going to be attended soon. And Villa Pesquera in La Parguera in Lajas. That is next week, I think. And I didn't put there Ceiba, fishing village of Ceiba and Cebuco. Next week is, I think, is Wednesday and Thursday. Those 2. Okay, yeah. So next week we're going to attend those 2 workshops. Next, Cristina. So here are some photos of the impact that we have been giving the descending device workshops. That's from down in the bottom left is for Culebra. The one with the Marlin is in Club Náutico Arecibo. We have Nelson and me are the ones that go to to give this workshop. I give the presentation, I explain the regulation, I explain to them everything about the regulation, anything, and Nelson then showed them they asked the table because the regulation permit for the fisher to make them in home. So Nelson have a lot of, even with a hanger, he made a descending device. So he showed he made the presentation about all the descending device that he has done in his house with scratch. Okay, and also for the fishers from fish traps. So he have this sobrante the leftover of the de la NASA. Well, the wire leftover of the wire of his traps. So he made this cage. It's very interesting, and the fishers are very interested. Like in the picture in the center right now, Nelson has end his presentation, and all of them just gather around him, asking him questions. How you do this? How you do this? How I can use this? And we have been featured. There's some right that came to the workshop with their own homemade descending device that they have been using months and years already. So it has been very productive, this workshop. And like I said before, when we are in this workshop, they always ask us regulation from the states. The last one include Nautical Arecibo. They also ask us about the regulation of the Wahoo and the Mahi. So I just put the bulletin that Cristina made, or the presentation from the educational program, and we just explain them everything that is happening. Okay, next one. So the fishery interest and concerns. This is like all in my all reports are almost the same, but it has continued the interest and concerns. Interest in the DAP, OAIP, SSC, and CFMC process. When we start my workshops, I always explain what is the council, what is the process, what is the DAP, what is the SSC, what is the outreach education panel. So they have been very interested, and after that, if they're more interested, I just invite them to an MREP workshop so they can educate themselves and learn the whole process. So there has been a huge interest. Interest in Puerto Rico state regulation that is attended by the mini PEPCO that I'm given. Charter license process. There have been a couple of charters fishers that have been calling me regarding the permits of tourism and the DNR permit. So I always attend them. State fishing license process. All days I am working with like the little that I can do, I just work with them in the license process. So federal water regulation implemented, like I mentioned, the Wahoo and Mahi and the descending device. We are attending those regulations in orientation for the fishing communities. Next, Cristina. So my next steps continue with the descending device workshops. Like I said in Vieques, we have to make more in the north side. The north side of the island has not been very. We have not made a lot of workshop just this past month in Arecibo, and the next week in Vega Baja. So it's going to be attended the north side of the island, and soon we're going to attend on St. Thomas, St. John. USBI, okay? So that is we're coordinating it. So return with the educational commercial program, the PEPCO we call. Work close with DAP Cheryl Nelson to create a series of workshops for all sectors. This is something that Nelson and me are planning it, and I hope in the next meeting I have a full report of these ideas that we are having. So in the next report on the council meeting, we're going to have a complete report in these workshops that we are planning. Participating in educational tables by invitation. They always inviting me to tournaments, to fishing communities. So we just take the CFMC table, and we are going to participate in Cabo Rojo in Puerto Real, the both days, the tournament from the kids and the other day. So we're going to be over there and participate at 2026 Hamburg Caribbean Workshop at St. Thomas. So that will be all my report. If I have any questions.
Brilliant.
Yeah, Joey McGrath for the record. Excellent presentation as usual. I just want to mention, he mentioned it there that we're organizing for him and Wilson and Nelson to come to St. Thomas, St. John. And I think they're looking at St. Croix also to do some of the descending devices workshops. Some of the guys got the devices, but they don't know how to use them. And we have a lot of our commercial fishers that are interested, and we have direct contact with the chairman of the Game and Fish Club, and also we have contact with one of our MREP guys, Corey Pug from Neptune Fishing, and he's going to work with getting some of the recreational boats for hire and not for hire to attend. So we're looking at doing a couple workshops over there. I already also contacted yesterday the Northside Sports Fishing Club, who has a big tournament coming up on July 12th, and I have asked for a space for Wilson and Nelson to set up, and Christina, don't let me forget Christina, they set up an educational table, and also they'll be doing the descending device training right there at the tournament when the fishers come in and they drop off the fish and they come into the big area. We'll have a couple tables there and have the CFMC tablecloths and everything laid out. So we're looking forward to it. I think it's gonna be a nice little boost to see the presence of the council at the tournament and to be involved with what's going on, and for the training, of course. Thank you.
Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson Crespo for the record. Wilson, something that maybe you don't mention is that at every meeting by meeting, we see the fishermen bring they want to get more involved, in all the council issues, and they're asking us how to participate, how to get more engaged, and that's that's really good. Maybe we are doing something right, because maybe the dynamic or something, because they are asking, we want to participate, the right way to do it, and then we spend, after the meeting, we spend more time, showing them, at the ways they can participate, and we love that. I really love that, man. It's really good for me.
And I want to add something that if I will tell them that if they don't, some of them doesn't dare to talk, if it's in English, there's no good for them. So we always tell, you can come with us, send a letter to Nelson, send it to me. We can make it llegar to the council, bring it to the council. Okay, so that would be all.
Vanessa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa, for the record. Wilson, I just want to say that I don't think that there's no one in the Caribbean that have the excellent communication skills that you have with our commercial fishermen, the recreational also. And as I know, there's a lot of things going on, especially with the way that the commercial fishermen perceive the things that we do in the management process. But since I have been here and I see the way that you have make things happen, also with Nelson and Christina, all you do a great job, especially making the easiest ways and in a nice language for the fishermen, and to get that compromise from them to continue collaborating and attending, especially for the issues that we have in management. Thank you for that. And someday you know that I want to see you in this table.
Thank you, Vanessa. And after I finish, just want to welcome my counterpart from St. Croix, Ms. Welton. So if you need anything in my part to So you don't understand something, you can call me or send me an email. We're here to help.
Thank you, Nel. Thank you, Wilson. Okay, we have the DAP's reports. I have Julian.
Julian McGrath, I've said enough all for the last 2 days, so it covered everything I would say in my report.
Was good. Gerson.
Good afternoon, Gerson. I don't have a report at this moment.
I have Nelson Crespo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any report, but I want to read the letter that was sent by the Culebra Fishermen Association. So, may I? Okay. So, it says, Asociación Pesquera de Culebra Inc., P.O. Box 637, Villa Pesquera, Barrio Playa Sardinas, Culebra, Puerto Rico. It's sent for Miguel Forlón, Nelson Crespo, and Carlos Farchetti. And says, request for interagency support of enforcement and nautical charting of the Canal Luis Peña Natural Reserve. To the member of the Caribbean Fishery Management Council, greeting from the Culebra Fishermen Association, a non-profit organization composed of local fishers working to advance sustainable fisheries and marine ecosystem steward in Culebra, Puerto Rico. We respectfully submit this letter so that Mr. Nelson Crespo, chair of the Puerto Rico DAP panel, may read aloud for the record during this council meeting. Over the past several years, over the past several years, we have actively participated in the review process of the action plan for the collaborative management of the Canal Luis Peña Natural Reserve 2025 to 2030, which includes priority action related to enforcement, biodiversity conservation, sustainable use, applied science, and outreach. The ecosystem protected within the Canal Luis Peña Natural Reserve include coral reef, seagrass beds, and associated habitats that function as a nursery area and refuge for many species managed by the Council. These habitats contribute directly to the productivity of regional fisheries, and its protection aligns with the essential fish habitat conservation objectives under the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act. Within the CLPNR Action Plan review process, two management actions have consistently been identified as local priority, essential to protecting the ecological integrity of the reserve and supporting the sustainability of our fisheries. Number one, need for increased enforcement. Members of our fishing community have repeatedly witnessed illegal fishing and poaching occurring within the no-take boundaries of the reserve. These incidents often occur at night as well as during dawn and dusk, and are frequently associated with vessels arriving from the main island of Puerto Rico. This activity includes the illegal capture of species management by the Council, including Queen Kong, as well as other risk species. In addition, vessels have been observed anchoring illegally over protected seagrass beds and coral reef habitats, causing damage to the sensitive marine ecosystem. For this reason, we respectfully request the Council support to communicate this concern to federal enforcement authorities, including NOAA Office of Law Enforcement and the United States Coast Guard sector in San Juan, and to encourage coordinated enforcement joint effort with the Puerto Rico DNR Rangers. Number two, need to include the Canal Luis Peña Natural Reserve boundary in NOAA nautical charts. Another identified priority is the need to improve public awareness and navigation visibility of the reserve boundaries. visitors and voters frequently claim they were unaware of the existence of limits of the reserve and its regulations. Many have pointed to be absent of the reserve boundary on official nautical charts as a reason for entering the area or engaging in prohibited activities. Example, fishing and anchoring directly on sensitive protected ecosystem. We therefore respectfully request the Council support in communication to the NOAA Office of Coast Guard Survey the importance of incorporating the official polygon and regulation of the CLPNR into NOAA nautical charts. We understand clear cartographic representation would significantly improve compliance, reduce accidental violations, and assist enforcement personnel in protecting the reserve. Improving charts and regulation visibility would benefit both conservation and navigation safety in the waters surrounding Culebra. The CRPNR is a vital ecological refuge that contributes to the recovery of reef ecosystem and the long-term sustainability of fisheries through the Puerto Rico archipelago. Strengthening environmental enforcement and charting the reserve boundary are critical steps to ensure the long-term effectiveness of this important marine conservation area. If no action is taken, illegal fishing and anchoring will continue to damage our natural fish nurseries, threatening the future of our fisheries and undermine the livelihoods and well-being of the people of Culebra, particularly of our artisanal fishers who depend directly on healthy marine ecosystem. We appreciate the Council's attention to this matter and respectfully request your support in advancing these actions. Thank you for your time and consideration. Signed, Nicolás X. Gómez Andújar, the Secretary of the Asociación Pesquera de Culebra, Inc.
Vance.
Yes, thank you, Nelson. I'm already in communication with him by email, and I have been providing the information that I have collected over the years on Cayo Martin, on the reserve Martin Peña Canal. So we're in contact, and I'm continuing to help him. Thank you. Great guy, by the way.
Vanessa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask for some guidance to make this letter. I don't know if the staff could help with that, to give that a copy of that letter to the enforcement of NOAA, and also request to Ricardo to bring a copy of this one to the rangers that maybe can canalize better the situation or take action on this from the enforcement that is needed in that area. I just want to say also, as the Association of Culebra was reestablished in 2025, and they have doing a great job with the community, and also we from Cabo Rojo help them a lot, and we share a lot of things similar. So it's very important that it's not only the situation occurring in the Culebra area, it's practically passing through all Puerto Rico in the natural reserves area. Thank you.
Ricardo.
Vanessa, gracias for the opportunity. Ricardo for the record. Nelson, thanks for the information. Please let me know how can I help. Bring me the letter, and I will be sure to lead that letter to the Commissioner of DNR in Puerto Rico.
Nicole.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciated that. And I know that we have similar enforcement challenges. And I think it would be really nice if we thought about having maybe a larger session rather than just report outs on enforcement at a future council meeting. And we could kind of discuss some pathways forward for these areas that are plagued by enforcement challenges.
Any more comments for Nelson?
I like that idea of having a session dedicated to the topic, and we can, of course, also share the letter with our enforcement agent.
Miguel?
Yeah, the letter will be part of the record of this meeting, so it will be available in ISU. But Dr. Angeli's suggestion, we have done it before, and we can do it again. We can have a session addressing enforcement issues, and we can have it as part of a council meeting before or after the council meeting in for example, August. We can pre-plan and have that, and invite the Miguel, for example. He's in charge of the of enforcement NOAA fisheries, and of course, somebody from Virgin Islands and someone from Puerto Rico, so they can come. And also, we like to have, given that it will be close to a council meeting or next to a council meeting before, the three chair of the DAPs, because there are many issues with enforcement. We have done that before, and actually we did it with interagency cooperation in Mayagüez a long time ago. And we have the Coast Guard, National Fishery Service, and the local government people there, and the fishers. And it was an excellent exercise. We also had the Coast Guard Auxiliary Corps. The majority of the people think that everybody knows about the laws and regulations. No. And sometimes even the people that enforce the regulations, they don't know about it. There was an enforcement agent that stopped a fisherman for carrying a fish that was allowed in Puerto Rico because he confused the strawberry grouper with the red eye. So they called me, and that triggered that meeting that we held in Mayagüez. So the staff will work on this one, and if you so decide, then it will be special, maybe half a day or something, to address enforcement issues at the next meeting in August. Toma nota.
Okay. Next on the agenda, we have the enforcement reports of Puerto Rico DNR.
So where are we? DNR enforcement?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to all of you. This is my report. I can shorten the report a lot. The DNR Rangers cover all the federal areas, waters, but they didn't have any intervention during this period. What they told me was that the activity was very low and no intervention were done in the federal waters during this period. But I bring you a lot of other intervention that they did have in territorial waters and inland. For example, in this period, which is from December 1st, 2025 to March 31, 2026, 958 interventions were conducted, almost 1,000. Even with the surveillance in place, as I said, none occur in federal waters. Regarding our area, our responsibility, 2 cases involve violations of the Puerto Rico fishery laws, and 35 were for breaches of fisheries regulations. In the next slide, you can see a comparison among periods. You can compare the period that I am presented with the same period last year and with the previous year, period of this period. And you can see there the two blocks in green are the most important ones in terms of fisheries. We have 5 more interventions than in the last period for the fishery regulation law. I mean, for the fishery regulation. It was a record. Down in the graph, you can see a record of 656 interventions in Puerto Rico water navigations and safety laws. So they are there. The DNR rangers are doing the job as much as they can. In the next slide, you can see pictures from an intervention in Barrio Obrero, that is in Santurce, downtown. And over there, they cracked down on unauthorized street vending. There was a person that didn't have the permit, licenses, anything, and it was selling fishes. It was doing commercial fisheries without any paper. On the next one, this one was presented by the news. It's available. You can stop that if you want. And you can see there that they intervened with a diver. It was not a scuba diver, it was a free diver. It was an old person, as you can see. It's a person that have been doing this for a long time. And it was catch with, not only with small lobsters, also small queen conch, but he was also using Clorox to catch octopus. Over there, you can see on the right to the top, there's another intervention with another diving doing the same. So these are 2 cases of 3 cases. The last case, you will see it later. Please, next. Okay, over there. Okay, here you can see in other way, one fisherman was trapped and result in a illegal migrant, a person that was undocumented in Puerto Rico and he was doing illegal fishery. On the middle, you can see an intervention with snooks. Small nooks, about 6 small snooks were gathered in that fish market. And on the one to the right, you can see an intervention with a person that was selling crabs, land crabs without permits. Next. Here to the left, another group of migrants. In this case, they arrest 2 of them. And in that pickup, you can see that they have enough fuel to travel a lot. They said that they were planning to go to Florida. I doubt that. I think they were going back to Dominican Republic to sell something. I don't know yet what it was. On the middle, another person diving, also with a Mori boogie, as the last 2 ones, with small lobsters. That was in Los Machos in Ceiba, very close to Roosevelt Road. And to the right, in the La Pescadería La Robalera, that is in San Juan, yellowtail snapper were too small to be sold, and they seized that fisherman. Next. On this last one, there's a video over there. You don't have to see it now. We don't have such a time, but you can see over there an endangered species, right? An aso grouper entangled in a trammel net that it was abandoned. Okay, that one also went into the news. It's available on YouTube, and it was catch by the Special Operation Division Unit, and that was in Rincon, with rangers from Aguadilla also. Over there you have many of the emails if you want to report anything, and the name of the contacts and the telephone numbers. Do you have any question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson Crespo for the record. So, Ricardo, I have to recognize, since you are involved in all this, the DNR Rangers are improving and doing a great job, and I know that is because of you. But sadly, regarding the travel nets, it's so sad, and frustrating to hear this news, and I'm sure it's not an isolated incident. I have been raising this concern for a long time without any results. Although I maintain that the travel net is a technique that, if fished correctly, would be successful, unfortunately, I have never seen it uses responsibly. The local government requires that when any type of net is used, it must be under constant supervision, and that doesn't happen because the fishing gear is thrown out, and if we are lucky, retrieve it the next day, but very 2, 3 days, or even more, killing a large number of fish and other species that then have to be thrown away because they are rotten, causing a great damage. And on many occasions, I have shown the photos and videos that a fisherman sent to me. However, I recognize that this is also a great source of income for many fishermen. These fishing methods have been prohibited for many years in federal waters, and now we have an excellent opportunity to make compatibility regulation and offer an honorable way out for fishermen who use this fishing method, just like fishing with traps, diving, maybe a buyback or something like that. That maybe we can coordinate with Mr. Pinheiro. I talked to him, and he said that maybe he can evaluate something, to do something and get rid of this dangerous gear.
Ricardo?
Nelson, thanks for your concern and for your letter. Thanks for letting me know. Yes, the work of the Puerto Rico DNR Rangers, it is not because of me. I am only the messenger. I do some pushing, but they are doing a lot because they have new personnel. They have more equipment, more materials. I made that question. Why the difference? Why you are doing more now than a lot of years ago? And they told me that they were also doing a lot of new plannings. So it is because of them. But anyway, thanks for your concern and for your suggestion. In the case of the travel nets or any nets, I will do my best if the council or if the fisherman send me an email or a letter looking for compatibility or to control more the nets, I will do my best to take that to the secretary and do something about it. I agree with you. Thanks again.
Sure. St. Croix was successful in doing a ban on gill and trammel nets because of the buyback program that was developed, and it worked out successfully. Ricardo?
Yes, I have one question. I don't see any of the law enforcers from NOAA or today. I don't see the person from NOAA or the Coast Guard, and I have been trying to get in touch with him. Coast Guard is here. Connected.
Christina Olan, for the record, Coast Guard is here, is Kyle Shida and Zoom,
Perfect.
and also Matt Walia from Noah Ole. He was connected, but he had to left some minutes ago.
So my question is, are we okay with the law enforcement by NOAA in the Caribbean? Are we okay do we have the people or anything change? Are we okay with the personnel of law enforcement from NOAA working in Puerto Rico and the Caribbean, or we don't have the people yet? Is there any change?
No, that's something that we have been discussing for the last 40 years. I'm serious about it. The Southeast region have, let's say, a minimum amount of money they receive every year. And they cover from Texas all the way to the Carolinas. We were able to secure an enforcement agent in the US Virgin Islands some time ago, and then another one in Puerto Rico. Now we only have one, and it's Miguel Borges. But we've been trying to reach him, and that's a constant issue that we have. The latest that I participated in that meeting some years ago was to reauthorize the memorandum of understanding between Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands and the federal government. Through that memorandum of understanding, for example, in the case of Puerto Rico, they received $140, something like that, $140,000. And they were supposed to deputize the rangers. But at that time, there was something that happened. I don't want to, it was an unfortunate incident that happened. But to give you an idea, there were a lot of people passing as enforcement agents from Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, and they were not. And that created a problem, and the secretary decided to do away with the memorandum of understanding at that time. So probably now Puerto Rico can revisit that part and see if the memorandum of understanding can be activated again with the NOAA enforcement agency. And the same with the Virgin Islands. In the case of enforcement, actually, I have a letter from Pauco, Mr. Edwin Font, a fisherman from Puerto Rico. He wrote a letter in 2019, and he is wondering what happened. Have we done anything? And he was talking about many other things, about the lack of enforcement and compatibility regulations, especially in Bajo del Cico. Because in the case of Bajo del Cico, we have Puerto Rico and the federal government jurisdiction, both at the same time. Sometimes when you are in Puerto Rico, you have a set of regulations. When you are in the federal zone, you have another. And he was asking for compatible regulation and everything to make sure that the fisher understand which regulation apply about the Cico. So he's asking whether the council have done anything with it and what is the status of that request that he made some years ago. He said that most of the fishers currently use GPS and sonar to find the place and locate the area. But at that time, he told us that sometimes they are intervened by the Coast Guard. And it's very difficult I didn't know where I was. Well, tough luck. You are in violation. So he wanted the council to revisit that part whenever possible. So probably this is one issue that we can get to the attention of the group at the August meeting that will be addressing only the enforcement session. We have an special enforcement session at the next meeting in August. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Y Cristina, por favor, ponla en issue como resometida en esta reunión, please. I mean, sorry, Cristina can put it in issue as resubmitted at this meeting.
Okay. So we have USVI DPNR. I don't believe that they're present. No, she don't have it.
Preguntar enforcement de
No.
el que tenemos en la página.
US Coast Guard.
Yes, we have Kyla. I'm going to give her permission to speak. And also I'm going to share her presentation. See if I have a second. Kyla, did you hear us? Allá está. Kyla, do you hear us? Yeah. Cristina Lam, for the record, I sent her a chat, but I don't have any answer. So I have an information that Matt Walia shared with us before he left the Zoom meeting, so we can share that. Mr. Chair, is okay to do that? Before Mr. Walia left the Zoom, he sent us an email with this information: report a violation. Please contact NOAA's Office of Law Enforcement if you see a possible violation of a federal marine resource law. There is a phone number, 800-853-1964, and the email address. Kyla, I'm going to admit Kyla again. She was having troubles with the connection.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for that. I had to switch computers. I guess it wasn't working on the first one. But this is Lieutenant Kayla Shida. I'm with Sector San Juan, U.S. Coast Guard. We cover both Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. So I just want to highlight some of our enforcement operations over the last couple of months. First of all is the Operation Clean Catch, which we took an effect in December 4th through 5th, so kind of concurrently with the last meeting. This was a joint operation with both NOAA, Coast Guard, and then Puerto Rico's DNER as well, both with surface assets and then also one of our helicopters providing boarding targets predominantly on the west coast of Puerto Rico, focused on the 3 closure areas. With that, we conducted 18 boardings, no federal fisheries violations, 1 safety violation. But this just highlights some of the compliance that was going on the west coast of Puerto Rico, and it was a great opportunity to work with our DNER partners. So really appreciate the collaboration on that side. In addition to that operation, while our cutters are out doing other law enforcement operations, they're also doing boardings of opportunities. So one that was highlighted was the Coast Guard cutter Joseph Tizanos was doing a routine patrol on the west coast of Puerto Rico, and they identified a vessel that was actively fishing in one of the closed areas. With that, they issued the boat a violation and also educated them on some of the federal fishing regulations from that. We also conducted a Caribbean LMR boarding officer training course. So that's a Coast Guard course that our boarding officers go through to learn about species ID, the federal regulations, and then different boarding procedures for that. Moving forward, what we want to do is continue doing Operation Clean Catch as an annual operation to enforce those West Coast closed areas, and then also increase our boat forces unit in the Virgin Islands to increase their presence in the closure areas around there as well. But that's all I have from the Coast Guard. Open to any questions you may have.
Any questions for U.S. Coast Guard? Vanessa?
Thank you, Vanessa Ramirez, for the record. I just want to put one comment, and thank you for the way that you approach our fishermen. It's good to hear from them when they come back to pier that the good way that the Coast Guard also always make their boarding and how respectful all your people is. I just want to ask, and this is addressed for the people from NOAA, is there any way that once the fishermen get the first letter or the communication when they get stopped and have any situation, that these letters that are addressed to Puerto Rico fishermen came already translated in both language? So usually they came in English. Our fisherman doesn't understand or read English. So practically they just put in the table or let in the car. And when they receive the second one with the bill already, it's the way that they are then running, asking for some help to translate and all that. I have to say that all the legal people are very, very friendly with us when we ask for the translation and all that. Also, Miguel Borges helped a lot. bring in the document if they don't find the way to make it by mail. But it's something that is taking more time than usually is supposed to, and it's because of the barrier of the language. So is there any way that you can bring this message that in the case of Puerto Rico, when they send the letter, the first letter notification could be already in both language, so that, for example, in the Fishermen Association, we can help them to make their answer the best in the less time possible, and don't wait until the case is already due and just receive the bill for big amounts of money. Thank you.
Miguel?
Yes, I asked Diana to read for the record the report that they sent from the OLE office, and this is the first quarter of 2026 regarding CFMC enforcement intervention. Is very quick. Diana, can you just go ahead and read it?
Sure. Number of incidents by primary law, regulation, program, and location, Q1, 2026. There were for the Endangered Species Act, in Puerto Rico there was 1, and in USBI there was 1. For highly migratory species, 1 for Puerto Rico, and then, I'm sorry. Yeah, 0 of international trade. That's about it. Thank you.
The full report will be sent to Christina for as part of this meeting.
Okay, moving on. Advisory bodies. Advisory body membership.
Yesterday, when we were discussing this at the closed session, Dr. Angeli asked for the staff to put them on the screen so we can read the record. For the record, we can read the names of the people who are going to be reappointed for each one of the advisory bodies. Diana will address each one of them.
Okay, for Puerto Rico, I was requested to contact, no, hold on. Tú lo puedes subir, Cristina, para que se vea completa. Thank you. Roberto Silva. Roberto Silva, he said that he would like to continue and then he would participate in the next meetings. He is not for reappointment until April 2027. So we are just like, keeping him in the DAP. The other one was Genius Fernandez. Genius is going to be replaced by Roberto Sabater, who will be joining the DAP after he exits the council. So we would need a motion to appoint Roberto Sabater to the Puerto Rico DAP. ¿Ah?
So I want to put the motion to
The motion will be to appoint Roberto Sabater once he finishes his term as a council member in August 2026. So we need a second and
thank you, Miguel, for the language.
Second.
all in favor, say aye. Mr. Chairman.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Christina, can you put it, the St. Thomas DAP panel chart? Que no se ve completa. For the St. Thomas DAP, there's only one vacant seat. That would be it.
We need to reappoint anybody
No,
at this time, so.
we don't need to reappoint anybody at this time. Carlos?
Yeah, Joey McGrath for the record. So I'm trying to figure out where the vacancy came from.
It was a vacant seat that was still there. I mean, it was not addressed. Somebody was going to look for a person to submit, but nobody did.
Oh, I think it was someone from St. John at the last council meeting that was chosen by in the after meeting, and that person never came on board. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Right? So do I go and look for someone for the August meeting to fill that seat? Okay, thank you.
Christina, can you please put in St. Croix? Thank you. Okay, for St. Croix, there's an open seat from a person that was appointed and died. Carlos. Daniel Santiago. And also there's there's two open seats in St. Croix. No reappointments needed at this time.
Yeah, and also yesterday we said, we usually what we do is that whenever we have a vacancy, the council members and or the DAP chairs, they look for a substitution. Is by August, we don't have that, then we should publish and advertise that there's a vacancy in X panel, so we can fill the vacancy. Next.
Next is the Aboriginal Education Advisory Panel, Cristina. Uh-huh. Okay, for the Aboriginal Education Panel, we are going to have Olivia Walton, who's going to be polyandry. And then Nick Smiley will be for Kim Iverson from the South Atlantic Council. And then also to reappoint Delmi Salicea, Janet Ramos, Ruth Gomez, Vilmari Roman, and Emily Milstein. So we would need a motion to reappoint those persons.
So I want to submit a motion for the reappointment and the appointment of the list that was just read. Christina, if you can put the motion on there. No?
So motion to reappoint the members that Deanna submitted.
Do you need me to repeat them? Delmi Salicea, Janet Ramos, Ruth Gomez, Vilmari Roman, and Emily Milstein.
Okay, yeah, we already there are people who are ex officio, so you don't have to reappoint those people. Olivia Walton will be substituting the lady who was in St. Croix for as liaison. Wesley Andre. Nikki Smiley is substituting the lady who retired from South Atlantic. The motion that we need is now to reappoint Delmi Salicea, Janet Ramos, Ruth Gomez, Wilmary Roman, Emily Morstan for another term to the advisory panel of outreach and education. Somebody's, yeah. Y dale con poner la vaina ahí, no tengo que ponerla ahí, pero ya. ¿Ah?
Okay.
So somebody say so move and second
So move.
move for the thing.
So move.
Falta el SC. Yeah. And all in favor say aye, yeah. Carlos, ¿ya votaron por la moción?
No.
But this, all in favor say aye.
So,
Wait, I'm sorry. Your
Espérate,
somebody
ya.
needs to be reappointed too.
Yeah. Ese era en Santa Cruz. Two.
no, right, that's what I'm
Advisory
waiting for.
panel.
I need a second for the motion from that.
And, después-
Puerto Rico second.
We have a motion by Blanchard, second by Daniel Matos for the reappointment to the OEAP. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstention? Hearing none, motion carries.
And then we have Gerson Martinez. He's a council member, but he's also, I mean, he's a DAP member, but he's also a member of the Outreach and Education, and we need to reappoint him for another term. Do you agree to be reappointed?
Gerson Martinez, yes, sir.
Okay, so we need a motion to reappoint Gerson Martinez. Thank you, Diana, for another term as member of the advisory, Outreach and Advisory Panel.
Puerto Rico motion Harrison for this position.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
Okay, motion by Daniel, second by Vanessa for reappointing Gerson Martinez to OEAP. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstention? Hearing none, motion carries.
Okay, for the SSC is to reappoint all members of the SSC, but Skylar, and I forget the
Except one.
except one, yeah. Gracias. Skylar, what? Sagaresi.
Dr. Rose Agaresi is already appointed. Her term expires 2027. So at this time, sorry, so at next time, when we need a motion to reappoint all the council, all the SSC members. Elizabeth Cadison, Jorge Garcia Saez, Richard Apperdon, J. Cruz Roth Mota, Top Gedanke, Michelle Shatter. We better appoint Van Vicente, otherwise we don't know a chair. Walter Kisley and Tarsila Ciara and Jason Cope. All of them expressed that they are willing to continue for another term in the SEC Caribbean. So I move second. So move.
So move.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
All in favor, say aye.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstention? Hearing none, motion carries.
TAP.
Tina, can you put the table, please? Óyeme. For the top table, we have a vacant seat, which would be Alida Ortiz. And then to reappoint all other members, Juan Mota, Kevin McCarthy, Edwin Cruz Rivera, Sanai Haptis, Stacy Williams, Tarsila Ciara, and Orion Sadiq. So we would need a motion for that.
Second, Vanessa Ramirez.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carried.
And then we encourage anybody who have a substitute for Dr. Ali Ortiz to bring it to the next meeting in August, so we can consider that person for a term at the TAP meeting, at the TAP panel. Dr. Ali Ortiz, because of health issues, she retired from council activities, TAP, the BFM, yeah, nickname TAP. So if anybody has somebody, please send us a note, or you can contact the chairs, and I have this for that, and we consider it in the next meeting in August. That's it. We finished, Diana?
We're finished.
Okay. So now we have a update on Queen Kong status review.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually had two topics I wanted to cover under other business. Can I start with Cultimar, just because I have it up first? Okay. Yesterday, we published a fishery bulletin requesting comments on an application for an exempted fishing permit that we received from Cultimar Technologies, Inc. And that's for activities related to establishing a dedicated broodstock population of American red snapper at a hatchery research facility in Arecibo, Puerto Rico. This was one of the projects that was on the presentation that Marta shared with us earlier today. Cultimar was at that aquaculture workshop that we had here just recently. So the exempted fishing permit that they're requesting us to issue would authorize them to collect 200 sexually mature fish from federal waters off the Atlantic coast of Florida and transport them to the research facility in Arecibo in recirculating holding tanks on a chartered research vessel. The primary objective of their project is to establish a genetically diverse breeding population of red snapper for use in studying their biology, physiology, and aquaculture potential. The fish would be maintained at the hatchery in Arecibo and would not be sold or transferred. They're asking for the EFP to be effective from May 1st through March of 2027. The comment period on the EFP is open through May 21st, so it would not be issued as early as May 1st, but could be issued, maybe by June, July, sometime this summer if we approve it. The EFP would not include any exemptions for Caribbean fishery regulations because the collection will actually occur in South Atlantic waters. So they're requesting exemptions from South Atlantic Council regulations, not from Caribbean regulations. But because the fish will be transported to and maintained in Arecibo, we wanted to advise you of the opportunity to review the project proposal and comment on the request for the EFP. And like I said, the comment period on that is open through May 21st. We did put out a fishery bulletin yesterday with information on how you can comment. If you guys did not receive that and someone would like to comment, we could share that with you.
I have a question real quick. Is this a land-based hatchery or a cage?
It's a land-based hatchery. What's the best way, Maria, we can share the fishery bulletin with them?
I will share the fishery bulletin with Christina, and she can distribute it to council members and the AP members and post it in their social media.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah. American red snappers over here? Yeah. What if one gets loose? Just put it.
No, we can put that on the comments.
Okay, any other questions on that? Okay, the other update I wanted to provide, so we did in March ask the Southeast Fisheries Science Center to conduct a comprehensive scientific review of the queen conch population to ensure the listing decision that we made in February 2024 is informed by the best available science, consistent with the administration's executive order to restore gold standard science. The review that they're doing will re-examine existing data that we used in the original status review in light of information and questions that we received by stakeholders and academics since the species was originally listed. It will also integrate any new data from peer-reviewed literature and NOAA-funded studies that we have obtained since the listing. We'll look at both biological factors like life history, reproductive abundance and density, and population connectivity, and also look at fishery management factors impacting the status of the population. And the results of this study are intended to inform the upcoming 5-year status review that we'll do on the population. That concludes my updates.
Okay, any questions for Heather? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Heather. Have a public comment period. Is it Maria?
Mr. Chair, before the public comment period, there was a presentation that was requested about fishery aggregating devices that was requested to be given at this council meeting. The council staff prepared the presentation, but I don't know if you want to leave that for the upcoming meeting for August, just for the record, if that can be clarified.
Yeah, that's what we agreed yesterday. So for the record, the FAD presentation will be done in August.
Okay, so that concludes the 189 Caribbean Fisheries Management Council meeting. Nobody online. All right. Okay, yeah, we have Vanessa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez, now as a member of the Puerto Real Association, Fisherman Association, sorry for that. I just want to put in the record that I asked Danielle Matos from DNRA. We have been talking a lot about spiny lobster in Puerto Rico. So I request yesterday, and thank you, Danielle, for bringing the information today before this meeting was ended, about the landings for 2024. And the numbers reflect that it was 90%, right? 94% of the landings were in state water. So only 6% of that number that we have is the only data that we have. Only 6% of that was in federal waters. So from the perspective of the fishermen, commercial fishermen, and as we stand as the #1 fish market in Puerto Rico, we ask for the councils to be part of this process for the next August meeting, and please show us and let the spiny lobster be free. Thank you.
Alrighty, and I want to thank Alberto Fort, for our IT guy, for all the work that he does here, and Christina and Leah High for all the hard work they do managing our internet stuff, and for Maria and Sarah for all the hard work they do with NOAA. And also I want to thank Vanessa for keeping me in line with my tracking the names of the people that had the questions. Thank you. And Roberto Sabater, it was a pleasure meeting you. And don't become a stranger. Come by and visit.
I would like to thank all of you for being part of this. I did not know what this was when I was asked to be in it by Elena and Luigi and those people that I heard during the problems that we have with some laws in Puerto Rico.
especially the 1014. But I decided that I always try to find new ways and new things and investigate it. I am very happy that I joined this group. I never knew, I would have never thought about that the decisions that control the fisheries, and I imagine many other things, were taken with such a team of the people here behind me and the people in front. You know, it's a real combination of the one in the water and the one in the lab. And I have learned a lot, and it's too bad that I'm not as young as I used to be, but I don't function as good as before, and I'm having trouble capturing everything that I've spoken, and I'm sad to say that I have to leave, but to me, it was fantastic. It was a real pleasure to be part of this team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roberto, for your service, and I really appreciate all the things that you helped me, especially from the recreational sector, every time that I have any request or question about that. So I also wish that someday we can have a lady in there, and you will be a nice coach. So keep in touch, and I'm happy that you're going to be in the DAP. Thank you.
And Roberto, for our part, it's been a pleasure working with you, knowing you. Now I know that you are the father of Dr. Sabater, the one that we knew. So it has been a pleasure, and you have friends here. Whenever you pass by or need to say hello, we are at your pleasure.
Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Roberto, I really appreciate that from the day one, you treat us as a friend. And this, we value that a lot. So we share, you will make, some trust and some confidence. And it's really good. I appreciate your concerns to bring to us, help your support, for the fishing community. And that we're not going to get rid of you. Now you're going to be part of the DAP. So we are going to see around. Thank you for your service, Roberto.
So Roberto, from Julian, when I first met you, I didn't know what to expect. And the first meeting you sat in, you couldn't vote as yet, but you still had a lot of questions. And over the 3 years working with you, it's been a great pleasure. You gave the fishers of St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix a lot of help. You were there when we needed you. But one thing I respect you a lot for is you didn't vote on what we asked you to vote unless you understand what was going on. And you always had an interest in learning what the fishermen had to say. Sitting at the table or outside when we were gathering together after the meeting, or in breaks, you would come and say, well, explain this to me. And, I really want to thank you. It was a great pleasure working with you, and I look forward to seeing you in some of these meetings as a member of the DAP and continue working close with you. Again, thank you for your service.
Okay, so that concludes our 189th Caribbean Fisheries Management Council meeting. Meeting is adjourned. It's 5:28 p.m.
Solo lo sonaste por Roberto, porque tú no quieres sonar.